This is the only thing that ever plays on that channel, so that's all I got. Apparently the only way to watch other MTV shows is on YouTube or Snapchat, because that's where I found out about my new favorite show, Ghosted.
That's really cool.
If you haven't seen it yet, it's very much in the same vein as Catfish, except with sort of the inverse premise. So rather than people confronting someone they've talked to online but never met, it's people who have dated until one of them inexplicably up and left, and the other one wants to know why. But it's a very similar show, which is good because Catfish is pretty entertaining, even though every episode is kind of exactly the same.
All right, so I've been talking to this girl online for going on 9 years now, and I'm starting to get a little suspicious. Every time I ask her to do a video call, she'll say that her internet's not working, even if she's out of the house. Or she'll say that her phone always catches on fire when she FaceTimes and she doesn't want to burn her hands again, which I understand.
What does she look like? Is she pretty?
Oh my God, most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. She has this beautiful, long, blonde, short black hair. Sometimes her eyes are green, sometimes they're brown. It's like she's 4 different girls, and the fact that I get to date all of them makes me the luckiest guy in the world.
Did you notice all these pictures have watermarks on them?
Yeah, I did see that. I think it's, you know how when you get professional photography done, they'll send you like sample photos before you pay the full amount? I think she's just smart with her money and never pays full price for pictures. And if I'm being honest, that's the kind of financial responsibility I need in my life right now, because I have a crippling furniture addiction.
Yeah, you do have a lot of chairs in here, I noticed.
Hey, so you said you were getting suspicious. Is there any particular reason why? No, not really. Okay, well, I guess she has been doing this weird prank lately where she'll text me like, hey, I'm so sorry, I have to come clean, I can't believe I lied to you for 9 years, I'm actually a little boy named Fred, and I wanted to stop, but you're just so gullible, I couldn't find a way to. I don't really get what the joke is, but she's so funny. She actually sent me some of her stand-up last month.
You know what your breath smells like?
That's Jeff Dunham.
No. She's the puppet.
The other thing that Ghosted is really similar to is that radio show that Danny made a video about. The one where people call in like, I had a great time with this girl, but then I never heard from her again. I don't know what happened. And then they track down the girl and she's like, yeah, you literally shot me with a gun that night. Of course I'm not gonna call you back. And he's like, man, nice guys really do finish last. So now that I've spent 1 hour setting it up, let me just show you some clips from the show.
On this episode of Ghosted, Love Going Missing, Travis and Rachel are helping Ross.
Hey Jordan, I'm the guy who looked at you. Do you remember that? I remember that. I'll never forget it. Hey, why did you pick Brian? Is it because he's hot? I don't think he's that hot. I only said that for TV. Will you get coffee with me? I need to look at you again. I'm free every day at 3 a.m. Please respond right now.
Her response was yes.
Things seem to be going well, but Ross kept a big part of his life from Jordan.
Wait, 9 months? They only dated for 6. You gotta let this go, man. More time has passed since the relationship than the length of the relationship. It's time to move on. I think that's what's weird about a lot of these episodes is that at this point, the people who've been ghosted are essentially stalking their ex, but they've hit a dead end, so the MTV crew comes in to be like, hey, we can help with that. We have a team of world-class detectives, and we're gonna track down the person who's made it clear they want nothing to do with you, so we can force them to tell us why they want nothing to do with you.
Ross?
Technically, anyone that's not Ross can contact her. Here's her phone number. You can call her if you want. We're not gonna stop you.
Please record your message.
Oh, straight to voicemail. Which is weird because I always pick up when an unknown number calls me. Ross wouldn't take no for an answer, so neither would we. Now, you can find pretty long clips from these shows on YouTube, but I realized that the full episodes are like 3 times as long. There's entire subplots they cut out. For one, apparently they went to talk to the guy who put together the Tinderella event. So I guess she wasn't half a virgin. Anyway, now it's time for the big, totally not awkward confrontation. I love the juxtaposition between these over-the-top action movie sound effects and his squeaky little voice. His face while they're watching that.
So I've been dating this girl lately, man, and she is stinky. Her teeth stink, and her hair stinks, and her face stinks, her feet stink, and her mouth stinks, and her apartment stinks, and her car stinks, and her family stinks.
Come on, let's move away from the cameras. We can go up there and stand in front of some different cameras.
And that you love me and all this stuff one day, and then the next day you're making jokes about really intimate details of our sex life. So it just, but
Wait, there's a but? Yeah, that's kind of all he had to do was be like, hey, can I say these jokes? Oh, you don't want me to? That's fine. So this is where the show really goes from dumb to stupid. It starts off as this somewhat interesting, although super invasive investigation, and then slowly turns into this fucking game show where they're sitting in this black and white studio and then they text each other one last time to let them know if they're in or out. Wait, not to take this show too seriously or anything, but wouldn't a good line of communication include him telling her about the jokes in the first place? Yes, it's true. I cheated on you upwards of 40 times. But when you found out about it, you just left. You didn't even talk to me first? You're not very good at relationships, are you? That's good to hear, because if you do try to ghost someone again, we will track you down and make you talk to them. We'll call everyone you've ever known to get your phone number if that's what we have to do. And then we'll sit you down in a warehouse and not let you leave until you're done crying. And there's nothing weird about that. This is not a bad show. I've watched a few episodes, and that's definitely the best one to go in depth on. I will say, though, one of the recent episodes was pretty good, too. So in this one, she explains how she moved in to this, like, meditation house with 50 people and then invited her girlfriend to live there, too. But things went south.
And then I ended up moving in there. Ree shows up. Perfect. Now I have a sister to share all of this with. I went to her room and all her stuff was gone. Her bedroom was wiped clean. I've called her, I've texted her, reached out on social media, no response.
Yeah, if I had to guess, and I'm just speculating here, it might be because you joined a cult. And then when she realized that, she was like, bye. So that's MTV's Ghosted in a nutshell. Would I recommend it? No, not at all. But if you do want to give it a shot, just be prepared to go into it with this mindset.
I might puke, but I'm ready.
As a callback from earlier. Now that I have your attention, let's hear a word from today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Hi, I'm world-renowned semi-amateur chef, and I'm here to tell you the secrets behind 100% of my meals. HelloFresh. I've been subscribed to them for about a year before they even started sponsoring my channel, and the food is so good. You'd think they would eventually run out of good meals, or after a few months you would just get bored, but not at all. They're constantly adding recipes that I've never seen on there before, which makes me excited to check out the app every week. And even if there's something that doesn't necessarily pique your interest, you can always just go in and swap it out for something else, whether it's a vegetarian meal, low calorie, low carb. And if you need to skip a week for whatever reason, you can do that too. The meals are then delivered straight to your door on whatever delivery date you choose, sent inside packaging made out of almost entirely recyclable or already recycled material. Every box comes with fresh ingredients and recipe cards that make following along foolproof, even if you don't spend a lot of time in the kitchen. The pictures help me know I'm doing it right. One of my favorite things about HelloFresh is that it saves me trips to the grocery store, which can be time consuming and pretty stressful. I also find that every time I try to plan out a recipe I found online, the grocery bill adds up way more quickly than I anticipated, and I end up with a bunch of extra ingredients that generally go to waste. But with HelloFresh, everything is already pre-portioned and measured out perfectly. I would honestly recommend HelloFresh to anyone who's looking to add some new recipes into their life, and that's coming from an actual customer. I pay full price for this stuff. Sometimes they'll ask me, hey Drew, do you need a box to film the ad read? And I say, no thank you, I already have one. You know, now that I think about it, I should probably just take the free box. Hey, speaking of free boxes, I've got a special deal just for you. To get 12 free meals, including free shipping, head to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker12. That's 12 free meals across your first 4 boxes using my very special promo code that's on the screen and also in the description. Other YouTubers might try to get you to use their code instead, but what they're not telling you is that my code is way better. So, please use mine. Thank you so much to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video and feeding me dozens and dozens of meals. Wow, I did it! 2 videos in 1 week, and all I had to do was go 27 days without upload. Real quick, I just want to address, I know at the end of my last video, I said that I would be releasing an apology video for not releasing the video I had promised after the video before that, and I just want to address this, no excuses. The reason I never uploaded the apology was because my computer caught on fire. And my apartment's on fire, and also I'm on fire right now. So I have to stop, drop, and roll, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guy. Hey, guy, welcome back to the middle of the jungle. Someone please help me, I'm stuck. If you've been wondering where I've been for the past few weeks, I've been working on a stupidly long video about a topic that's only interesting to me, but I was starting to get overwhelmed, so I wanted to kick back and unwind with some good old-fashioned social media. So I scrolled through Twitter for a bit, got bored, headed over to Instagram, checked out some Reels, which are just stolen TikToks, and got bored again. Forgot I had already closed Twitter and accidentally opened it back up, only immediately to close out of it again, and then I started to get desperate. Sometimes you just gotta stare at your phone, mouth wide open, brain off. The only two body parts moving are your thumb and your eyelids while you consume the most brain-dead content the internet has to offer. And then I remembered about Snapchat, the perfect app for this. I was never really a big Snapchat user back in the day. By the time I was even interested in an app like that, Instagram had already poached all their good features, so I would just send my dick pics on there. But every so often, I love to come back and revisit Snapchat's Discover page because it is literally, and I'm not exaggerating here, the dumbest corner of the entire internet. You know how when you go to the grocery store, there's all those tabloid magazines in the checkout line with the most gossipy ass headlines like Brad Pitt admitted into rehab for stinky farts? Jennifer Aniston dumped. Here's why she deserved it. Will Smith adopts himself? That's basically all Snapchat is now, except with the Kardashians, James Charles, and Jeffree Star. And also the Dobre brothers dressing up as Jeffree Star. It's never anything interesting or that's even remotely a big deal. It'll just be like, Charlie D'Amelio messed up big time. And then you click on it expecting even the smallest amount of interesting drama, and they're like, well, actually what she did wasn't that bad, and no one's even upset about it, but we did find one tweet of a guy being mad at her. Way to go, Charlie. I love when they do this. Courtney's IG pic made Travis flirty. Okay, I gotta see what they're talking about. What did he do? And then it's an entire article explaining how he commented yes on one of her pictures. Yup, that's 5 S's. Calm down there, Travis. That's gotta be the thirstiest comment I've ever seen. Nobody thought YK Osiris would go from singing to this. Gotta see what it is. Must be something crazy, right? YK Osiris wanna be in an Old Spice commercial so bad. Oh, and then that's it. This is awesome. Yeah, so pretty much everything on Snapchat is clickbait, and everyone who goes on here knows that it's clickbait, but you still click on stuff anyway, because like I said, we on empty brain mode. Even the things that aren't celebrity related feed into this. Snapchat knows its user base so well. I don't want to have to think when I'm on here, just show me crazy world records. Longest underwater kiss? He planked for 8 hours? I mean, I do that every night, but okay. Guess I forgot to tell Guinness about it. But I want to see that dumb shit. Show me fail compilations. I want to see someone fall down. And then I want to see someone fall down. And then I want to see someone else fall down. What if a guy fell down? And what if you showed me a video of someone falling down? People are constantly falling down, and if I don't get to see that, I'm literally gonna fall down. I feel like the headlines totally miss the point most of the time too. Like, this is that guy who builds a bunch of cool stuff without any modern tools. And their big takeaway was, your own outdoor pool? Like, that's what's crazy about this? We've all built our own pools by hand before, but this one is outside? I'd never heard of that. My pools are always inside, right next to my bed, so when I wake up, I accidentally fall in. And then it's like I'm in my very own fail compilation. One thing they do that's really weird too is they'll randomly throw in stories from people you don't know or follow and make it seem like that's news too. Whoa, I gotta see what this guy has to say. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm really glad this is on my homepage. It never really ends either. You just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling forever. Okay, I made it into the foreign languages, so it looks like we're done. Oh, we're back to English. Okay, I guess they found some more. I like to think that the Snapchat employees can see you scrolling, so they start desperately trying to throw out random shit just to fill the space. Oh shit, they're almost at the bottom. Quick, think of something. Something about your fingerprints? Perfect, put that in. What I really love about Snapchat right now, though, is all of the familiar faces that are starting to pop up. There's The Magic Show, a series headed up by none other than friend of the channel, Reclax. More on that later. And then, of course, a lot of you have been messaging me lately that they recently partnered with the Hooked app to show that Trevor and the Virgin story that used to be advertised before every single YouTube video for a year. It's now been rebranded as a Snap original called First Time's a Charm, even though it's actually the second time because it's the same exact videos but split up into shorter episodes. Martha's night takes an unexpected turn. Unless, of course, this is the 30th time you've seen this, in which case the turn was very expected. The only thing new about this is that they've cropped the whole thing into portrait mode, which makes for some awesome extreme close-ups. I'm not gonna, watch this again, because I already did that. But I am curious what's gonna happen when they run out of clips to use. They're almost at that point. Are they gonna film more? Or is it just gonna keep getting syndicated on different platforms like their Seinfeld reruns? I'll give it about 6 months until we see this pop up as a Facebook Watch exclusive. It's kind of redundant for Snapchat to even add in these hook shows because they've already been ripping off their format with their own series called Phony Texts, which is a funny pun because it's like saying you sent a computery email. But these texts are phony because they're not real. They all tell different stories about a variety of topics. Sometimes it's Prince Charming being a douchebag, or someone's parents forgetting to tell them that they moved like 6 months ago and sold all their stuff. But this next story is one that I truly think is Oscar worthy, if one of the Oscar categories was text-based Snapchat film. It's called Seeking, and there are so many insane twists in here. I'm watching it like, M. Night Shyamalan. Who?
He's a movie director.
What?
Yeah, he made like The Happening, Sixth Sense.
I know who he is. That's why I brought him up.
Oh, I thought you would put a comma after his name, like M. Night Shyamalan. Who?
That's not how people ask questions.
Yeah, okay. I just meant he's known for always throwing in crazy twists, and this story also...
How's this for a twist? I guess I should probably take it from here. So the story starts off with this girl being like, you hickied me. How dare you? And they're flirting back and forth. The whole thing's pretty steamy, which is probably why I got a notification that my heart rate spiked. She catches him in a lie here by pointing out his location, which is important to remember for the future. So file that away. Do not forget about that. And then comes twist number 1. A text from his wife? I thought he already was talking to his wife. Either this story takes place in Utah or he's been cheating. Gotta say, pretty good character development though so far. You already know 2 things about him, that he cheats and he lies. He just lied to Elizabeth and now he's lying to his wife about being home with his daughter. So he's a bad husband, boyfriend, and dad. So far, not really rooting for him at all. I hope he is punished by the universe. Yep, I'm home. Oh good, I was getting worried. Julia isn't responding to my texts. She's just finishing her homework. Very focused. Oh good, you guys hungry? Happy to pick something up. Okay, let me check. Hi, my princess. I'll be home in a minute. Told Mom you finished your homework. Oh, and do you want food? Hello, Dennis. Haha, hello, Julia. We have your daughter, Julia. Twist number 2, there's been a kidnap. Again, though, I don't really feel too much sympathy for this guy. I mean, I didn't want his daughter to be kidnapped, but like, it is kind of entirely his fault. Answer the phone, Julia. Julia can't talk right now. Call me right now. Oh, okay. Julia, is this a prank? Did you set the camera up on a tripod and then get into a trunk with your hands tied up and put it on self-timer so it takes a photo of you, and then from 4 feet away send me this picture in a text? Dennis is starting to freak out, so he threatens to call the cops, until twist number 3. He can't call the police because he's being blackmailed. The kidnapper, or Julia talking in third person and still doing a prank, knows about his secret girlfriend. And if he calls the cops, they're gonna send that picture to his wife. Classic conundrum. Not right now, wife. I gotta figure out more lies because of the trouble I've caused with my other lies. Hello? Do you want food? Oh, no, that is okay. Julia and I are gonna run out and get some food. Feel like I don't get enough father-daughter time. And then he uses the default smiley face emoji, which no one has ever used before. Okay, when will you be home? Love you. He's nailing this. So then Dennis finds out the terms of the blackmail. $10,000 by 6 p.m. or the daughter gets it. Elizabeth has no idea that any of this is happening, so she's still trying to flirt. But this is where that location feature from earlier comes back. Did you file that away like I told you to? I swear to God, if you forgot. Anyway, using the help of Elizabeth and her 2 hickeys, they find out that Julia is 2 hours away at a place called Burger Palace. But something's not adding up. The kidnapper said if he gave them the money by 6 p.m., they'd return her safely home immediately afterwards. But how could they do that if they're 2 hours away? Change of plans. We are tired of waiting. Please, you will get your money. When? Before 6 p.m., like we agreed. Please don't hurt Julia. She's my whole world. That's why I lied to my wife and left her home alone. She's my whole world. Eventually, he admits it's all his fault and realizes he has no choice but to pay them. So he opens up Venmo and starts to put in the name of the recipient. And before I show you that, I just want you to guess what you think the account's name is going to be. Preferably something subtle, because you're about to pay a shit ton of money over the internet to some stranger, and you don't want to draw too much attention to this. Got your guesses? If you guessed 10,000 for Julia, you were right. I like picturing the kidnapper having to set up a new Venmo account while all of this is happening.
Damn it. I already used that email. Hello? I guess I can use my business account. Now, what's a good password?
But then, just when Dennis is about to send $10,000 to the account 10,000 for Julia with a note that says Julia, he gets a voicemail from his wife. Are you guys ready to hear this voicemail? I know for a fact that you're not, but I'm still gonna play it anyway.
Hi, honey. Where are you? I'm getting worried. Why aren't you responding? Please call me back.
Welcome to Burger Palace. May I take your order?
Okay, I gotta go. Call me back.
And that's the biggest twist of them all. The wife kidnapped the daughter herself. She's been in on it the whole time. I gotta say, that's the most on-the-nose reveal I've ever heard in my life. Julia's at some place called Burger Palace. That's weird. Honey, is everything okay? Where is our girl? Hi, welcome to Burger Palace. I got to go. The only thing more on the nose than that would have been if she was leaving the voicemail and you heard the daughter in the background like, Mommy, are you done with your blackmail yet? So Dennis, who is for some reason the protagonist in this, starts piecing together the details and figures out what's going on. Pay now or she dies. Do it. Kill her. What? This is your last chance. Stop this. I know this is my wife. I know you are at Burger Palace. I heard on your voicemail. And they are really spelling this out for us. And then Detective Dennis, now relieved he won't have to deal with the consequences of his actions, tries to turn the tables on her. Why are you doing this? I am taking our daughter, whether you pay or not. We're starting a new life. Is that why you kidnapped her? So you could get all our money and run away? I'm doing what's best for Julia. What? I love you both so much. We are a family. Just because I lied to you and cheated on you and lied to our daughter and abandoned our daughter and told you to kill our daughter doesn't mean we're not a perfect, loving family. You destroyed our family when you slept with Elizabeth. Oh. How long have you known? What, is this a surprise to him? What did he think was her motive for pulling this stunt? She's just feeling kind of silly today. So she's like, no, you can't fix this. You can't apologize. Send me the money anyway, because you made me feel worthless and I want you to see how it feels. When you have nothing, I will consider coming back. Okay, I will send the money. You will? If I lose my daughter, then I've already lost everything. You can have it all. And then the mad lad actually does it. He sends her $10,000. He gets a voicemail from her where Julia kind of sounds like she really has been kidnapped.
Hi, Daddy. I love you, and I miss you so much.
Again, I don't know how he's the good guy here. All he did was ruin everything constantly. But that's it. That's the end. But honestly, I think the best endings are the ones that are open to interpretation. Does his family come back? Or do they abandon him like he did to Julia? Does Elizabeth find even more hickeys on her body? And what did they end up ordering? Was this all just an ad for Burger Palace? Do they have milkshakes there? These are the questions you'll just have to answer yourself. The Discover page on Snapchat is filled with all sorts of channels like phony text. It seems like most of them are creators from other platforms that just kind of reformat their videos to fit on here. One of my favorites is Reaction Time, a YouTuber who somehow has 15 million subscribers, and if you thought his YouTube content was lazy, wait until you see this.
I break up with him like last week, but it's hard, you know, he like loves my son and
I could say something. React.
I show him like a restaurant down the street.
No. He's airing himself with money. Look at that.
I'm with you if you're here with your son. I'm not about to just sit like, oh, if you...
Did he just put those glasses on just to say that? Okay, I think I understand it now. Some people can't see without glasses. He can't speak without glasses. It's a very sad disorder, and I hope they find the cure.
Wow. Sorry to see that, bro. She's a gold digger.
And that's gonna wrap it up. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time with more episodes of Reaction Time. Peace out.
That's gonna do it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry that I forgot to make even one remotely interesting observation during the entire video, but maybe episode 42, I'll think of something. But the most notorious Snapchat channel right now is the one I mentioned earlier, The Magic Show. If you like to watch nothing happen, you're gonna love this. I don't even know what, the thesis of this show is. It's on season 2 now, and the first season was at least kind of magic related. It was a lot of Rick Lack's life hacks, or life lacks for short, but at the very least you could say that there was some sleight of hand involved sometime. Mostly it was all the fake bullshit that I made a video about already, but at least they had a theme. In season 2, I don't know what the fuck is happening anymore. I don't think these people know what the word magic means. It's mostly just pranks that I've already seen other people do before. Funny eyebrow pranks, popping out a hole prank.
I would like to plead guilty to love and milk.
A whole video of me pranking my friend who's definitely not aware I'm doing this and is just doing that normal thing that everybody does where they take a fully clothed shower and completely ignore their surroundings. Everything else they do is just lie. And yeah, that's pretty much what Rick has made a living doing so far. At its core, a magic trick is just an elaborate lie, but I still don't appreciate it. Especially because everything is so long-winded. It seems like they intentionally try to ramble on for as long as possible before showing you the inevitably underwhelming reveal. Wow, I can't wait to see what this dress looks like. They've been hyping this up for like 4 minutes now. It's gonna be really good, I bet. Here we go.
Here we go. Your new wedding dress.
Stop it! This is so cool!
Isn't it amazing?
It just looks dirty.
Because of the smoke bomb and like air, you know, like is the way air moves?
Yeah.
Like air has like a really flowy.
So cool.
That's true. Air is so flowy. The worst thing they do though, and frankly all of them should be put in jail for this, is these nasty cooking life hacks. They throw all these disgusting ingredients together as like this 5-minute family meal. This is gonna save you so much time. Listen, I'm a busy mom just like y'all. So I'm gonna let you in on my secret pasta recipe, where I pour uncooked SpaghettiOs into a pie crust and then cover it with cheese and bread.
Just a small dash of milk, just enough to get it kind of juicy. I kind of eyeball it.
They reel you in with some insane bullshit that makes you think, well, this is gross, but surely this is going somewhere. I'll be surprised at the end when they reveal it's actually delicious. That's why they're showing this to me. So you watch the whole thing, maybe even sit through some ads on the way there, waiting for that M. Night Shyamalan twist, and then they finally pull it out of the oven, and that's it. They don't cut into it or take a bite, and they're certainly not about to eat this off camera. They understand this is a total abomination they've created, and they don't care. So I guess this account is satire now? Is that what it is? Is it all just a parody? It's not really advertised as that, so who's to say? One thing it's definitely not, though, is magic. In conclusion, I know that all social media apps are designed to be a massive waste of time, but Snapchat's content is so aggressively stupid that it makes me angry at every single person who has a hand in creating it. Yes, Twitter and Instagram both feature similarly pointless stories and headlines, but at least those come with an element of discussion. Snapchat's trash garbage doesn't even have a comment section, so all I can do is assume that everybody else hates it too. But I don't get to see people make funny roasts or try to defend it and get ratioed or end up in completely unrelated political arguments. This isn't fun. This is bad. You know, it's funny. All this time, I've been scrolling through the app while going to the bathroom. I didn't realize that the real poop was on my phone this whole time. I'm gonna go wash my hands again. Hey, in the meantime, check out this commercial.
Hi, I'm choking. And I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. Whenever you use the internet to connect to an unencrypted network, you're sending countless information that can potentially be intercepted on its way there. But a virtual private network essentially creates a secure tunnel for that information to pass through. It's like putting important mail inside of an envelope, or putting on pants to cover your butt. But it's not just for security. A VPN also allows your device to access content that may be restricted due to the country you're in. You can actually go in and change your computer's location to a server in one of 94 different countries, thereby making the internet think that that's where you are. So if you wanted to watch something like, let's say, Spy Kids on Netflix, and you live in America like I do, you're all out of luck. Unless, of course, you used ExpressVPN to change your location to Canada, and now you and your brother are saving the world. There are so many shows and movies and basketball games I've been able to watch by doing this. It really opens up what you're able to see on the internet. Using Netflix without ExpressVPN is kind of like if you paid for a gym membership, but the only thing they let you use there were the really heavy weights that you're not strong enough to lift, so you just kind of stand in the corner and do jumping jacks until your mom can come pick you up. So don't do that, is what I'm saying. Find out how you can get 3 months free by clicking the link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/Drew. The link is also on the screen right now, but clicking on it there will not work. That's not how links work. All you're gonna do is pause the video, and then you're gonna be really confused because I stopped talking, and that's not... Why did he stop talking?
Oh well. Thanks to ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video, and thank you to all who watched it. I'm talking to you. So at the end of my last video, I sarcastically said that I would be back the next day with a video where I break down the stock market, which was a lie because I don't understand the stock market. But a lot of people were messaging me seemingly upset that I never uploaded the video that they thought I had promised to them. Anyway, I feel really bad for duping you all, so I will be posting an in-depth apology video tomorrow. Please be sure to subscribe so you can check that out. Thank you. Bye-bye.
When I was a kid, I don't think there was anything I was more obsessed with than Star Wars. Star Wars birthday cake. Star Wars birthday costume. Star Wars Darth Maul Taco Bell cup. Practically all I ever did was watch these movies while playing with the toys that were based on these movies. The great thing about the original 3 movies is that they still hold up today. They're exciting to watch, they're full of great performances, they've got an iconic soundtrack, there's hardly any incest in them. And it's crazy to think how much of what was made at this point more than 40 years ago is still acting as the sun around which every new piece of Star Wars media revolves. The like 4 characters created for these movies that get shoehorned into every new series, every reimagining, because Star Wars, even as one of the largest brands in the world, cannot seem to exist without them. They cannot create anything without a Skywalker or an Obi-Wan or a Yoda or a Darth Vader, and they're barely even trying to. It honestly seems like their entire goal at this point is to just be like, remember this guy? Remember this guy? And if this is all they're gonna do with the brand, what is even the point? If every new show is only going to exist as a way to remind us of something we've already seen, how much more Star Wars do we need? Now, I'm certainly not about to sit here and act like I'm somehow immune to nostalgia bait, because that would be a lie. When Disney released the first trailer for the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, I was ecstatic. Ewan McGregor was always one of my favorite things about the prequel trilogy, and I could not wait to see him come back and play this character again. But then the weirdest thing happened. The show came out, and it ended up being so boring I stopped watching after 2 episodes and didn't think about it again for an entire year. Turns out bringing back a recognizable character is a pretty good way to get people to pay attention to something. But you still have to put in a little bit of effort. For one, I was shocked at how cheap everything looked. I know they didn't quite have a movie budget for this, but it's not like they were working with nothing. But it's so bland and gray and dark. A lot of the action sequences are nauseating to watch because of the artificial camera shake they threw in. What is this even supposed to convey? That the cameraman is scared? It just looks stupid. And of course the production problems could be overlooked if there was a story worth telling here, but I think they forgot to come up with one. None of the characters are interesting, including the one that should have been a slam dunk. You somehow took a character that's existed in people's heads for over 40 years and wrote him to be so flat that I can't remember a single thing he said or did in the show. There's no fear instilled by the antagonists because they're completely incompetent. The writing is inconsistent and the rules change from scene to scene. 4 stormtroopers, huh? Piece of cake for a guy like me. Oh fuck, 3 stormtroopers? I give up. Don't shoot! Damn. If only they brought a 4th guy. This also happens just a few seconds after he tries way too hard to open a gate they very clearly could have just walked around. Did that fight give him a concussion? In episode 4, Obi-Wan has to go save Leia from her imprisonment on what is described as an extremely secure base.
It's impenetrable, Wade.
Suicide.
You're not getting in there.
Yeah, it looks pretty secure to me. They've got an entire droid patrolling the place. Not to mention multiple doors that are unlocked.
It's impenetrable.
Okay, well, he made it into the base, but there's no way they're getting out of there. Look how conspicuous they're being. Surely someone will notice the human child hiding under his jacket. No one sees that? Are their helmets on backwards? Oh, there we go. Now they're screwed. They are completely surrounded by stormtroopers. There's no way they're getting out of this. They got away.
everything worked out. And it's not because they came up with like a strategic plan or anything. They just lowered the difficulty to easy and ran straight to the ship. This show feels like it was reverse engineered. They knew people liked this character, so they decided to make a series about him, and then it's like, we'll figure out a plot for it later on. So the show came out last summer, and we're so close to figuring out a plot for it. They knew people liked Baby Yoda in The Mandalorian, so they put the baby version of a different legacy character in this show. Because why try to make something new when you've already stumbled upon a formula that works? What is this, my YouTube channel? Really, this entire series doesn't do a single interesting thing until this moment near the end. And yeah, this fight was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. I don't think the rest of the show needed to exist. This is like 8 minutes that are worth watching out of the entire 6-episode series. They could have just filmed this part and thrown it up on Vimeo or something. You didn't even need to bother with all that other shit. Like, what is the point of introducing Reva or any of these Inquisitors if you're not gonna do anything with them? They just act as placeholder villains until Darth Vader shows up. They don't have an arc, they're not written or portrayed in a memorable way, they're just there. Like, Reva's whole thing is she's trying to earn the trust of Vader so he'll let his guard down around her and she can strike when he least expects it. Now, obviously we know that isn't going to work because Darth Vader is very much alive in the movies we've already seen, but we don't know how close she gets. Maybe she comes up with a perfect plan and everything works out until something goes wrong at the last moment. Or she has some inner conflict and hesitates and misses her chance. Like, there's so many possibilities for how this could have played out. You want to know what the final draft version of her plan was? Run up behind him and yell. Even if he didn't have telekinetic powers, he still has ears. How did you think this was gonna go? Why did we watch 5 episodes of this character if this is all it was leading to? What a waste of time. Writing characters that are mind-numbingly stupid is an unfortunate staple across the Disney Plus Star Wars universe. It continues to pop up in the show that I watched after this one, and the one that came out most recently, Ahsoka. Now, this show is definitely better than Kenobi, but not by much. Our first introduction to the titular character is this unbelievably long scene where she's just slowly touching stuff in this cave and things start moving around and making noise, and it's so mysterious, and it goes on for like 4 minutes all so she can find the golden ball. And then she takes the ball, and then she tells people about the ball, and then her apprentice tinkers with the ball, and then someone steals the ball, and that's pretty much all of what episode 1 is until the end. Oh my god, she fucking died? All right, I'll admit it, that is a bold opening. You've established stakes, you've shown how ruthless the enemy can be, how they'll stop at nothing to get what they want. This already adds a bunch of depth to Ahsoka's character. What's that? She's fine?
I'm fine.
I guess it was just a minor stabbing. Sorry, it's just like, I feel like people usually have died from that. Relax, Obi-Wan, he's fine. Just throw a Band-Aid on it and drag him back to the ship. Okay, and it's not just that she inexplicably survives something that has killed every other character every time it's happened. It's that she's almost entirely unaffected by this. She spends like 10 minutes in the hospital and then continues about her day. If you take out the part where she got stabbed for pilot episode cliffhanger purposes, then the plot would be exactly the same. Worse though, it makes every battle going forward seem a little less important because apparently lightsabers don't kill people. So why would I be nervous watching any of these fights? Nothing a little Neosporin can't fix. It's not just the first episode though, this is a theme throughout the entire show. How many times are the main characters going to end up in battles where they get shot at 1,000,000 times and never get hit? It happens here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. I know that nothing bad is going to happen to them because nothing ever does. They are invincible. And once you realize that, these scenes are no longer exciting, they're just loud. There are no stakes because the enemy is useless. Now, the one thing to come out of that episode is that Sabine, the apprentice who died but didn't die, gave the golden ball map to the bad guy. And that map has the coordinates to an even bigger bad guy. So the good guys need to get that map back from the bad guys before they use it to find the other bad guy. But they also need the map because guess who else is there
there another good guy. Now, I like that this premise sets up an interesting moral dilemma, because they know that even though they want to use the map to find their friend Ezra, they know that if they go to the planet that both he and Thrawn, the main villain, are at, that they risk giving Thrawn a way out, something he currently doesn't have. So there's a case to be made that if they were to just destroy the map, they would be sacrificing their friend Ezra for the greater good. Because everything we hear about Thrawn is that he's like hell-bent on destroying the entire universe. So as hard as it would be to do, it kind of seems like maybe giving up on your friend would be the best thing that would save the most lives. But of course, they don't do that. Sabine is like, yeah, people are gonna die, but Ezra's my buddy. And it's not just that she does this, it's the total lack of reaction from anyone else. Sabine's selfish actions will lead to yet another Star War, and no one's even a little bit upset. Wouldn't it have been interesting if when Ezra first sees Sabine, he kind of freaks out? Like, no, you can't be here. You've doomed the entire galaxy just to save me? I'm not worth that. What were you thinking, right? Instead, he's just like, yo, where my hug at? Remember that scene in The Dark Knight where they only have time to save either Harvey or his girlfriend Rachel, and they make the difficult choice to save him because of what he represents to the city? But instead of being relieved when he sees that someone is there to save him, his immediate reaction is anguish at the thought of someone else dying for his sake. I don't know, just thinking about that for no reason at all. I feel like everything that could have been interesting about this show is not. Like, I was so intrigued when these two came on screen and seeing how they interacted with the main characters. This could have been such an interesting parallel of master and apprentice. We could have seen the similarities between these two pairs, but that's not explored at all outside of just how the fight scenes get split up. You watch the entire season and you still don't know anything about these people. I guess he's on some mission to find power and then they have to like split up at the end, but it's all so vague.
This is a land of dreams and madness. Some ancient past, long forgotten.
Sometimes stories are just stories.
There's nothing human or relatable for me to latch onto as a viewer. I would have loved an episode that's just these two, and maybe you get a glimpse into their past and see how he kind of became a father figure to her and why that relationship matters. And maybe you could have even given her any amount of dialogue so she could have a character trait besides just brooding all the time. There's only one person on this show who evolves from beginning to end. Sabine starts off as a rebellious Padawan who cannot use the Force at all, and transforms into a rebellious Padawan who can use the Force a little bit. How does she learn? Does she have some kind of epiphany where we, the audience, are given a reason for everything to suddenly just click? No. She can't do it, and then she can't do it, and then she can't do it, and then she can do it at the time when it was most convenient to for plot reasons. Out of nowhere, she just does something that she had no ability to do 30 seconds ago. And then another 30 seconds later, she's using the Force again to shove an adult man across a gap the size of a football field. I guess she's a master of this now. There's not a whole lot of cause and effect in this show. Things don't happen because something else happened. They happen because it's time for them to happen. When someone dies, no one reacts accordingly. To the point where I'm like, do they even know what death is? They're aware that it's bad, right? Also, why is this kid even on the ship in the first place? What is it, bring your son to war day? I've seen a lot of people try to criticize the actors in this show, but I'm really not sure how much of it is actually their fault. Like, I don't think on her own that Ahsoka is a bad character or that Rosario Dawson is bad at playing her, because she plays her the exact same way as she did in one episode of The Mandalorian, and I thought she did really good in that. So did almost everybody. So clearly the issues seem to be more about the context that these characters are put in. In both shows, she's portrayed as this wise and powerful Jedi, and in The Mandalorian, it makes sense for her to have that air to her because they write her to have knowledge that Mando doesn't have. He goes to her for information, and she delivers it with the sort of quiet stoicism that makes sense given the circumstances. In her show, not only is it kind of boring for your main character to talk like that the entire time, but it doesn't really make sense for her to be that calm while telling Sabine, hey, it's okay that you've doomed the entire galaxy for personal reasons. It's not a big deal that millions of people will die. because at least you followed your heart. Like, no, that's fucking stupid, but that's how she delivers a line because that's how it was written. I have more to say about this show and Obi-Wan Kenobi, but before I get more into that, I have to tell you about the Star Wars show that is so much better than both of these, it's actually hard to fathom that it takes place inside the same universe. I think if I can explain some of the things that Andor does really well, it'll do a better job of showing why Ahsoka and Kenobi are so flat in comparison. Before we get to that though, I want to tell you about today's sponsor, SoFi, and how we're working together to give $10,000 away to someone watching this video right now. Kind of wish I was watching this video right now. I want $10,000. If you didn't know, SoFi is the all-in-one finance app that'll help you bank, borrow, and invest so you can achieve all your ambitions all in one app. They offer budget insights on your spending, an overview of your net worth, and credit score monitoring that won't hurt your credit score. You even earn SoFi reward points every time your credit score goes up by 5 or more points with no added cost. I feel like these days it's really easy to lose track of some of the stuff you're paying for. There's so many subscription services you can easily forget about. What do you mean I'm paying $12 a month to birds.com? I don't have any birds. So having an all-in-one mobile dashboard where you can see what categories you're spending the most money on and all your upcoming recurring expenses can be super helpful when trying to get a handle on your finances. And speaking of finances, if you'd like to enter for a chance to win $10,000, simply sign up for SoFi's financial insights or credit score monitoring by using my link, and that's it. It's totally free. Just click the link in the description or scan this QR code to enter for a chance to win. Just make sure if you do sign up that you do so with my link because that's the only way to enter the giveaway. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring today's video, which I will now continue. It takes like 7 minutes for Andor to subvert our expectations. Main character gets followed by a couple of antagonistic jerks. They're pestering him. They've got him cornered. They're trying to rob him. I've seen where this goes. This is where our protagonist shows off how cool and strong he is. Who are you? The name's Andor, and don't you forget it. But no, that's not actually how this goes down, because that's not who he is as a character, and that's not what this show is. In this show, he has to scrape and claw to get out of a situation like this. It's not smooth, it's brutal and messy, and in the process of trying to defend himself, he accidentally kills one of them, an act that gets treated with the gravity you rarely see in Star Wars.
He's not breathing. He's taking. He's up. Hello.
Once the other guy shifts from being pissed off to realizing he now needs to beg for his own life, holy shit.
We had a misunderstanding. We're going together. I'll tell him what happened.
And it's important to point out that this isn't just a little action sequence to grab the viewer's attention. This is what drives the show forward. This is the impetus for everything Cassian does next, because he's now a wanted criminal. He's on the run. He has to quickly figure out how to earn enough money to get the hell out of this place. When I say that the other shows are boring, I'm not asking for more giant battles with a bunch of explosions and CGI spaceships. We've seen all that before. I'm just asking for what happens on the screen to mean something. If there are no consequences when something happens, then it does not matter that it happened. If nothing else, at the very least, death has to matter, and yet Star Wars keeps trying to tell us that it doesn't. When major characters die, they're only dead until we need them to be alive again. And when minor characters die, no one around them seems to give a shit. So what's the point? Oh, don't worry about those guys. They're just kind of nothing.
What do you mean the people were just kind of nothing? They're just like not important, like they don't matter.
We also don't need to be told about the threat posed by the Empire in this show. We can just see it. We're shown what can happen to a corrupt judicial system with unchecked power. We're shown a prison with electrified floors they can use to kill anybody for any reason. Like, the Empire actually feels terrifying in this show. These TIE fighters, which are made to be so disposable, so small and insignificant in the other movies, feel enormous when they fly by. They're loud and daunting. Their presence actually feels like a threat. In Ahsoka, we are not shown why we should be scared of Thrawn. We're told that he's this imposing force. We're told that he's an evil Grand Admiral whose escape will lead to the destruction of the galaxy, but those are just words. Words contradicted by how stupid he is in every scene. Every time
time he attempts to kill anyone, he fails at it. His plans keep not working, and every time he's just like, actually, it's a good thing that we lost. Now that I think about it, maybe that's why Ahsoka's so nonchalant about him getting out. It's because she realizes that he's just a bumbling idiot who painted himself blue. If you want to make the audience fear your villain, you have to show what they're capable of. Not with words, but with actions. Remember this guy? That was kind of his entire thing. In fact, he was at his most feared when he wasn't talking. And unless you want them to just be evil for the sake of being evil, you have to flesh them out in some capacity. What are their motivations, their flaws, their ambitions? A great show will make you sympathize with the villain. A great show will show you everybody's perspective so you understand where they're coming from. A bad show will tell you, these guys are evil and these guys are good. And that's why they fight. Andor takes the time to develop almost all of its characters in ways the other shows simply did not. The first time Cassian's friend Brasso comes on screen, we are shown the dynamic of their relationship without one of them having to just verbally tell us. We can see the concern Brasso has when he notices his bruises, and then Cassian, without explaining himself first, starts telling him what we know to be a lie about what took place last night.
What'd you do when you left?
I went home, cleaned up a bit, and then I fell asleep.
No, we decided we were thirsty and you wanted to go to Cabos. But I said that was no good because there's too many people there I owe money.
He starts explaining to Brasso the somewhat convoluted alibi that he needs him to go along with, and without missing a beat, Brasso realizes that his friend needs his help and agrees to go along with it.
You insulted my choice of beverage. As host and provider, I was offended by this. You come in now to apologize.
This is a great scene because it serves two purposes. One, it tells us that what happened last night is not just going to go away, and clearly Cassian is worried about the consequences. And two, it shows us that these two people are good enough friends for one of them to put himself in danger for the other one's sake. From this, we can just assume a bunch of things about their relationship. Clearly, they've known each other for a long time. They probably have their own history of getting into trouble, but always having each other's backs. I hate when dialogue will try to accomplish the same thing by just telling you about something that happened off screen.
Cousin! There's that man whose uncle is my dad. I haven't seen you since that mission we did. The one on Chlorpatron? Yep, where you almost got us killed. Hey, I'm a great pilot, but I'm impulsive. And it's important we say these things out loud to each other, lest we forget.
Later on in this episode, they introduce Cyril, the Imperial deputy who's fucking obsessed with his job. And you can see that immediately from the way he's standing, from the seriousness with which he's trying to talk, from the hilarious detail that he's taken the time to have his suit tailored.
Have you modified your uniform?
Perhaps slightly.
Within seconds of this man appearing on screen, you already understand who he is. What's interesting about this character, and also Dedra, a similar character who gets introduced later, is that instinctively, you kind of find yourself rooting for both of them, even though they are the bad guys. And why is that? How could it be that this asshole comes on screen in his funny little suit and I find myself sympathizing with him? Well, it's because we understand why he's doing the things he's doing. In juxtaposition with his boss in this scene, he just wants justice, but the company he's working for is telling him, no, do not investigate this murder. In fact, don't draw any attention to it at all because it might make us look bad. So even though we obviously don't want Andor to get caught, you can still look at the situation from Cyril's point of view and be like, hey, I mean, he's got a point. Like, I don't want Zuko to capture the Avatar, but once you see what he's been through and why it's so important to him, it makes him feel more human. Seeing someone who thinks they're doing something for the right reasons is always way more interesting than someone who's just vaguely evil. It's also important that these characters are written to be smart because they couldn't have gotten to where they are if they weren't. They couldn't succeed in the ways that they do if they were just giant morons our heroes could defeat without breaking a sweat. When someone comes up with a plan on this show, it is thorough. They take months to prepare for it. They have to focus on the most minute of details because the people they're fighting aren't just dumb and vulnerable. They have to find the tiniest cracks that they can slip through. And even when they plan for months and the objective is overall a success, there are still repercussions. And the Empire doesn't just shrug their shoulders and take it. They use it as an opportunity to amp up their authority. They're not invincible, but they're pretty close to it. When I was finished watching all 8 episodes of Ahsoka, I sat back and thought, what actually happened in this show? What transformations took place from the beginning of the series to the end? And it's pretty much just one thing. Thrawn got out.
That's it. And sure, we're told that's a big deal in this universe, but like, we needed 8 episodes just to do that? How does something with such a huge budget get stretched so thin? Conversely, when I got to episode 4 of Andor and he meets up with a group of rebels who tells him about their plan to pull a grand heist on the planet of Aldhani, I thought, oh, cool. So this is what the whole series is gonna build up to. The season finale will be this mission. And then they rehearsed, executed, and dealt with the consequences of the entire thing by the end of episode 6. It was a 3-episode arc. I was so conditioned by the other 2 shows that I just assumed they would drag this one plot point across the entire season. But the creators of Andor knew that they had way more story to tell. You thought this part was good? No. We haven't even gotten to the best part yet. The best part of this show is the Narkina 1 prison sequence. Now, I want to be careful how I talk about this because I don't want to spoil it, but I am going to spoil it, so you've been warned. If you haven't watched this show yet and you're at all intrigued by it, go watch all 12 episodes and then come back and finish the video. But make sure you come back, because then I'll get 2 views. So Cassian gets taken to this place where the first thing they do is show you how they are in control. If you act out, or if you don't do your job, or if you do your job but just slower than everyone else, they will turn on the floors that will electrically shock you. This prison doesn't need thousands of armed guards to keep you in your place. It has its own built-in security. And they're so confident in this system that they don't even feel like they need to have someone supervise the prisoners when they go back to their cells. They just assign one of them to play that role. On Cassian's floor, that person is Kino Loy. Now, Kino is as much of a company man as a prisoner could be. He is steadfast in his belief that if he just does everything he's supposed to, that he will be set free when his number hits 0. It doesn't seem to faze him at all that their sentences are getting doubled or tripled arbitrarily. He's just focused on doing everything he thinks he needs to do to get out of this place as soon as possible. Now, as Cassian spends weeks and then months here, he is trying to accrue any information he can on this prison, but Kino will not budge.
How many guards on each level?
You want out of here alive, turn that part of your mind off.
You think they're listening? You think they care enough to make an effort? They don't need to care. How many guards on each level?
It's gonna take something much bigger than Cassian to disillusion this man. And that's when a rumor starts to leak. A prisoner on level 4 finished his sentence and was supposed to get released, but instead got put right back into the prison just on a different floor. And when word started to spread about this, they killed everyone on that floor just to keep the rest of the prison from finding out. Around the same time, an old man named Olaf, with just a few shifts left of his sentence, suffers a stroke. A doctor is sent to give him medical attention, but all he can do is just put him out of his misery. A now out of commission old man is of no use to the Empire in a prison where all that matters is productivity. While he's there, the doctor confirms the rumor about what happened on level 2, and this is where the reality of the situation finally sets in for Kino.
No one is getting out!
It doesn't matter how well you play the game when your opponent is in control of the rules. And one last time, Cassian asks him the same question.
How many guards on each level?
Never more than 12.
Dude. This shit got me so fired up. I was on my feet, I was hooting and hollering, I started barking at the TV. This, and of course the following episode where they actually break out of prison, was so entertaining to watch, and everything that built up to these moments was laid out and paced so perfectly. This wasn't just good by Star Wars standards, this was one of the most enjoyable stretches of television I've seen in years. But again, all of this doesn't just happen because they thought it would be a cool thing to put in a show. This serves a greater purpose in the overall story. This is the single most transformative event of Cassian's life. At the beginning of the show, he's approached by this guy Luthen with a chance to join his rebellion, and he could not give 2 shits about it. To him, it's never been about fighting the Empire, he's just trying to survive. His motivation is money and protecting his family. That's it. Sure, there's moments throughout the Aldhani arc where he starts to get introduced to some other perspectives. He starts showing subtle signs of leadership, he sees someone who mirrors some of the worst parts of himself and maybe realizes, I don't know if that's the guy I want to be. But even when he's done with that and he gets paid, he hasn't changed all that much. All he wants to do is take that money and fuck off to Space Miami where he can stay out of trouble. It's not until he's thrown into this harrowing prison where he can see for himself how evil these people are. He didn't even get arrested for his double murder, by the way. He got a 6-year sentence for looking suspicious on a beach. Now is where he sees firsthand how subhuman the Empire views everyone to be. That there are prisoners wasting their lives away working here, motivated only by the promise of freedom that they don't even realize they'll die before they ever get a taste of. This is the inciting incident that fundamentally changes who he is. And that's how you develop a character. It's also such an interesting story of sacrifice and working towards a larger goal at the expense of what you want. Cassian initially just wants to be left alone, right? Why is this my problem? But once he realizes not only how fucked up everything is, but that he may be able to serve a larger purpose within this movement, he jumps at the opportunity. Everyone who's a part of this rebellion is sacrificing something to do so, and the result is honestly kind of beautiful. Luthen, as one of the leaders of this rebellion, is very much the face of that idea. He has this incredible speech where he's like, what do I sacrifice? Everything.
I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see.
This isn't about me. This isn't about us. This is about creating something for the greater good. And then I just think about how they made Sabine put the entire galaxy in danger so she could save one guy. The gap between Andor and Ahsoka in terms of writing quality is the size of the Grand Canyon.
Live or die? Trying to die.
I choose to live. Take all the money you found and go and find some peace.
I won't have peace. I'll be worried about you all the time.
That's just love. Nothing you can do about that.
What an amazing line to come out of a random Star Wars show. And anytime someone delivers a monologue in Andor, it's so inspirational. It makes me want to run through a brick wall.
They don't have enough guards, and they know it. If we wait until they figure that out, it'll be too late. And I would rather die trying to take them down than giving them what they want.
In Ahsoka, I feel like sometimes the writers forgot what universe their show takes place in. There's a scene where Hera has to have a meeting in front of members of the Intergalactic Senate and listen to the reasons they give for not believing her story.
But this report reads like a child's fairy tale. Star maps, star whales, distant galaxies. Honestly, are we to believe any of it?
Dude, you're literally in Star Wars. What are you talking about? Oh, you want me to believe there's some kind of other galaxy out there that has a map leading to it? Sounds like bullshit to me. Now get out of my sight, lime green alien with tentacles for hair. Also, where the creators of Andor deliberately avoided gratuitous cameos, the other shows seem to have been built around them. It's like they feel compelled to dangle a familiar character in front of us every time they think people are starting to lose interest. Man, this courtroom scene is boring. I don't even know who any of these people are. C-3PO? I know that guy. Oh, the whales are back. Wake me up when this is over. Hayden Christensen from Little Italy?
What?
I like seeing characters that I know return to the screen. It's fun. I'm not trying to rain all over your parade if you enjoyed this, but like, can there also be substance with it? Can we raise our standards a little bit? I think if I were to try to thematically categorize the new Star Wars that works versus the new Star Wars that doesn't, it's that a lot of what doesn't work seems to be taking familiar characters and putting them in a new setting, where what has worked has mostly done the opposite. I think when you approach something like the Empire and say, what if we told this story from a brand new perspective? That's how you can flesh out something we're familiar with in ways we might have never even considered. Whereas when you start with a character and then try to pull an entire show out of your ass, it's gonna be a lot harder to stumble upon a story worth telling. Also, when you make a spin-off series about a person whose life we are already intimately familiar with, you lose your ability to use one of the most fundamental tools of storytelling: character evolution. A bedrock of almost every good story ever told involves a three-dimensional character who grows and changes in some way. And when you take someone who's already experienced that in the past, it's hard to do that again without first making them devolve a little bit, and that's not fun to see. I don't want to see a PTSD-ridden Obi-Wan Kenobi scared of conflict before reverting back into the guy we thought he was. It's like when you play the sequel to a video game and they have to come up with some convoluted way to justify the fact that they nerfed all your abilities you had at the end of the last game so you can learn them all again. Oh, he forgot how to use the Force. Yay, he remembered! On the topic of video games though, I think that's somewhere where Star Wars has done a pretty good job of expanding on this universe in a worthwhile and additive way. Particularly the Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor games are really fun, even though they did kind of release the second one in an indefensible state of brokenness, but that's just how games are now. Can't blame us if everyone's doing it. But this game is another example of like, hey, you don't have to just keep using the same 4 characters over and over again. Let me experience something new. It can still take place within a world I'm familiar with, but give me a fresh protagonist to learn about. Show me Star Wars from an alternate perspective and let me live inside of it. That, more than anything else, is what takes me back to the feeling that Star Wars gave me when I was a kid, and I think it's something they desperately need more of.
I got it so easy. Guard the cliff, crush the locals, look at the scenery. Nobody's getting past me, not without a blaster.
I will forge the way there in your honor. Time to fight.
But for Star Wars to regain the reputation it once had, it's going to have to come in the form of consistently good movies and TV shows. And even with as great as Andor was, I have no confidence to believe that this is a sign of more things to come. Because so far this has very much proven to be the exception to the rule. Tony Gilroy came in and showed that when you're not afraid to bring something new to the table, to avoid cheap cameos in lieu of actual storytelling, to not just follow the formula created 46 years ago, that you can make something so good that it doesn't even have to be Star Wars for it to work. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi had to be Obi-Wan. Ahsoka had to be Ahsoka. The stories that these shows told were so thin that no one would have given a shit about them if it wasn't filled with familiar faces. Andor is a show that just happens to take place in the Star Wars universe, and I don't think Disney is that interested in continuing to tell those kinds of stories. When I was a kid, I would think about all the blanks that could be filled in the Star Wars universe. I thought so excitedly about all the planets and the monsters and the Jedis out there just doing their thing. It seemed like there were infinite possibilities. And yet, the more they expand on this universe, the smaller it starts to feel. Are there more stories to tell, or are we just gonna keep finding ways to repackage the old ones? Because if that's the case, I don't know how much more Star Wars we need. Hey guys, welcome back to my 5th annual Christmas video that I almost never upload in time for Christmas. I wasn't going to do one of these this year. I had something else I was already working on, but then the Samsung TV Plus app that my television defaults to whenever I turn it on ended up on the Christmas movie channel. And I kept accidentally watching the endings of random terrible Christmas movies, and it made me realize that that's the funniest part of the movie. You have no context, no idea who anyone is or how we got here, but you still get to see every weird storyline resolve itself. The first one I saw was The Search for Secret Santa, and this is the exact moment that I jumped into, so you have as much context going into this as I did.
Okay, bye. Jackson? Are you defacing the beam?
Are you defacing the beam? I'm sorry, but that is a perfect line.
Yeah, I was in the process of defacing the beam.
Jackson, you know that property damage between $200 and $1,000 is a first-degree misdemeanor.
Yeah, I just needed your final approval.
My final approval for what?
For defacing the beam.
This is a place of forever love, and I wanted to write Sophia and Jackson inside the heart. Can I?
My name's Rebecca, but sure.
Wait, here. I made this for you.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, I know.
You lifted my curse.
There was a curse?
Jackson, the real curse was me thinking that true love had to be like a fairy tale, when the fact is, real life and the real you are far better.
Wow, that's a huge backhanded compliment. Thank you. I used to think that I would meet someone perfect, but you taught me that my standards were way too high. Huh? Settling for you was the best decision I've ever made. Okay, but even after all that, you are not prepared for the final 12 seconds of this movie. they choose that frame? So at this point, I was just determined to watch as many Christmas movie endings as I could over the past couple weeks, and that's exactly what I did. Up next, we've got Holiday Road Trip, starring none other than Christy North. Now, when I saw that she was in this, I assumed she must act in a bunch of Christmas movies, right? Because that's just what some actors do. They find their niche and then only do that forever. But as far as I can tell, this is the only other Christmas movie that this actress has ever been in, which makes this pretty special. So it seems like she's found herself in a bit of a love triangle here.
What's he doing here?
These two men can't stop fighting over her.
I need to ask you something.
Hey, well, easy, just easy, pal.
Back off, Chief, before I get all kinds of ninja on you. And what's up with the Band-Aid? Drive at her on your face?
Huh?
Drive at her on your face?
One more time?
Drive at her on your face?
Drive at her on your face?
Drive at her on your face?
Hey, go ahead and comment down below what the fuck you think that guy just said, because I don't know. It seems like they're pretty deep into this love triangle because both of these men propose to her, and they're both really good at it, too.
We should get married.
Give me your hand.
I have feelings for Christy North.
Who's she gonna choose? Is it gonna be the guy covered in bruises who was repulsed by the way she decorated her home?
I had no idea that you lived like this.
No, it's the other guy who seems normal. Wow, the dog is not happy about this. Relax, boy, it's fine. Well, that seemed like a pretty standard Christmas movie ending. I'm sure they're not gonna just throw in something insane, right? What? That might be some of the worst Photoshop I've ever seen in a movie. So far. Another movie I really loved was Second Chance for Christmas. Not a single character in this one seems to act like a normal human being.
Mom? Dad?
Did you hear that? Sounds like there's a voice in our home. Should we turn around and look? Nah, who's got the time?
Cherry Bear!
But I especially loved going into it during this scene, which is very funny out of context.
I have an idea, and I need your guys' help. It's gonna sound a little crazy.
Cuts to them in like full body cast. Well, that didn't go as planned.
Excuse me, where's Mrs. Barnes' room?
Are you friend or family?
Hello, sorry, I'm very busy. I can't look up right now.
Oh, you just missed visiting hours. It's family only. Oh my gosh. You're Chance Love.
Yeah, in the flesh.
Yeah, I brought my flesh with me.
Look, is there any way that you could sneak me into my friend's room? I mean, it is Christmas.
Come on, there's no rules on Christmas.
I'm not supposed to. But I'm happy to make an exception this time.
Chance, what are you doing here?
Chance, you brought your flesh.
Brian, I asked, am I interrupting?
Oh, I don't know. Is she? Fuck, I hadn't thought about it. I don't think she's interrupting, but how do we know for sure?
All of your mom's bills are paid for.
Thank you.
Remember.
Oh, she sang a song. Is that Jerry? Why is Jerry from Parks and Rec smoking a cigar in this hospital?
It's the ketchups, it's the mayos, it's the relishes.
Oh, they were ghosts. Now I understand. Turns out even when you only watch 6 minutes of a movie, it can still be boring as hell. I had really high hopes for Cowboy Christmas, but that shit almost put me to sleep.
Hey.
Sorry you walked in on me kissing my horse. And now that my hat's off, we can talk about hats off to Christmas.
What's your biggest Christmas wish?
My first one is actually for my mom. I want her to get back together with her boyfriend.
Oh, that's not really something Santa can do.
I didn't realize your mother had a boyfriend, Scott.
Well, she never actually really called him that. But if you love someone, doesn't that just make them your boyfriend?
You know, I never thought about it like that, but he's right. Hey, Amanda, you're my boyfriend now.
Tell me, what's your Christmas wish?
Well, I'm not really sure if you can grant my second wish.
He's not gonna wish for what I think he is he? Wow, I guess science is no competition for the magic of Christmas. Oh my God, she just pulled Santa's beard off. All right, well, let's mix it up a little bit and talk about one of my favorite subgenres of Christmas movies, dog Christmas movies. In fact, right on YouTube.com, you've got The Dog Who Saved Christmas, The Dog Who Saved Christmas Vacation, and The Dog Who Saved the Holidays. Oh, they're including other holidays in this one? No, that's just another word for Christmas. So we enter this one on two bad guys who are trying to hunt some dogs, but then they get hit in the head by the guys they work for, even though it seems like they were doing their job. As you can see, their boss is very Italian.
This thing is a fugazi.
And since the tree topper they stole turned out to be a fake, the Italian guy decides to cut off their thumbs.
Guess we're gonna have to settle for their thumb. I get a pretty penny for them on the black market.
Who is buying thumbs on the black market? Man, I know what I'll be wishing for this Christmas.
Don't worry, guys. I didn't actually lose my thumbs. Just a little bit of movie magic here.
Hold on.
Oh, he's saying goodbye.
No! Timber! Bust again!
Oh my God, they're dead from that. The dogs are murderers.
Booyah!
Is that who I think it is?
That's Tony Rowe, the infamous loan shark.
He was hiding under this tree.
We fished them good. They're clean thanks to these dogs.
Dogs?
Oh, you know, 4 legs, tail. I've never seen a person with a tail. They're not, they're animals. All right, now you're just making shit up. Next one that caught my attention was Dog Napped, Hound for the Holidays. And I entered the movie during a scene where it seems like the main characters are trying to prove that they didn't kidnap the dog, who we know from the title, but no one believes them until they present their evidence.
If that's not enough, roll them.
Roll that flash drive. And then just hit any button in the middle of the remote and the video will start playing.
Thanks for the summer collection designs. I've always hated stealing your work, but your designs are just so much better than mine.
Good thing they've got this HD security footage of the criminals admitting how and why they committed the crime. Otherwise, they'd be screwed.
Everybody, put your hands up.
Whoa, what the fuck?
And don't even think about trying to stop me if you really care about what happens to this dog. Dog bit me! All right, that's it. Come on.
Wait, there was a cop there the whole time? There were 2 cops? What, were they just waiting for the dog to save the day?
I've always known that your sketches were the driving force behind the product line. How would you like to be the new face of the brand going forward?
The face of the brand?
Yes, she got the job at the company. I'm so proud of her.
It's been a crazy week and an even crazier night.
Yeah, someone brought a gun.
Looks like you have a new job and a new dog.
I guess I owe you a reward for helping me find him.
Sex?
$75 and a Christmas wish, I believe.
That's not sex.
And like you said, never underestimate
The value of a Christmas wish.
Yes, I did say that earlier in the movie, probably. Wow, what a passionate kiss. I like that they don't move, even a little bit. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the production value of these movies so far, because it's only going downhill from here. The next one, I think, is an original movie made by the YouTube channel Family Central, and it's called Doggone Christmas.
No offense, but this is the most fun I've had in years. How are you doing there, little fella?
He's such a cutie.
The basketball?
No, we just sit back and wait for them to make the next move.
I know what's going on in this movie. I don't think the dog talked in that last movie, but he definitely does in this one. I like that he kind of goes in and out of doing a Trump impression.
Trust me, guys, this is how it has to happen. It's for the best.
Okay, I trust you. Me too. We all do.
I'd trust you with my life. Yeah, we'd kill someone if you wanted us to. Now you can obviously see where this is going. The kids are gonna get on their bicycles and try to outrun a helicopter. And somehow it worked.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Goodbye, kiddo. See ya. I hope this works.
Oh, what's going on?
They say don't try this at home.
The dog's gonna set off some dynamite. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Showtime!
That wasn't part of the plan.
Oh, what? That was the dog's idea? He set up that TNT all on his own?
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine. What about Murphy?
Well, that's not a great start to Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I'll say. What a, like, nonchalant thing to say when their dog just died in front of them. Sorry about that, kids. But you know how Mondays can be.
Well, looks like that does it for the month.
Seems so.
Looks like there's nothing left for us to do but pack up and clear out of this one-horse town.
Looks like we've accomplished our mission. Can you talk normally for 5 minutes?
Who's ready for some hot chocolate?
Not really in the mood, Dad. Our dog just exploded.
I can't possibly drink all this hot chocolate by myself. I mean, I could try to drink it all by myself. Let's see.
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, that's a lot of hot chocolate.
No one forced you to do that.
Mr. Gernsback, after hearing of your recent departure from Galaxy, we'd like to know if you'd be at all interested in the position of lead developer here at Smart House Toys. I got the job! I got the job! This is the best Christmas ever.
The best Christmas ever?
Couldn't possibly get any better. Murphy?
Murphy! Yay! He didn't explode! We were so sure that he did!
But it's not the end, because they wrote an original song. That guy's name is Johnny Roast Beef Santori, courtesy of Egg Records. This movie's not real, but alas, it is real. And it's not the only film in the doggone saga. Let's see how Doggone Adventure ends.
What's this, guys?
Oh, they really, amped up the special effects in this one, huh? Awesome job, guys. It looks really good.
They're catching up! What do I do?
Oh boy, their backs are up against the wall now. How do you think they'll get out of this one? Remember to smash that like button to lock in your answer. All right, let's find out.
Malfunction. Malfunction.
It was D. It was D. And then they got rid of the other one by creating an intersection that she had to stop at. I'll say it, that's actually really fun. I really like how this production company went from a pretty simple dog Christmas movie to one that is entirely reliant on special effects. Like, yeah, it looks like shit, but this is probably done by one guy and it took him forever.
I'm gonna miss you, Murph.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Man, that ending left me with a lot of questions that probably would have been answered if I had watched the rest of the movie, but I already decided that that's not what this video is. Anyway, once I started watching these Family Central movies, I couldn't stop. The production value here is just unmatched. The next one was Christmas Staycation.
Matt, can you make a fire, please?
Is that guy dead?
Matt.
What? All right, hello. Me too.
Definitely seems like he could have just walked around them. It was kind of rude.
I'm stuck in the chimney!
Oh, there's a guy up there?
Mr. Madison, what are you doing up there?
Get me the hell out of here, and then we can play 20 questions.
You feeling better, Grandpa?
What, me? Sure. Takes a lot more than that to knock your old grandpa off his game.
Oh, I get stuck in chimneys all the time.
I still love you, Grandpa.
I would hope so.
What was that?
What?
That noise from the basement, that whining, barking sound.
A puppy! I got a puppy! I don't believe this!
Yeah, your grandpa left you a puppy down in the basement 2 weeks ago, actually. Probably should have left him some food.
You can't just buy her a dog without our permission.
Unbelievable.
You had a dog when you were a kid? Every kid should have a dog.
Someone gonna pick that tree up? This next one's called Christmas Coupon, and I like that in what seems to be one of the most important scenes of the movie. It sounds like the entire audio was recorded after the fact.
Oh, hey, Pastor Chris. What are you doing here?
Hello, Doctor. How is your day going?
I'm so sorry. Leaving you was the biggest mistake I ever made. It should have never happened.
I didn't edit this, all right? This is exactly how the movie looks and sounds. Well, I think that's enough Christmas for 1 year. After all, it is December 27th. I guess what I'm most disappointed by is that none of these movies touched on the true meaning of Christmas. Getting people to buy products. Let's cut to a commercial.
Hi. You ever do that thing where it's lunchtime, so you go to make yourself a sandwich, but when you open the fridge, you remember that you never bought any sandwich ingredients, so the only sandwich you can make is just 3 slices of bread? Yeah, me too. Which is why I can't stop using today's sponsor, Factor. Factor takes the best part of meal prepping, which is having meals already prepped, and skips all the other steps where you have to actually source and cook the food. Every time they send me one of these boxes, Amanda and I get so excited that we accidentally eat all 6 meals in like 2 days. But I'm just so happy that I don't have to cook. And it's not because I don't know how to cook, because I do. It just sucks that you have to do it like every day forever. What I also love about Factor is the variety of it, unlike typical meal prep where you end up having to eat the same thing 4 days in a row. So I can have a taco salad one day, pork chops the next day, and then pasta later that same day. You can easily choose your meals from the app and even skip delivery weeks if you need to. You can also prioritize meals that are low calorie or high in protein so they fit into whatever your preferences are. They're never frozen and they go from being in your fridge to in your mouth in less than 2 minutes of standard microwave time. Man, I have got to try this stuff. We're the same guy. So if you want to get in on that sweet food action, click the link in the description and use my promo code DREW50 for 50% off your first Factor box. Again, that's 50% off your first box when you use my promo code DREW50. Thank you so much, Factor, for sponsoring today's video and for mailing food to my house.
Wow, what a product, huh? Thank you so much for watching today's video and hanging out with me on Christmas. Now, some people might say that I uploaded this video too late for Christmas because it already happened. But what they don't realize is I'm actually just really early for next year's Christmas. So I'm actually a really good YouTuber. All right, everyone, have a great day.
Hey guy, welcome back to the scariest website on the internet, hosted by me. So I know already you looked at the title and you think this video is very similar to the last one I posted, and I'm here to tell you that you're exactly right. Here's what happened. So originally my plan was to make a Halloween themed video because today is Saturday. But after a few minutes of watching Adam Sandler's new Netflix movie, Hubie Halloween.
Yeah, the good old days. When the town toughs only used to throw crab apples.
I don't understand what he's saying.
I did call the hotline 100 times, but I think you guys gotta...
Why can't he just have a regular voice? He farted. I realized I'm not really in a spooky mood right now. So instead of slogging my way through a B-rate horror film, I decided, you know what, screw Halloween this year. Let's instead take another trip back to a simpler time and check out a video that is brought to you by my weird-ass YouTube recommendations. And also Squarespace.
On your mark, get set. We're riding on the internet.
Now, this video is not just a guide to the internet, but it's specifically a kid's guide. So any adults out there, I'm gonna need you to avert your eyes. This one's not for you. I actually genuinely love the vibe of this video. It's so hopeful and carefree.
My mom wanted me to ask you guys to call her. She wants you to tell her more about the internet and why you like it.
All the jokes are terrible, but they still fill my heart with joy.
What's a web page? Something ducks walk on? Haha, very funny.
Plus, the song is great.
Hello, virtual reality. Interactive appetite, searching for a website. We're riding on the internet. Cyberspace, set free.
Wait, what'd she say?
Set free.
Sex free? I mean, I would hope so. This is made for kids, right? I just feel like it's kind of weird they even felt the need to clarify that. Like, you don't usually hear kids shows advertised as being sex-free. It's just assumed. This fall on Nickelodeon comes a brand new zero porn show about a sponge who doesn't fuck.
Hey there, it's us again.
Again? I don't know who you guys are.
This is my brother Peter, mom and dad, and I'm Dasha.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, why did you introduce yourself if we were already supposed to? You know what? Never mind.
When we installed internet access on our computer, I got the whole family involved.
It's true. Everybody had their own tasks to do.
It was a lot of work, but it was really worth it.
Now that I've gotten on the internet, I'd rather be on my computer than doing just about anything.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
The internet gave us a whole world of exciting new possibilities. So I guess this is a story of how it changed our lives. Maybe it will yours too.
Probably not. Let's see, what are some of the benefits of having internet?
Rich keeps up with the stock market and our investments, and I'm able to pay the bills in half the time it used to take me.
Boring.
Don't worry though, it's still cool.
Oh, okay.
The program is by kids for kids, and it's not just for boys either.
Did you see the little slap? Calm down, Dasha. No one said anything about this being just for boys. That's not a thing.
And to help out if requested. Though I doubt she'll be asked.
So let's get underway.
Oh no, poor kid. They didn't let him do another take. That's okay. I'm 27 and my voice still cracks sometimes. Plus, these people are probably all dead now anyway.
I did my report on the Mississippi River all by myself.
Hey, you know how to spell Mississippi with one I? M-I-S-S-I-S-S-I-P-I. You know, I've been able to read.
Okay, yeah, so we're definitely just doing one take the whole way through.
And gotten some great gardening tips, too.
No wonder you guys are always so busy on the computer.
Yep, and we're just doing schoolwork, so don't need to look at our internet history.
Set free.
Dad's just leaving, and Mom said we can have the computer all to ourselves.
Hey, Andrew, what's up?
Hell yeah, we got a fellow Drew in here. I hope the other kids are nice to him.
There are 3 important services you can access on the internet. Surfing the World Wide Web.
Surfing? That sounds pretty cool already.
Andrew, don't interrupt.
Andrew, shut the fuck up. I was just saying it sounded cool. No one likes you.
You can even talk with people all over the world on chat lines.
Don't they have chess games and stuff like that?
Andrew, don't interrupt. Then there are news groups to share information with people, and then there's email.
Oh, don't even get me started on email. Yeah, email's a riot.
So, where should we start?
Websites of games and kid stuff. Yeah, kid definitely wrote that.
To access the World Wide Web, you type in www.
And the next thing you'll type will be specific, directing you to a particular website, like MTV.
Ah, yes, MTV.com, also known as Music, Television, Internet, the ultimate place for media.
So where else can we go?
Want to write a letter to President Clinton?
Would he answer us?
No.
I bet he would.
Let's tell him how much we love the internet and that he should try to get more computers for our school.
Yeah! I'm gonna thank him for all his hard work as president. Yeah! Definitely. I'm gonna tell him he's a little slut. What? He is. Andrew, where did you learn that word? MTV.com.
Is this like sending email? It is sending email.
She's so mad.
It is sending email.
To be fair, it was a pretty stupid question. Yes, Andrew, sending an email is exactly like sending an email.
Dear Mr. President, my name is Peter, and my sister is Dasha. Sincerely, Andrew.
Oh, he's not gonna fucking respond to that.
To get started, you'll need to get connected to the internet. You do that through an internet service provider.
An internet service provider? What's that?
It's a service.
Oh, what's going on, guys? We don't want to call out Lisa when she asks a dumb question? We're just gonna keep piling on Andrew? Alright, I see how it is.
What does download mean?
Andrew, don't interrupt.
Man, that music is so good there, I'm willing to ignore the fact that under card number, they wrote Rich Jameson.
Microsoft Internet Explorer came with our computer, but you can download it by typing www.microsoft.com.
Wait, but how do I download a web browser if I have to type that into a web browser? What if it's my first time?
So where would you like to go now? Surfing the net.
Andrew, we're already doing that. Can you be more specific?
Can we do something fun? Maybe play a game?
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
They sure have a lot of them. Too bad we don't have time to play them.
Man, Dasha's such a buzzkill. I really wanted to play Hunt the Wumpus.
I can't believe how easy it is to get onto the internet. When you hear my parents talking about it, it sounds like it'd be so hard.
Fun little detail here. Up until this point, I had no idea what year this was. I just knew it was the 90s. But luckily, you can see when they look up the headline, Wall Collapses, 2 Dead, that it's 1997. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Can we look up my frog too? I can get a head start on my homework. I'm so glad we don't have to dissect them like they did in the old days.
These kids are so dumb. They don't even realize that from my perspective, they're already living in the old days. But wait, that means that one day people will watch this video and I'll be the one living in the old days. Can you stop that? I'm trying to have an existential crisis. Sorry.
Someone said you could order concert tickets over the web. Is that true? Sure. My mom ordered tickets from the net to take me to the Russian ballet for my birthday.
And I hated it. Wait, Bush is playing in Orlando? Oh, I just missed it.
But speaking of parents, our mom is going to be here in a few minutes to pick us up.
Well, quick, before you go, this is one your dad will love. It's
porn. It's porn. But I thought the singer said... The singer lied.
Thanks, Mrs. Jameson.
Well, you're welcome, Andrew. So, did you learn anything important today?
Are you kidding? I can't go another day without the internet.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm sure your folks will get it for you soon enough. I know we just love it. The kids are on it all the time between their homework and games.
Yeah, but we are always on the computer. That's why it's the literal centerpiece of this room. We put it right in the middle.
And Mr. Jameson gets up-to-the-minute stock reports, and I could go on and on. But you better get going before your mom wonders what you're doing.
What are they doing in there?
Oh, they better not be surfing the web.
That was definitely cool. Thanks, dude.
Bye.
Absolutely. See you on the net. Call me the minute you get an email address.
Okay. And Andrew, we can play interactive games on the net together.
Yes.
Andrew, don't interrupt.
You have to remember the internet is not a regulated environment, so the quality and accuracy of various informational offerings can differ quite a bit.
Wow, even in 1997, when the internet was new and exciting, people were still like, well, hold on, let's take some of this information with a grain of salt. These days, people will read an article about how, like, the moon's spying on us on spacefacts.info.web, and then get 40,000 shares when they post about it on Facebook.
Oh, did you get those Rolling Stone concert tickets? And the whole family can go, right? I mean, you can buy tickets online.
I don't know. What do you think, kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, we love current day Mick Jagger. Yeah, because he doesn't look that scary yet.
Surf's up. See you on the net.
So this is kind of unrelated, but earlier when they were talking about MTV.com, it made me curious to go to current day MTV.com and compare. And it's really not that much to look at. But I noticed they have an entire section dedicated to casting calls, and this piqued my interest. MTV is the world's premier youth entertainment brand, the cultural home of the millennial generation, and a pioneer in creating innovative programming for young people. Oh, you mean like Teen Mom 2? I don't think that word means what you think it means. I really like the variety in these casting calls. Are you facing pregnancy for the first time? Or are you an outspoken teen facing pregnancy for the first time? Well, I'm definitely a pregnant teenager, but I'm kind of shy. MTV is looking for fun, charismatic, and outgoing young women who appear to be between the ages of 15 and 18. Wait, who appear to be? So sometimes the teen moms aren't even teens? Okay, so far today, we've learned a lot about how to connect to cyberspace, but everything we've learned has been from the perspective of a child. What about the adults out there? What can the adults do on the internet? Porn, besides that. And you guys are in luck because one thing I've been kind of interested in lately is reading all these old, weird books, and one of them is called Love Bites, the Online Dating Handbook. Now, I actually met my wife online in 2016, which was fortunate because I'd been looking for her for years, but this was written 21 years before that in 1995. And I was curious to go through and see how much of it is still relevant today. And most of it's not, but my favorite section in here is the one that goes over all the different ways you can communicate online, not just verbally, right? You guys know. But this was long before emojis came along. You had to type out those symbols yourself. For instance, a long-stemmed rose for those romantic moments. Or a fish for those stinky occasions. Hold on. Honey, can you change my diaper? And then, of course, all the various smileys you might see online. Now, these aren't always self-explanatory, so it's important to have a guide, and I want to go through that with you guys. You've, of course, got, I'm sad now, or I'm so sad I'm crying. A lot of people think that this face means you're winking, but actually, it means you're saying the phrase, here's winking at you, kid. Just one of those common misconceptions. This one means, oh, what was in that chili? And this one means, what was in that chili? This one specifically means, my future's so bright, I gotta wear shades. This one means, you broke my heart. And this one means dunce. The one with the ampersand means now I'm mad, which you would say in reply to someone who just called you a dunce, and then they would apologize and use this one because their excuse is they've been drinking. Well, I hope that between this book and the video we watched, you guys learned enough today to be able to confidently and safely navigate the internet. And who knows, you might even be able to meet that special someone. Or not, probably not. Now it's time to hear a word from today's sponsor. Hi, I'm founder and CEO of pictureofhotdog.com, the world's most legal website. If you're wondering why I'm wearing a backwards hat, it's because I make the rules around here. It's also because I'm very excited today to announce our newest topping, hat. Delicious. Personally, I like to call it a hat dog, but you don't have to do that if it makes you uncomfortable. So how did I make this website that's currently being nominated for a Daytime Emmy Award? I did it using today's sponsor, Squarespace. At this point, I've used Squarespace to make like 5 different websites. I just can't get enough. I've used it to sell merch. I've used it to create a parody subscription service. I've even used it to feed people around the world. I'm straight up addicted to making websites, and I'd like to pass that addiction on to you. These days, making a website can be crucial to helping your business take the next step. If you're trying to make an online store, Squarespace has you covered. If you need a place for your portfolio to show off your photography or your art with a contact page to help you book gigs, Squarespace has you covered. Just start by choosing one of their designer templates and then customizing it as much or as little as you want. From there, you can incorporate things like a moving video background, or you can go for a more minimalistic look. Their e-commerce tools are great. I always felt in complete control of my site. Things like setting all the prices, setting quantity limits so I wouldn't oversell, and then setting up different payment methods, which made my site accessible to as many people as possible. Squarespace websites are automatically optimized for mobile users too, so you never have to worry about that. There were several pages of helpful analytics, and they also included an integration with a service called ShipStation, which allows you to print all your shipping labels in bulk, something I did not realize was as necessary as it was until I started using it. So to sum up, Squarespace is a website that you can use to make other websites. It's kind of like Squarespace is the mommy website, and you can be responsible for birthing one of her children. And there's nothing more beautiful than the gift of life. To get started with a free trial, head to squarespace.com, and when you're ready to launch your brand spanking new website, use my promo code DREW to get 10% off your first purchase. Thank you, Squarespace, for sponsoring this video. Interesting. Man, I really gotta learn how to read. Well, thank you guys so much for watching today's video. If you liked it, shut the fuck up. And you can subscribe to my channel for free. All you have to do is do it. But anyway, thank you again for watching and supporting what I do, and I will be back very soon with another sex-free video. Bye-bye. Real quick, guys, before we get in the video, you've probably noticed that my paint art has been blurred out. You see, I admittedly went a little too far with this one, and in hindsight, I think it's best that nobody ever sees that. But since I'm certainly not about to re-record this entire video and a blur would get annoying, I've decided to use the power of editing to swap my paint art with this picture of an adorable puppy. So cute. All right, guys, thanks for watching. Hello. Hi. Me with a jacket on? No, I'm your landlord. Oh, that's right. One rent payment, please. Not to worry, I've got that right here. Oh, no. Why did I spend all my money on sunglasses? If you need more time to pay, that's fine. I can come back in 20, 30 seconds. No need, I've got it here somewhere. Do I need to remind you what'll happen if you don't pay rent on time? Yes. Well, by law, this apartment becomes mine, including everything in it. Your cat, your wife, that dollar. Not my dollar! I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. That's fine. You know why? Because I'll just do a brand deal. Today's video is sponsored by Audible. To get a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial, click the link in the description or text Drew Gooden to 500-500. I'll be waiting. Does that mean you have it now, or? Just give me like 11 minutes. Hey little stinkers, welcome back to the first and only channel on YouTube. My name is, of course, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and today we're gonna be looking at a very specific genre of YouTube videos. I would describe these as taking something innocent and family-friendly and exposing it for all of its dark secrets. Now, this is a weirdly popular genre of YouTube video considering the specificity and outlandishness. And this all started for me when I was inexplicably recommended this video. Dark Secrets Good Luck Charlie Tried to Hide. Now, I've never seen Good Luck Charlie in my life. I used to watch Disney Channel quite a bit, but this aired a little bit after that period of my life. But I did admittedly find this video intriguing, so I had to check it out. Now, this video was posted by a channel called The Things. The Things is a channel about literally everything. None of these videos seem to have anything in common, which makes sense considering the name of the channel couldn't be less specific. Hey, what do you guys make videos about again? Oh, you know, just like The Things. So this video has 3.5 million views, seems very promising, and I want to see what they exposed about this Disney Channel show.
Disney hid some things that were really inappropriate for children. Just wait until you hear more about what the original story was supposed to be. It was really dramatic.
So this is basically like Watch Mojo, specifically targeted at children. She's talking as if she's reading us a Dr. Seuss book.
If you love Good Luck Charlie as much as we do, don't forget to subscribe. And please give this video a big thumbs up.
Remember, kids, if you like Disney, be sure to like this video, or Mickey Mouse will find out and murder your parents.
Today we are showing you Dark Secrets Good Luck Charlie Tried to Hide. The gay couple.
Okay, interesting start. Now, The Things isn't trying to say that the gay couple was a dark secret. They go on to say that the gay couple caused some backlash and the people who were offended shouldn't have been offended because it's 2018 and blah, blah, blah. But the first thing on the list was neither a dark secret nor something that they tried to hide. It was a plot point in the show. All right, but surely the next dark secret is going to be something really crazy, right?
The inappropriate jokes. When they were talking about making sure that the parents would not make another baby, they looked at Bob, who replied that making babies is a team effort.
It's just like that they just made like a subtle sex joke. Did they try to hide this though? Because like it was in the script. They said it on the show. It's not really a secret. Do you know what a secret is? All right, let's keep going.
The Boys.
Ah, The Boys. Yeah, another dark secret that Good Luck Charlie tried to hide. The Boys. The explanation behind this is that the main character seemed too boy crazy, and sometimes the parents would complain about this. Again, these aren't secrets, nor are they even really that dark.
The Audience. Did you know that some scenes of the TV series were filmed in front of an audience? This is why we hear people laughing during the show.
All right, so this has been a very weak video so far, but we're coming to the end now. This is, typically what these videos will do. They'll save the best for last. They'll tease it in the beginning. You watch a whole bunch of nonsense, and then you get to the end, you're like, okay, well, at least that last one was interesting. So let's see the biggest, darkest secret that Good Luck Charlie tried to hide.
The original story. This one is nothing but a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
In this story, the teenager had everything she ever wanted. Then everything changed. She spent the night with a man that she didn't want to see ever again until she realized that she was pregnant. Then, when the baby was born, Teddy's parents pretended that they were the biological parents and forbidden any close contact for Teddy and her baby.
Okay, that's pretty interesting if true.
However, there is no proof that anyone working for Disney ever thought about that.
What?
This theory just became popular when people started writing fan fiction.
Dark secrets that Good Luck Charlie tried to hide. Well, here's something that a fan came up with that has no association with the show or the network, but the show tried to hide this. What does that have to do with the title? What even was this video? I never saw Pretty Little Liars, but there's 10 dark secrets in that as well. Apparently, all of these shows have dark secrets. It's crazy.
The cast's health struggles. Sasha has been very open about her struggle with polycystic ovary syndrome.
Oh, okay, she's been very open about that. So, that's not a secret then. One thing you'll notice that this channel is really good at is thumbnails. A common tactic they like to use is circling things. If you're trying to get people to click on your video about dark secrets, just throw in a circle to imply that there's a secret somewhere. For example, in the Good Luck Charlie video, they're just circling the baby. 10 creepy things everyone ignores about the pyramids. They've circled one of the pyramids. Here's a video about Stranger Things where they're literally circling nothing. There's nothing behind 11. But they've circled it to let you know that it's there. Looks like once again they've circled nothing. This must have been a really small detail in the movie It, because they've circled nothing. All right, there's another dark secret video about Rick and Morty. Now, Rick and Morty's a show for adults, even though it looks like it'd be a show for kids. Now, adults do some pretty crazy stuff. Adults have secrets, all right? So if these aren't real secrets, I don't know what to tell you. So let's check it out.
Justin Roiland, the creator who also voices our favorite character, also drinks alcohol while recording. He posted a video of him doing shots and getting drunk for a more inebriated version of Rick for the episode 4 of season 3. And the craziest thing is that creator Dan Harmon even encouraged him. They concluded that the session was by far the least productive, messiest recording day they have ever had. We hope that being hungover and knowing that he did a terrible job will make Roiland regret drinking all this alcohol. There is never any good reason to take shots at work. And even when you are partying, you should always drink responsibly. That's a lesson to be learned, Justin Roiland.
What? What are you talking about? What are you saying? First of all, I know I'm beating a dead horse. Not a secret. They posted it on Facebook. It was very widely seen. I don't think they regret posting it because it was like a funny look. It was an inside look into the making of the show. But why do you have to turn it into this life lesson?
There is never any good reason to take shots at work.
Yeah, if you work in an office and you come in drunk every day and you don't get anything done and you're a nuisance to your coworkers,
lay off the alcohol. But like, he's his own boss. He and his other boss, you know, the co-creator of the show, both decided he would do this, and then they did it, and they admit that they took it too far and it wasn't very productive. Oh well, why did you have to turn this into a PSA? I thought this was Dark Secrets, not like 10 times we guilted you into staying sober. Now I get it, okay? You're probably thinking like, Drew, who cares? It's a stupid channel. Why are you even making a video about this? Well, you don't even watch these shows. Why do you want to know the secrets so bad? Those are all excellent points. And honestly, it's just kind of hard to come up with a new video every week sometimes. But for real, like, yeah, sure, I've never seen these shows. I don't actually care about the secrets on the show. I just don't like being lied to, okay? I feel like, you know, I was promised literally hundreds of secrets. If you add up all the videos, hundreds of secrets, and I haven't even learned one. And I love secrets. Like, if you have a secret, email it to me. I'll keep it. I'm really good at keeping secrets. I'm not gonna tell anyone about it, but how can I keep the secret if you don't even tell me what the secret is, you know? It's almost as if the people who make these videos don't actually know any dark secrets, and they're just pretending that they do. See, they have as much information as we do, and we don't know any dark secrets, so neither do they. But if they just title the video Dark Secrets and then throw out like some semi-interesting facts that you can find on Wikipedia, then that kind of counts in their eyes. Let's just check out some of their other videos, right? The things, like I said, they're about everything. So we're gonna learn, we may not learn secrets, but we could learn, this is the most beautiful girl in Syria. We could learn hilariously overprotective dads that will do everything to keep their daughters away from boys. That's the longest title I've ever seen on YouTube. Let's click on that. Unfortunately, this video doesn't have any fun commentary. It's just like royalty-free music over pictures they found on Twitter. I love all the comments on this though. I can't see the subscribe button. Oh wait, I'm already subscribed. Whew, love your videos. You did a great job. That was close. They almost weren't able to subscribe. My dad would definitely do some of this stuff. LOL. Edit. OMG, my comment was pinned. Heart you things. Second edit, it was unpinned. It's funny though because they didn't pin another comment in replacement. They just pinned that and then must have seen that they were way too excited and like too needy and they're like, ooh, yeah, I don't like that, unpin. Lol, I'm glad I don't have a dad. All right guys, so what did we learn today? That's right, nothing. Why did I make this video? I don't know. Maybe the whole reason I made this video was to introduce my new editing tactic to you guys that I'm borrowing from The Things. See, The Things does something pretty interesting in their videos where they put subtitles in, but not throughout the whole video and not really during meaningful parts. They just kind of randomly have subtitles on and then they just don't.
And when Morty used the seeds, he was highly intelligent for a moment until the effect faded and he started drooling from his mouth. Does that remind you of someone?
But I like that, you know, I think it adds a little bit of flair to your videos without having to commit to fully doing subtitles. You can just sort of put some subtitles and that'll be enough. Guys, I'm really excited to start integrating this new editing tactic into my videos. I think it's gonna add a lot to them, especially if you're someone who likes to read and not listen. But if you are someone who likes to listen and not read, have you ever tried Audible? Gosh, what is this, a Steven Spielberg movie? Because that was the smoothest transition I've ever seen. Audible has an enormous amount of audiobooks that you can listen to on just about any device. Your phone, your computer, the iPad you bought for your ungrateful stepson, your secret second phone that no one's allowed to know about. You have control over the speed, so you can speed it up or slow it down if that's your thing. You get free exchanges, and the books are yours to keep even if you cancel your membership. I myself just got done using Audible to listen to Amy Poehler's book, Yes Please. I've always adored Amy Poehler. I grew up watching her on SNL. I loved her show Parks and Rec. I've watched all of it multiple times. So to not only get to hear all these behind the scenes stories from those two shows I'm fascinated by, but to listen to them in her voice, it's her voice narrating her own book, it's priceless. But wait, it's even better than priceless, because it's free. All you gotta do is go to audible.com/Drew Gooden or text Drew Gooden to 500-500 and you'll get a free audiobook with a 30-day free trial. I said free so many times. What are you waiting for? Guys, thank you so much for watching today's video. Be sure to like and subscribe if you want to. And thank you to Audible for sponsoring today's video and helping me pay my rent, which, by the way, I guess I should go do that.
27, 28, 29, 30. All right, see you next month. Drew, you gave me $30. Is that not... Is rent more than that?
Crap. Did they only give you $30 for that?
No, I spent the rest on balloons.
Why?
To celebrate being able to pay rent.
Alright, well, you're an idiot.
Well, I guess this is your apartment now.
I'm afraid so. I mean, those are the stakes we set up.
Yeah, they were. Well, take good care of the place. I will. I promise.
So there I was. Hey guy, welcome to the world's worst smelling YouTube commentary duo. There's nothing you can do to prove or disprove that, so don't even try.
But one thing's for sure, I smell like piss.
And I smell like shit. So if you watched my last video, you saw at the end that I said I was moving.
Our house is infested with termites.
And I actually am moving here. I live with Danny now.
What?
Oh, I figured I would just go ahead and tell you on camera.
Wait, I thought that this was just like a trip to work on the tour and like record a collab.
No, it was a one-way ticket. So this is kind of weird though, because this is on my channel and this is your setup. I just don't want people to get confused and think they're on your channel. I want this to
since I guess you're gonna start recording all your videos in my house now since you live here?
Yeah, I'm not gonna quit my job.
Okay, and you don't want to use my office?
No. There's a picture of you on the wall. Why would I have a picture of you on the wall of my office?
You do in your house in Orlando.
Yeah, but it's just out of frame.
Yeah. Do you want to just like test out a few of my other rooms?
Yeah, we should try.
Okay.
I don't know, I feel like it's a little cramped in here. We could turn the water on. No, let's try it.
Okay, I think this could work.
Yeah, but we're not even in frame.
Oh, fuck you!
Okay, now this is perfect.
Yeah, but I feel like you turned into a dog.
No, Danny, I'm a human.
No, I'm pretty sure you did.
You just don't like that I'm on your lap.
No, I don't mind that. It's just I miss the old Drew.
Hold on. I think this might actually be perfect.
This is where I film my videos. This is where we just were.
All I know is I got dibs on this room.
Fuck.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten in trouble?
I didn't get in trouble in high school a lot, but I was a little bit of a class clown. And there was one day in my calculus class where we were playing a game where like every student got a chance to answer a question, and if everyone got the questions right, we would all get an A on the quiz that we had the next day. And so it was the last question, and everyone had gotten their questions right, and it got to this one girl, and I didn't even know her. And when it got to her, I just said, "Oh no, but she sucks," and I got kicked out of the class for saying that. And I cried.
So you got kicked out, but you didn't get sent to the principal's office?
No, I just got sent out into the hallway.
They banished you to the hallway?
Yeah, you get like
there
sent
was no
out.
supervision?
Yeah, you just had to go sit out in the hallway and think about what you've done.
The reason I asked is because there's a show on True TV. Someone sent me this show called The Principal's Office from like 10 years ago. And they follow a handful of different principals. They show the process of bringing kids in and disciplining them.
Okay.
And it's a lot of fun.
Last weekend we had a dance and the grinding was so out of control that I had to pull the plug and stop the music. Do you have any idea why I called you guys down here?
I'm guessing it's because of the dance.
These kids look like the most 2009 high school students ever.
The DC shirt, the Arrow shirt, the hairstyle that I had.
Grinding is when guy and girl is kind of getting real close, touching the private parts, private areas.
At the beginning of this clip, the kid on the right looks scared. Basically, grinding is when you go to the dance and you didn't even want to dance at all, but then these girls pull you into this big group and they're all rubbing up against you.
And the principal asks you about it.
That's basically what grinding is.
Can I go home?
Why did I call you guys and maybe not somebody else?
We were the best at it.
You're student leaders, and what you guys are doing, everybody else is going to follow. Okay.
If these kids are bad kids, what you don't want to do is empowering them by saying
you're the most powerful kids in school. Everyone will do exactly what you say.
If you start doing something like, I don't know, making fun of me, then everyone at school is going to start doing it as well.
What's too close for you? Like is this too close for you?
No.
See, yeah, this is a big mistake. Getting the two guys who are obviously like class clowns and everyone loves them, and giving them the opportunity to make fun of their principal on national television.
What about that?
Okay, you're getting there.
You're getting there.
Yeah, keep going. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
You're getting there.
Yeah, and this is going on TV, you said?
So basically my plan for today is to get these two 16-year-old minors to come in and
touch each other a bunch until I decide where they cross the line.
What about that?
That's inappropriate.
That? He's a guy.
I can't touch my boys?
Is this too close to dance?
You're not touching. To me, that's okay.
So if it's covered like with underwear, what if you put it where to bend over?
And now you're getting to the kind of dancing that's not okay. Exactly what I'm talking about.
What if I was just tying my shoe?
I love that shot of the principal just like staring at them silently. I expected to just see a tear stream down his face.
I was just bending over and tying my shoe, and he's stretching. Not a big deal.
So what if I was just taking a piss?
Yeah, what if he's taking a pee and I'm the girl and I just had to take a nap? So I was just laying down on the dance floor, but I also had my mouth open. So I'm just kind of like, hey, this is sexual? How is this sexual?
This isn't appropriate.
There needs to be some space between.
We're just doing this.
So what if I'm just kind of like sitting in a chair, minding my own business with my legs kind of spread out like this?
Right, and it's like I'm just real tired because I've been dancing so hard and appropriately all night, so I just need to take a little rest. But there's a song that comes on that I like.
So if we were this close, but we're not touching right now. Is that inappropriate?
No, if you're not grinding body parts, I'm okay with that.
I'm touching my butt. His butt.
I'm trying to like trick him. My finger's been up his butt this whole time.
You didn't see that, did you?
Gotcha.
Okay, see ya.
And it's on camera. Hey guys, guess what the principal said?
The cameraman turns the camera around and he's like another teenager that's in their class.
Do you have anything else that you want to share with me before?
I love you. I like your tie. See you.
Don't kiss me.
Principal's just getting owned by his students.
I think it was a job well done. I got my pants pulled down by a group of high schoolers.
I think they know who's in charge around here.
I think we're done.
This next clip is called Marker Face. What do you think?
I don't know, it's showing the back of this kid right now, but I kind of feel like when it shows his face, he's gonna have something inappropriate drawn on his face.
That's what you think is gonna happen?
It's called Marker Face. I'm expecting someone to have marker on their face.
I just feel like that's a pretty stupid guess.
Okay.
Boy, what is all over your face?
Marker.
So you were wrong.
No, I was right. He had marker all over his face.
Oh, that's what you said?
Yeah.
Oh. I thought you said it was a girl. Okay, you were right then.
Yeah,
Sorry
it's definitely
about
a boy. He's got a beard.
Walk me through the thought process of how you got to the point where you decided you're going to mark your face like this.
It was just a thing of markers in front of me. And I was sitting there and I just drew on my face.
What were you thinking that led to you putting marker on your face? Well, I saw some markers.
And then I just started drawing on my face.
Interesting.
Interesting thought process. I feel like this show, like knowing that this show is at your school, is just like begging for kids to disrupt class more so that they can get on TV.
We do not allow any public displays of affection outside of holding hands. Anything else is unacceptable.
It's a very, like, affectionate title that the show is giving them.
Princess of PDA.
Yeah. What if my girlfriend's having a bad day or she's uptight and I just come behind her and give her a massage just on her neck, not touching her anywhere else, just giving her a nice massage on the back of her neck?
Listen very carefully. Is that more than holding hands?
It depends what you classify as more. Like, what's your spectrum, you know, from holding hands to, I assume having sex would be the highest, but like, you know,
I would hope so.
Back massage, you're not even looking at each other. You're behind her, so it's like, it could be even less, because it's like less
And
personal.
what if there's no hands involved? Like, we're just kind of rubbing both of our backs against, we're massaging each other's backs.
Yeah, or what if like I'm rubbing like my face on your back to like
or
massage
what if I'm
it?
like rubbing my face on your face?
Yeah,
what if
we're just like making out?
Yeah, like that's more.
It's
there's
just
no hands involved.
Yeah, it depends what you define as more.
It made your girlfriend happy when you hugged her, right? Okay. It's going to make me a whole lot happier if you don't.
And you know how you really want to make me happy because I'm the principal, and
never had a thought.
Your
like
number
that.
one priority as a teenager is to make your principal happy.
I don't think that's true for any teenager.
I'd really like it if you stopped hugging your girlfriend and started hugging your principal.
Okay, see, that's what I was getting at. It's weird.
All we're doing is kissing and hugging, that's it. It's not nothing big. It's not like we're making our girlfriends get naked around school and all that. It's just a hug and a kiss.
So I called you in here for making your girlfriend get naked at school?
Well, it's not like we're kissing or hugging or anything.
Yeah, we weren't even touching each other.
Yeah,
we weren't
I was
even
more
holding
than
hands.
holding hands. All I did was use my hand to point at the clothes that I wanted to be off.
And I said, off.
I want to see that chart you have where we can learn exactly what is more than holding hands.
Pulls out this chart with pictures. Yeah. Here's holding hands. Here's your girlfriend naked. How'd you get that picture?
Hey, what the hell? Here's a butt. I don't know whose that is, but don't touch that.
Don't kiss me.
While watching a bunch of these principal's office clips, I started getting weird vlogs recommended to me from families using the fact that their child got sent to the principal's office as clickbait, and then so they filmed them, and it's really uncomfortable to watch. Here's one by the Leroys.
Rhett, are you okay with us talking about this on camera?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Because we're gonna do it anyway.
So, Rhett,
What?
we don't destroy other people's property, and that was the school's property. That's not okay.
This is like the most half-assed way to discipline your son also. They're like driving, doing something else, not even looking at him.
So like, don't do that.
We don't do that, man. And I don't even want to look at you when I talk to you.
I'm so disappointed in you. Also, why are there 2 steering wheels in this car?
Things that aren't yours, you're not allowed to like destroy and touch.
They actually do find a pretty creative way to discipline him.
Ooh. And it's not by broadcasting his embarrassment in front of millions of people?
No, that's just sort of a byproduct of what they do.
Okay.
They fucking trashed his room.
Holy shit, what?
We don't destroy other people's property.
We don't destroy other people's property.
So we destroyed your property and you have to clean it up.
Do you see this is your bedroom?
Did you notice, by any chance, that this is your bedroom we're standing in?
If you can look past all the toilet paper and see we're in your room,
I know it's a little bit hard to tell.
Because of all the toilet paper.
That we spent 2 minutes throwing around.
How does that make you feel?
How does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel, huh?
I don't know. It's kind of funny, to be honest.
Your bed that was made is now unmade. All of your marbles that were in your drawer, thrown out on the floor. How do you feel?
It's almost like they had fun doing this. They're like recounting everything they did, and then and then all the shit that was on your dresser, we threw that on the floor.
Yeah,
and the marbles. Yeah, they're all over the place.
Fucking marbles. Yeah, that shit's everywhere.
The dog ate a couple of your marbles.
Yeah, we don't care about the dog.
Mom and I came and did the same thing that you did to the school.
Son, we heard you were bullying kids at school today. We heard you punch someone in the face. So you'll notice there's a professional boxer, Floyd Mayweather. Did you notice how this is your room? Did you notice how that's Floyd Mayweather?
Was that fun though to clean up everybody's mess? Was that fun to clean up? You just made a bad choice. Be an example.
It's like, I learned the lesson.
So they reprimanded him in the car. That was the lesson. But then they also trashed his room and he had to clean it up. That was a lesson. And now it's just like, and you know that you're a bad little boy, right?
Yeah.
And you know that you fucked up so hard real bad.
Yeah, I knew that 3 hours ago when we were driving home from school.
Can you cry on command?
Yeah.
Louder.
I'm a bad boy!
Did you tell the school you were sorry?
Did you apologize to the roof of the bathroom?
Walk outside to the school and apologize to the entire building?
You gotta think about the consequences to every choice you make.
Yeah, you gotta think about the consequences of the choices you make.
Every choice you make.
Hey, I mean, it's kind of a good strategy what they're doing because their kid won't get pressured by their friends if they don't have any friends because they've been embarrassed so much by their parents.
Other kids can be a bad influence on you, so we're gonna make sure none of them want to have anything to do with you.
How does it make you feel?
Definitely pretty similar to the way my parents would discipline me. They'd spank me and film it. They would make me eat soap and film it.
Mm-hmm. One time when I was really little, I got in trouble for pooping my pants.
Yeah.
And so when I came home from school the next day, all of my pairs of pants had poop in them.
Each one an individual serving of poop. So I can't imagine how much my parents must have eaten to poop that much in such a short amount of time. I had a lot of pants as a kid.
It was pretty impressive, though.
Yeah, my childhood. Wouldn't trade it for the world.
Okay, well, thanks for watching this video on Drew's channel.
Remember, guys, if you want to come to our tour, we will discipline you ourselves. We are your parents.
We will find out from your parents what you've done recently, and then we'll do that shit to you.
Exactly. So go to wearetwodifferentdads.com to get your tickets.
3 new shows.
3 new shows. 1 in Chicago, 1 in Indianapolis, and 1 in Austin. Because a lot of people were saying we were ignoring that part of Texas. So guess what? We're going to Austin, baby!
If you want to get tickets, go to wearetwodifferentpeopletour.com. Thank you so much, Barack Obama, for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah, and Danny, I guess I'm ready for bed, so can you tuck me in?
Yep.
Okay. Nice and cozy this time. All right, kind of fucked up last time. Wasn't very cozy.
Nice and cozy this time.
Yeah.
I fucked up last time.
I think we're done.
I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit. The stock market is going to crash. The housing prices are going to come back down to earth any day now. And yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Inflation is out of control. Groceries have never been more expensive. Layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green.
Is this guy stupid?
The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1% and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself. Hi, I'm Upside Down, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through as it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping your sensitive information safe from criminals, losers, and especially freaks. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area. Just by changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. If you want to try out NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee, go to nordvpn.com/Gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. It's not gonna do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only 2 paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. we got to kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own, and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal, and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here.
If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we gotta make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all want to live in a better world, and as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these 3 tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, 2 of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man, I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly. But to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government. We don't owe you shit. We're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly. The deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lower the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system, where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay. Then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is, it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been high. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like, "Wait, this doesn't make any sense." The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack Welch. Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit. This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it, so they weasel their way into politics, they influence elections, they buy policy changes, they use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive,
everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to to SNAP benefits. Now that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like, surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than 1/8 of what we spend on defense and 1/8 of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem, that seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it in the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about 1/3 of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create?
For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault. They're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would. And you're like, okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores, is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours? It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up. Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what, we can't do anything then? That's it? It's over? They won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want. Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation, but if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming a for-profit commodity, from housing to healthcare, is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. History shows that unfortunately sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better, and if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together. Do not fall for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yote is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching.
Goodbye, big poster.
Oh.
Hello, little poster.
Hey guys, welcome back to my very first Twitch stream. Pre-recorded and edited to be put on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's been a bit of a pattern developing lately, and it's not a good one. It all started in January when this clip went viral of a Twitch streamer furious at the idea of going a few minutes without making any money.
About how I need subs to keep the stream going if you like the content, blah, blah, blah. How that results in 0 subs. There are regulars here. $5 a a month. $5. $5 to provide for the content that you're watching. Look, I have a wall of non-subs. This is fucking actually really heartbreaking. Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Predictably, this sparked outrage on Twitter. People made YouTube videos about it. And despite the overwhelming majority opinion that this girl was in the wrong for doing this, it was probably the most attention she'd ever gotten. Interesting how creating outrage will do that, which brings us to culprit number 2, this one from just last month.
I'm unemployed, so basically all my money goes to bills and food, or I would support you. Yeah. It's $5. Being like, I'm broke, I can't afford to sub, that doesn't really track. What you mean to say is, I'm so irresponsible with my money, I can't support the entertainment that I enjoy. That's what that is.
Guys, $5 isn't that much money. That's why I'm begging you for it. But once again, more Twitter outrage, more viral YouTube videos about it, and the internet coming together once more to shame this self-righteous person, as they should. But the pattern continues.
500 subs. We gotta get to 500 subs. It's the only way I'm committing to a stream schedule. We're at 187. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Now I'm starting to get suspicious. Why is Amanda Cerny, an internet veteran, making the same mistakes as these other streamers? Is she not aware of the backlash they got, or even if being slightly misconstrued, how her words could have the same effect? Or is she extremely aware of that, and that's the reason she did this? You see, like a lot of people, I've been aware of Amanda Cerny for a few years now. She was a former Viner, turned Instagram comedian, turned total afterthought in my brain. But now, thanks to this clip and the subsequent tweets about it, I'm not only reminded of the fact that she exists, but also now I know that she's Twitch streaming. A lot of people know that now. All it takes is one trip to her social blade to see how many people know that now. Could it be that given the current climate of the internet, that the most effective marketing tool for your Twitch stream is to do this exact thing? It's working for her so far, and thank God it was. If it wasn't for this clip being passed around, I would have missed out on some of the best Red Dead 2 gameplay I've ever seen.
I killed my horse?
Now, if we're to take these 3 clips at face value and compare them, this is by far the most defensible one. I can kind of understand what she means by saying her words were taken out of context. I think maybe someone was just asking her like what her schedule is, and all she's saying is, I want to have a consistent schedule, but until this becomes a viable source of income for me, I'd be better off using my time to make money in other ways, which is a fine sentiment. It's more so the way it came off. She has this sense of exasperation, like, guys, I've been streaming for 4 days already and only 187 people have agreed to give me money? Because a lot of people watch that and think, shit, you're lucky to be in that position. People stream for years without any subscribers. They just do it because they like it. So when people like Amanda Cerny, an already very rich person, go to Twitch and wonder why people aren't immediately throwing their money at them, it just comes off as entitled and out of touch. You've only streamed like 10 times. Have you ever considered that maybe you're just not that good at it yet and it will take some practice before people want to reward you for just putting forth the bare minimum effort? I feel like most people, especially already established creators on the internet, assume Twitch streaming is like the easiest thing in the world. Oh, you just sit there and play video games all day? I could do that. But the streamers people watch, the ones I watch consistently, are really fucking good at it. They're funny and entertaining, they put on a show, or they're just extremely good at the game they're playing, or they have a skill that most people don't have that's fun to watch. Maybe if you created a fun environment, or were better at the game you're playing, or even if you just interacted with your chat instead of staring at your phone every time a cutscene comes on, people would see the value in spending money to support your stream. The quickest way to make people angry is to act as if you're entitled to their money by merely existing in front of them, like they should be honored to have the privilege of financially supporting you. Also, what a huge slap in the face to the people who already did subscribe, as if their support means nothing. But the fact of the matter is, whether she meant to stir the pot or just did so by accident, this is the best advertising for her stream she could have possibly asked for. I wouldn't be surprised if she already doubled her 500 sub goal by now just by saying something dumb. Speaking of numbers, I want to go back and talk some more about Invader V, who is also doing just fine despite saying much worse things.
That's so toxic, especially when people are losing their jobs. It really isn't.
One half-assed apology later, and her army of white knights continues to grow stronger by the day. Even during that stream, she was getting new subs left and right. Now, if you guys don't mind, I want to go ahead and break down her apology because I think it's a real masterclass in saving face.
Hi. You're here right now because you've seen a clip of me, and you're very angry about what I said in that clip.
Sure am.
What I said was tone deaf, insensitive, and stupid. The clip that you saw does not represent my true feelings.
Wait, what?
I expressed opinions that I do not hold at all. I said things that I don't mean, and they were vile.
Oh, wait, hold on. You can do that? You can go off on a whole strongly opinionated tangent and then just say, well, actually, that wasn't my opinion. That's why I said it, because it wasn't what I felt.
What I said was wrong in any context, but especially in the context of a global pandemic.
So next, she opens the floor for questions and then struggles to answer any of them and just moves on.
I want to talk to you. I want to hear your voices. I want to answer the questions that you have. With all due respect, why didn't you apologize before the clip blew up? Okay. That's a difficult question to answer. I wish that I could talk about it all day and answer each and every one of your questions.
You can.
I wish that I could give you a satisfactory answer so that you could see who I really am.
So do that.
But that's not what this is about.
That's not what this apology is about. It's not about apologizing.
I'll BRB. Just give me a quick moment, everybody.
And that's the whole apology. It was like 8 minutes of her saying she didn't actually mean what she said, and she wants to take this opportunity to learn and grow from it, which is why she's gonna spend the next 3 hours ignoring questions and acting defensive.
Great memes in chat, everybody. I like seeing the same 5 comments repeated 800 times.
It's so funny. It took her like 4 days to apologize and then about 10 minutes for her to get mad at everyone for bringing it up. I think this person's comment that I saw kind of just sums it up perfectly. So at this point, I was pretty invested in the situation and I had to dive deeper, especially when she said this.
Thank you, Upright Lion, for understanding that an entire person cannot be summed up in a 30-second clip.
That's an important detail to point out. See, V wants us to think that all of her fuck-ups were contained within that one 30-second clip that went viral. However, that's not true, and I know that because for some reason the VOD from that stream is still up on her channel. You can still go watch the entire thing. Don't worry though, you don't have to do that because I have nothing going on in my life and I already did. It starts off small with some not so subtle guilt trips here and there.
How are you doing, V? I would be better if you subbed to me. Sometimes I just listen to you while I'm working. Dan, I hope that while you're working extra hard and you're cashing in that fucking money, you also throw a sub my way. Thank you all of you for subbing. Thank you all of you for being reasonable people.
But as it goes on, it gets more and more manipulative.
Well, yes, streamers do provide hundreds of hours of content for free. If anything, you do owe them. They don't really owe you anything.
No. That's not true. Nobody owes you anything. People watching your stream, they're watching the ads before your stream. They're boosting your stream in like the rankings just by being there. The more viewers you have, the more likely it is other people are gonna see. They don't really owe you a subscription. Twitch is a free platform. If they want to watch you for free, they can. And what she said is especially false too the other way, where it's like once people are giving you money, they're paying a subscription fee to enable you to make content, you do owe them now. You owe them the content that they paid for. But as bad as that statement was, it only gets worse.
That's so toxic, especially when people are losing their jobs. It really isn't. And if you believe it is, then I imagine that you simply don't understand how this platform works. And I encourage you to get more perspective.
How can someone be so wrong and so condescending at the same time? At this point, even her fans, the people who were watching in this moment, started questioning her logic, but she would not back down. She would not admit that maybe she's wrong.
Some people work and struggle and they don't have $5 still. You're obviously not the person that I was speaking to. But you seem so self-centered that you thought I was talking specifically to you. I wasn't. I was speaking to the group, honey. These are exquisite contributions to a very good conversation. And these people in chat who are making these comments do not appear as immature, childish cheapskates whatsoever. They're just sitting here masturbating as hard as they possibly can, as quietly as they can, because their parents are in the next room talking about how disappointed they are in them. And they're like, why would I ever pay for this when it's just sluts giving it away for free?
What the fuck? The best part of that clip is what happens right after it. She's just sitting there giggling at her own hilarious joke, and she stops to look at her phone and I think sees a text from someone who's probably like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
That instant shift in her facial expression is priceless. But it doesn't affect her for more than a few seconds because then she goes right back to her echo chamber where she has no reason to believe that she's saying anything wrong. Most of her audience is not fazed at all by this. She could probably be beating them to death with a shovel and they would still just comment on how hot she is. I think I love you. And the ones who are challenging what she's saying are far outnumbered by the people who are commenting things like this.
I've never watched a person that's so nice to people that they don't even know. Wow, you are so nice.
What? Are we watching the same stream? It doesn't matter though. She's so confident in her ability to mentally overpower her loyal horde of simps that she can just blatantly contradict herself.
Well, I never said if you don't have $5 for me, you should be out there working. I didn't actually say that. If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. But you did say that. No, worst gamer ever. You definitely heard that, but that is not actually what I said. You should be working. I didn't say if you don't have $5 for me, you're irresponsible with your money. I'm so irresponsible with my money. I didn't say if you don't have $5 for me, you're irresponsible with your money. If you don't have $5 to sub to a Twitch streamer that you watch, you're probably irresponsible with your money.
Could have just deleted the VOD and I wouldn't have been able to edit that together, but that's your fault. Her argument doesn't end there though. She really wants you to give her some money. So she starts comparing her stream to the cost of other things to show you how valuable it is.
It's less expensive than a Netflix account, and you're not stuck with a number of screens. If you pay for one Twitch subscription, that goes against that will transfer to every platform that you want to watch Twitch on.
I'm sorry guys, 1 second. Hold on, I just gotta be around here somewhere. No, it's not. Huh. Sorry guys, I was just trying to find the logic here. Your subscription is more valuable than Netflix because people can watch you on multiple devices? Last time I checked, Netflix has like 1 billion movies, doesn't beg me for money, and there's no free version of it. I can watch your stream for free. Now, here's the thing. I know that I don't have to be as annoyed by this as I am. And I really wanted to try and give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she was just having a really bad day and she said some stupid shit because she was angry. I've gotten angry and said stupid shit. I don't think that defines you as a person. So every couple of days I would check to see if she was streaming, and if she was, I'd pop in for like 20 minutes here and there just to get a sense of the vibe. And my first takeaway was that she seems very smart. Although she also likes to tell people that she is.
It's so funny, people ask, they're like, how do you know so much? Like, how are you able to speak on so many topics? And then they ask, and do you watch all these TV shows? The answer is the same. I think one of the reasons why I'm able to speak on so many different types of topics is because I don't spend a lot of time watching TV.
But I think she's extremely well spoken. I think she does a good job of moving the conversation along, especially considering how most of the replies are just utter nonsense. And I actually felt myself starting to pull away from my frustration. But then a few minutes into one of the first live streams I clicked on, she brought up the situation again and said this.
A lot of people were, again, talking about like how I should get a job or I should work. I thought it was quite funny because a lot of the streamers who were saying things like that, I've had more jobs than they have. I've worked harder than they have. A lot of them are just professional streamers who have been gaming since they were 16, 17, 18 years old. I've actually been working since I was that age, and I wasn't doing it in front of an audience. It wasn't glamorous streaming work, trust me.
Okay, first of all, I scrolled through Twitter at the time. I didn't see any big streamers telling her to get a real job. The tweets I saw all had some pretty valid points, so I don't know what you're talking about. But hold on, I thought your whole reason for demanding subs was that you deserve people's money because you work so hard, right? And streaming's not as easy as people think.
The more proficient you are at something, the easier it looks.
But when other people have the same job as you, for them, it's just glamorous streaming work. My God, the hypocrisy. It's incredible how she's tried to shift the narrative here despite having no solid ground to stand on, which makes me think, is this all part of it too? Let's recap. First, she demands that people give her money, which they do. Video of that blows up, so she apologizes to save face, but welcomes all the brand new viewers. Some of them are only there to leave hate comments because of what she said, which is unfortunate, but of course, she uses it as an opportunity to play the victim, which leads to even more people donating and subscribing because they want to cheer her up, and with that, the cycle is complete. Well done, V. Well done. And guys, I know. If this was all bait, I fell for it so hard. I'm like the world's dumbest fish. Is that a T-bone steak attached to a sharp object?
I'm not falling for that.
But I do like steak. In conclusion, don't do this. Don't try and guilt people into giving you their money, and don't berate them when they give you a valid reason why they can't. If people want to support you and they have the ability to support you, more often than not, they're going to support you. Also, guys, seriously, don't go and harass anyone that I talked about in this video. If you're mad, I get it. I'm mad too, clearly. But I'm giving you an open invitation now to just vent about it down in the comments. But please don't go to someone's live stream and comment inflammatory shit just to try to get a reaction out of them. That's not cool. To end this video on a positive note, I would like to shout out some of my favorite streamers, because I do watch Twitch almost every day. Number one, Chris Melberger. He's the GOAT, in my opinion. He's so consistently entertaining. Eddie, Gus, Jake, they're all streaming pretty regularly now, and I think they're killing it. Not just because they're my friends, although that's definitely part of it. Jenna and Julian are always great. Thomas Middleditch is on Twitch now. What the hell? I love that guy. Also, if you haven't, go watch his Netflix special with Ben Schwartz. It's the hardest I've laughed in months. There are so many wonderful people on Twitch, and I hate that the ones who abuse it might lead people to think that it's just a cesspool filled with greedy assholes, when really that's the minority. But anyway, stay safe out there. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. I think I should also welcome myself back to my YouTube channel, as I have not posted anything in quite some time. If you watched the last video, you'll remember that I mentioned being sick. I'm sick. I'm sick, so sick. Maybe I'll get sick more often. That was like day 2 of what turned into like a 6 or 7 day sinus infection. It was rough. It was a rough time. Really the main reason I haven't posted those, I just started a job again. I was unemployed for quite some time, and I was loving it. But as an adult, you reach a point where you realize, oh, I cannot just be unemployed, as I am not making any money, and you need money to live. That's not what I want to talk about today. What I want to talk about today is relatable comedy. So relatable comedy, what is it? I have a problem with relatable comedy, but not all of it, specific types of relatable comedy, because you might be thinking, well, what's wrong with making a joke that people can relate to? I feel like there's different levels of it, because obviously, like with a lot of stand-up comedians, the most popular stand-up comedians, the reason they're so popular is because they make jokes about topics that people can relate to: sex, food, relationships, that sort of thing. But I think with like observational comedy like that, there's 2 parts, right? There's the observation, there's, you know, noticing something, and then the second part is to make a comment on it, make a joke about it. A lot of what you end up seeing online with memes and stuff is it's an observation, but they never make a joke about it. It's just kind of like, hey, you have noticed this too, right? Because you noticed that you're hungry when you haven't eaten in a while. So now that I've said all that, I can actually show you a couple examples of what I'm talking about. The first one I'm gonna do is the one I saw that really inspired me to make this whole video, because it's about as dumb as you can get. Shout out to my friend Rachel for discovering this and posting this on her Twitter. She's really funny. You should follow her at BB Tamagotchi. So let's break this down. First thing you got is a caption: best thing about coming home. You may notice that thing was not plural here. It was just, there's one thing. The best one thing about coming home is these 4 things. And the pictures are 4 things that you have in your home. So basically what this is saying is, the best thing about coming home is the things you have in your home. The modern conveniences that one has when they live indoors. Clearly this is not comedy, right? This is just the lowest level of like, hey, you like the things that you have that you bought. To illustrate how stupid this is and how antithetical this is to comedy, imagine a stand-up comedian trying to tell this joke. There's no joke. So here's a little something I've been noticing lately, and feel free to let me know if you agree. In my opinion, the best thing about coming home is my Wi-Fi. Yes. Hold on, there's more. My shower,
The food in my fridge and my bed.
That's so true.
Right?
This guy's awesome.
Yeah, you guys agree.
Like he can read my
You
mind.
guys agree. That's the whole joke.
Tell it again.
I think we should investigate this comedy page a little bit more. So one of the new things that Instagram has added is that you can post photo sets. I believe it's up to 10 photos you can post. And this comedy page is really making the most of that, because what they do is in between these memes that they steal is they'll put in what I call like bait. It's posts like these. Try to like this with your elbow. 90% of people can't. Actually, I said that wrong. Try to like this with your elbow. 90% actually do this. Are they saying that 90% of people like every post with their elbow? Because I don't think that's true. This one is just like if you know who it is. This one is just trying to get you to comment. This is a video that's trying to get you to tap quickly, so you'll double tap on accident. Double tap your side, as if that's gonna like lock in your vote somehow. Double tap when read. That's all one post. Let's go to another one. When you realize Instagram allows you to triple tap to save memes, that's just a blatant lie. I know, because I tried it. Here's this one. Quick, type 8955. Guess what happens when you type 55 quickly? You like the picture. That's what all of this is. It's a whole game. They're playing the game. 90% fail answer? Solve it. No, don't tell me what to do. Why the fuck is there math? There's math questions on all of these posts. Why do you have to sprinkle in math? I get that you're just trying to get people to comment, but there's gotta be a more fun way than that. I go on Instagram to forget about math, not have to do more of it. Joke's on them though, I just commented what the person above me commented. So, yeah. Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. I was saying there was a lot of math. This isn't a math test, this is a maths test. You know how you have maths class? Ah, yes, the perfect meme. A screenshot from SpongeBob, no caption, no context. I love it. Wait a minute. Try to like this pic with your elbow? 80% actually can't do this, but who, first of all, who's the guy? Who the fuck is that? Second of all, before you were saying 90% actually do this, 80% can't do this. As someone who's really good at math, because of all the practice I've gotten on your Instagram page, I can tell you that that adds up to 170%. And that's not good. You can't, that's not right. Ugh, I'm a lot better at math now than I am at talking. So I feel like I'm kind of straying from the original idea of relatable comedy. A lot of this isn't even relatable. I'm just getting mad at people who steal tweets. So let me try to get back to focusing on actual relatable stuff. And we're gonna go to Facebook for this. If you don't like this page on Facebook, you're missing out. It's called Minion Quotes. And it's got about 3 million likes. Basically what this page does is they just take screenshots of Minions and they put quotes on them. I know what you're thinking, that it's just quotes from the movie. No, they're never quotes from the movie. They're just generic things that people would say in real life, but there's a picture of a minion there for some reason. So here's a few examples. No matter how big a hammer you use, you can't pound common sense into stupid people. What do you mean tomorrow is Monday? It was only Friday a few seconds ago. That's great, that's funny. Morning, tired. Afternoon, dying for a rest. Night, can't sleep. That's another thing that everyone likes to relate. Like, oh, I'm tired in the morning, but I'm awake at night. It's because you're changing from one state to another. It's hard to wake up because once you've been asleep for a long time, you just want to keep sleeping, and it's hard to go to bed sometimes because you just want to stay awake. It's hard to transition. Stop making that observation. Ugh. I need vitamin C. This one's got layers to it, I gotta say. Because if you just read it, or if someone reads it to you, I need vitamin C, you're like, yeah, I guess we all need, like orange juice and stuff. But then, upon closer investigation, you might notice here that the C isn't the letter C at all. In fact, there's no letter C here. It's C-S-E-A. What they're saying is not that they need vitamin C, they're saying they need vitamin C, as in they need to go to the ocean. Here, let's look at this one. I got expelled from school on pajama day. It's not my fault I sleep naked. So true. What do you mean, so true? This is a good one. Call me boring, but I don't need to go out partying on a Saturday night to have fun. staying at home and watching a movie is just fine with me. Oh God, of course. Do you think that you are the only person that likes to stay home and watch movies? Oh man. Here's a relatable one about pet companionship. Does anyone else say to their dogs, "I'll be back soon" when you leave home? Or is that just me? Does anyone else say to their dogs, "I'll be back soon" when they leave? Yeah, of course you say that. Because we all treat our pets like people. I have a cat. I always say goodbye to her when I leave. Because I feel like I know she doesn't understand me. But I still say it because I do. That's just what fucking people do, man. You're not quirky. You ain't special. None of you are special. I get why people are sucked into this, and let me try to analyze this. I think with this sort of thing, what is true in people is that we are all trying to relate to others. I think for the most part, everyone's pretty insecure. And again, a lot of this is young kids. Young kids who are like, they have these thoughts and they're all new and they, you know, a lot of being a kid is like, are other kids like me? Do people have the same thoughts I do? And when you go on and see like, oh, I hate homework, you know, you're like, oh, so do I. That makes me feel good that I'm not the only one. That was a pretty shitty example because who likes homework, but you understand what I'm saying. That being said, I think adults who are really into this shit need to not be. So to recap, if you're 12, this is okay. If you are not, if you're older than that, it's not okay. Wow, this shot looks terrible in the dark. So that's the video. The ending was a little weak because I ran out of time to record, and it's taken me like 4 days to edit everything. Like I said, I just don't have a lot of free time during the week with my new job. I'm still gonna try to post videos whenever I can. If you like the video, remember to, actually, no, we're gonna try something new this time. Did you know you can triple tap the like button to save all the memes in this video? Try it now. Also, don't forget to comment your favorite kind of maths and show this video to a friend if it made you laugh. You'll make them laugh, and then you'll be a good friend. So do that, and also subscribe if you aren't already. And that's all of the messages I have for you. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll be back with another video eventually. Stay tuned. None of you are special. Today's video is brought to you by Squarespace. Head over to squarespace.com/Drew to start your free trial and to get 10% off your first purchase. Yes, guys, I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Drew, you can make a video about anything in the world, anything at all, and you've chosen to make 2 consecutive videos about the Paul brothers. I get it, I know. I understand that in doing so, I'm sort of part of the problem. I'm helping perpetuate their fame, even if I'm talking about them in a negative way. But I wholeheartedly believe this will be the last video I ever make about Jake Paul. The last video I made will be the last video I ever make about Logan Paul, and I implore you guys to hold me to that. But yeah, so today I'm gonna be talking about Jake Paul's recent business endeavor that he created called Edfluence. He first announced this in his New Year's video titled, "Here's Why 2017 Was the Best Year of My Life." Now on its own, this is actually kind of a funny video. It's just like from start to finish, or at least from start to the point I finished, which was about a third of the way through. It's just a brag fest. Here's what I bought, here's all the money I have, here's my nice car. One of the hilarious tidbits in here is when he mentions how he wrapped up his second and final season on the Disney Channel to, quote, focus on other acting jobs.
So I could focus more on other acting jobs.
Sure, that's one way to put it. You could also say that he got fired, and you'd be more correct if you said it that way. So after he lists like the 30 things that he's done this year that he's very proud of, he transitions into his big announcement for Edfluence.
I literally think I have one of the best jobs on the earth. I get to do what I want, where I want, with who I want, and make a lot of money doing it. And so I wanted you guys to be able to do it too. So in 2017, guys, I spent hours and hours and hours developing something I call Edfluence.
So he just spent the last minute, well actually he spent the last 6 minutes kind of building up to this, because by bragging about all the things he was able to buy and the things he's able to do, and then transitioning into being like, look, I live a great life, you know that, Oh, wait, I think there might be a way for you to live the life that I've showed off to you.
Influence is a course that you guys can take right now online. How to do social media, secrets, tips, tricks, all things that have taken me years to master. You could even potentially be able to join Team 10 if you take this course.
Okay, I'm intrigued. So let's check it out. I cannot wait to figure out what type of influencer I am. So let's go ahead and take this quiz. I currently use the following platforms. Facebook, absolutely not. Instagram, no. Snap, no. I don't use any of them, and I don't want to. At a party, this sounds most like me. The party don't start till I walk in. That sounds the most like me, for sure. Money or fame. Unfortunately, there's no option for neither. I'm not about material possessions, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with money. I'm this committed to becoming a popular influencer. Not interested. My game of choice. Why can I only choose one? I'll go with Angry Birds. Being a social media influencer is whatever, it just is. I like that all of these questions have an answer that is exactly what I was already thinking. I would make these kind of videos. Comedy, daily vlogs, fitness. If I decide not to become a social influencer, I would never do anything else. My dream car, don't care, just a car. Is that it?
I made a huge mistake.
Okay, so now what we've got here is an unskippable video, and we're teased that a big announcement is coming in about 7 minutes. So let's watch.
I'm Jake Paul, and if you know me, you probably know all about Team 10 as well. And at the end of this video, I have a crazy new announcement about something I'm calling Team 1000.
I literally have goosebumps. I'm gonna be on Team 10, Team 1000.
Making videos, making massive business deals, working with brands, sponsorships, designing my own merchandise, traveling all across the country. Basically, I get to play for a living.
I don't wanna do that.
10 years ago, social media influence, actually 5 years ago even, social media influencers like me didn't even exist.
You heard it here first, guys. 5 years ago, Jake Paul didn't even exist. He was created in a laboratory about 4.5 years ago.
We have a bigger audience, get more engagement, have more viewership, and even make more sponsorship money than many major TV shows. Take, for example, Keeping Up with the Kardashians. It's a big show, right? They get 2 million viewers an episode and post an episode every week. So over the course of a year, they get 104 million views.
Does he think that they have a new episode every week throughout the year? Like there's no season break, there's no off time. It's just 52 weeks in a year, one episode every week.
I'm posting every single day, averaging about 12.6 million views per day. Over the course of the year, that's 4.6 billion views. So you tell me, which one has more influence?
The bigger one.
Having freedom and financial freedom and the cars and stuff are all cool and stuff too. As you know, Team 10 is a super exclusive group of top influencer talent that I've personally hand selected. And once an influencer makes it into Team 10, they're basically made. I'm talking millions of views and engagement off the charts. But not just anyone can make it into the house. And to be honest, most people aren't ready to be on Team 10 and still have things to learn. And this is why I'm stoked to introduce you to something super special today. Team 1000.
It's like Team 10, but the number's bigger.
Steps in this really aren't that hard. We've done the hard part of figuring out how to do this. So if you can't follow the roadmap, then there's just no chance you'll make it into Team 1000 or maybe even as a social media influencer. You know already that there are millions of Jake Paulers watching this right now, and if you wait on this, you'll probably miss your shot at 1000.
Oh no, he's right. There's so many other people who are gonna jump on this chance, and if I don't do it right now, then I'm gonna miss out. I don't even have time to stop and think about it. I just gotta freaking grab my credit card, sign the heck up before all the other Jake Paulers beat me to it.
If you're a kid out there like I was, trying to start my social media career, you could become successful. And if you can't sacrifice some Starbucks for the next few weeks, then maybe that just means this life isn't for you.
I can't sacrifice Starbucks for a few weeks. I don't need that. I just need to become Jake Pauler. Then I can have all the Starbucks I ever want in my life. Inspirational stuff. I'm ready to fucking get started. Let's do this shit. Good on him for only charging $7. So let me go grab my credit card. I feel like he really overhyped the whole like go without Starbucks for a few weeks thing. Because $7 is literally like 1.5 coffees. This is a very useful feature. I've never seen this when entering my credit card information before. Next to where you put in your credit card number, it's got like an up and down arrow. So you can just like click up until you get to your credit card number. Great. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. You're purchasing an Inner Circle one-time charge of $7. That's not so bad. All right, so here we go. It took him 5 years. I'm gonna figure out in like 2 days because I'm gonna zip through this shit. I'm noticing though over here on the left that this is chapter 1, but chapter 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, oh my God, all these chapters are locked? Do I have to watch them?
Hey, what's up guys? Jake Paul here, and I'm so stoked that you took action and picked up the roadmap to 1000.
Join Jake's Inner Circle. I thought I already did. It said one-time purchase, $7 for Inner Circle. But now if I want to join his Inner Circle, I have to pay $57. Oh, that's a lot of Starbucks. Hold up. The Inner Circle is the only place to get the secret strategies that Team 10 used and still uses to get and keep attention, build our audience, and become top social media influencers. Do you want to see what's in the Inner Circle? Yeah, that's why I paid $7. This is so fucked up. Here's what I'm picturing is a kid has just watched this. He's a huge Jake Pauler. He watches a video. He's like, oh, my dreams will come true. I just need to get the roadmap. And he sees $7. That's nothing. So he asks his mom for her credit card number. She puts it in because it's like, okay, $7 to, you know, learn how to become like your whatever. Parents don't give a shit, right? Maybe she watched the video too and she's like, okay, yeah, sure. That seems reasonable. So she puts in her credit card information. He pays the $7 and then immediately is asked to pay $57. But here's the best part. The parent has already put in their credit card information. So you don't have to put it in again. You just click one box and you just charge your mom's card another $57. You don't even have to get her permission at this point. There's absolutely no part of me that thinks it would be a smart decision to spend another $57. But I set out to do something today. My mission was to join Team 10, and I'm not gonna let a small road bump followed by a much bigger road bump get in my way.
Dear God, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Please forgive me. Love, Drew.
My card was declined? What? Holy shit, guys, I just got a text from American Express. It was a fraud alert. So I wonder if this has happened so many times now with parents calling and being like, I didn't authorize this purchase. I authorized the first one, but not the second one. Maybe this is like an immediate red flag for the credit card companies. That is hilarious. It seems I have been gifted a second chance. Someone out there was looking down on me and said, Drew, don't be an idiot. Do not give this guy $57. I'm gonna give you one more chance to not do that. And, well, I'm gonna blow that chance. Success! You may now continue viewing the members-only content. Welcome to Team 1000, bitches! We made it. I'm not gonna bother with chapter 1 because I already had that, and if I only watch chapter 1, then why did I just spend $57? So I'm gonna skip around. Let's go to chapter 12. All right, what type of content should you post on YouTube to get the most hits? Holy shit.
Oh, hey! Didn't even see you guys there. Sorry, I'll put this YouTube mug away, but it is kind of ironic that we are talking about YouTube. Chapter 13. Oh, sorry about that, guys. It's actually chapter 12. Come on, Jake, what are you doing? Sorry, Jake, there's a lot of chapters. All right, Jake, let's do this. What is up?
People paid $64 for this. That was like the first one I watched, and he's like stumbling over his words. Oh, this is perfect. This video is 17 minutes long. Why did I do this? Why am I doing this? What? No one forced me to do this. This is my idea. I thought this would be fun. I thought this would be funny. It's neither of those. It's miserable. And now I have to explain to my wife why I used our kids' college fund.
What I have found works the best within the videos are drama, stories, crazy things like pranks.
Slow down, Jake.
Animals.
I can't keep up with you, Jake.
Comedic stuff.
And
stuff. Also like sad
stuff.
stories or
sad stuff. That's good.
good.
I'm learning so much already.
The more content, the more views, the more people clicking into your channel, the more subscribers that you're getting, the more money that you're making, so that you can spend even more time on making videos, which helps your videos do better. And so guys, be consistent, stick to a schedule, don't go away from it. One thing that you could do is...
All right, I like this one. How to close deals when working with brands.
Oh, you're what, Mom? You're watching this Edfluence course? Oh my gosh, you're blowing up, Mom? Oh my gosh, yeah, I know, because everything in this course is right. You should follow it. Click. Here you go. Cool. Episode 4.
This is so half-assed. I'm sure there's some valuable information in here, but every time I click on anything, it's just like, everything's the first take. Like, he couldn't be bothered to say something again. I understand he's busy, but people spent $64 on this, and I don't even know what he's saying half the time.
I don't know if that's going to be the final title, but that's basically what it's covered, so I can say something different.
This was $64. I'm still confused, like, what exactly is Team 1000? One of your big selling points in your introductory video is like, you can be a part of Team 1000. I'm so excited to announce Team 1000. You know Team 10, you can't be a part of that. You're not good enough, but maybe Team 1000. So give me $64, follow these steps, and then maybe you can join Team 1000. Here's the thing though, I still don't know what Team 1000 is. Am I on Team 1000 now? I noticed just now that there is a tab that says Team 1000 near the top. You click on Team 1000, get this baby, you ready for this? Team 1000 coming soon. Stay tuned for updates. Winky face. So I spent $64 on a screen that says Team 1000 coming soon. I thought I was paying $57 to become a part of Team 1000, and yet it seems the only information I have about Team 1000 is that it doesn't exist yet. So what the hell, man? Now, according to the terms and conditions that I agreed to and that everyone agrees to by joining this, I am accepting that at any point in the future, they can just charge me again. So sure, Team 1000, it's coming soon, right? But who's to say that when it does come out, they don't automatically charge my card again? They have my credit card on file. I got an immediate fraud alert, which I don't know if that happens to you guys a lot. I have never in my life gotten a fraud alert from using a credit card on any website. And I've bought things from weird websites before. I've traveled without calling my credit card company. Like I'll be in Florida one day and then in New York the next day using my credit card and I'll never get a phone call. That is so funny to me that this has clearly been problematic for people and for parents, I assume. I think in conclusion, Edfluence is just one more example that kind of proves the point I tried to make in my last video, which is that Jake and Logan, their number one goals in life are to one-up each other in terms of getting people to pay attention to them. And they both simultaneously seemed to run out of ways to do that. And so, seemingly in unison, they each respectively did the worst thing they were capable of. Logan, the entertainer, wanted to, quote, show people something they had never seen before by doing something that had never been done before, right? And then you have Jake, on the other hand, the business person. He's literally guilting people into giving him money so they have a chance to live the life he lived. In his video, he talks about how you used to have to be lucky, but now it's all about hard work and talent. And to an extent that is true, but there is still so much luck involved. And for him to say, you have to do this if you want to be successful like me. Well, there's plenty of people who are successful on YouTube that didn't pay him $64. It's not even impressive manipulation, right? These kids spend every day watching his videos, dreaming of living the life that he lives, to the point where so many kids don't even have reasonable aspirations in school anymore because it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna be a famous YouTuber like Jake Paul. I want to be like Jake Paul when I grow up. When it's so fucking unrealistic to live that life. And for him to just take advantage of that and basically say, for a couple of bucks, I'll tell you how I do it. You can be a part of Team 1000, which doesn't exist. It's easy to do that shit. In his introductory video, he's just driving around, showing off all the things he has, he's telling you all the money he makes. Everything's very vague though. And then he just kind of promises that you can do it too. That is not a difficult thing to do. There's nothing about that that's impressive to me. In fact, it's so simple that I went ahead and did it too. For a little spin, for a little joy ride, you know, something we do when you're famous like me. It's welcome home. Let's take a look around. Here's a little something you may not know about me. Even though I've only been famous on YouTube for a few months now, I've already made exactly $1 million from my videos. Don't believe me? Yeah. You think I could afford a place like this without having exactly $1 million in my bank account? Not a chance. Let's take a look around. Babe, over here. If you guys want to see the rest of that video and check out what the Premium Little Stinker Club is all about, then go to littlestinkerclub.com or click the link down in the description. What has taken me over 6 months to learn on YouTube, you could potentially learn in minutes. for the low price of just $999. I just added this section onto my existing website. It was super easy. And that brings me to today's sponsor,
Squarespace.
Here's my impression of you.
Hey Drew, everything's sponsored by Squarespace. I bet you don't even use Squarespace.
Well, you're wrong. Last month I used Squarespace to make my beautiful merch website, and it was so easy to use that this month when I had the idea to make a parody website for Edfluence, add a parody section of that onto my website, I didn't even hesitate because I knew it would be so easy, and it was. The thing I've learned about having a website is that it's kind of an ongoing process. You don't just make it and then release it and then you're done. There's things you're going to want to add and customize, and especially if you're managing an online store, because you need to monitor your inventory levels, your orders, your revenue, all of that, and Squarespace made it super easy to do that. One thing I didn't even know about when I first started using them was that they're integrated with ShipStation. It automatically takes all the orders you have from your shop, puts them into ShipStation, generates shipping labels, shows you how much everything's gonna cost so you can get the most efficient use of your money, and that was super important for me because I shipped everything myself. I packed and shipped everything, and so being able to compare all the costs and manage it all in one place was like super helpful. Now maybe you're not looking to create an online store, you just need like a nice landing page for you or your business. Squarespace is perfect for that too. They have hundreds of beautiful designer templates to choose from for you to achieve any look that you may be imagining in your head. It's also so quick and easy to purchase a domain. If you already have a domain, it's simple to transfer to Squarespace so you can manage your entire online presence all in one place. Head over to squarespace.com for your free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Drew for 10% off your first purchase. Thank you so much to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video and helping a brother out during the adpocalypse. I think that's all I have for you guys today. I pretty much talked about this all. I might watch a few more of the videos to see if there's any more hidden gems in there, but there's just so much content to sift through. I couldn't do it all in this video. If you're interested in that, let me know. I think maybe the best format would be some sort of live broadcast where I just kind of go through and interact with you guys. So if you're interested in that, comment that you are. If you never want to hear me talk about either of the Paul brothers again, I understand. Also comment that if that's what you think. Be sure to head to littlestinkerclub.com if you want to join the premium Little Stinker Club. I'll tell you what it's all about. There is of course a very small fee involved, but I'm not gonna give away all my secrets for free. That would just be stupid. I've been recording for like 3 hours now, so I've got a shit ton of editing ahead of me, but thank you guys so much for your support. Be sure to subscribe if you aren't already. Be sure to unsubscribe if you fucking hated this video. And if you see me out in real life, come up and punch me right in the face. That's what I want. And please do that. So take it easy, guys, and I will see you next week. Hello everybody, welcome back to youtube.com. This is of course the first and only video on the entire website. Quick introduction here. When I started this video last week, I wasn't really sure what it was, but as it went along, I kind of figured out what I wanted it to be, and I'm really happy with the final product. It is pretty long, so brace yourself for that, but I try to mix up the content. There's some sketches, some rants, some reacting, just different stuff to keep it fresh, so I'm not just sitting here talking for 20 minutes. That being said, that's kind of what I've started to do, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up and get right into it. Again, thank you so much for watching, and this is 5 Days with Peaks. Enjoy. Today's video has been a long time coming. Now, for those of you who have followed me on Twitter for a while, you'll probably remember a couple instances where I have publicly made my opinion about Peaks pretty clear. What's weird to me about Peaks is he is very successful online. He's got about 1.8 million followers on Instagram. I think he's got like 8 million on Facebook, I want to say. What's weird about that is I have never ever personally met one person who has said, Peaks, oh yeah, that guy's great. Everyone hates this guy. Now, when I sat down to plan this video out, I decided to come up with some goals for this video. And those goals are, yes, I do want to roast his shitty content, but I also want to dive into the psychology of Peaks. I want to figure out what is really going on inside that big old Canadian noggin of his. And by analyzing his content and the evolution of him as a content creator, I want to figure out who he is. And I'd really like to do that together. So let's get into this. I think the way Peaks views himself is as a comedic director, where I think most people who watch his content would probably identify him more as like a douchebag. But what I mean by director is that he's not really the focal point of his videos. He's usually in the videos, but he's generally the second fiddle. Most of the time, the main character is a character I like to call Boobs Girl, whose number one purpose really is just to be the thumbnail for people to click on. It's like, what? There's gonna be boobs in this video? I gotta watch. But he's not usually the main actor in his videos, and I think the main reason for that is he's not a very good actor.
Yeah, I've been fucking your sister for the past 6 months. But I'm riding my bike. Hell no. I was with my mom last night. Picky how? Amanda, I know you're there. Papers, senor? I don't know why I'm single. Hell no. Feel a lot better after that.
This is his most recent video called How to Get a Girl in 2017. So it's this totally relatable setup that everyone's been a part of, where you and your two bros are just hanging out in a courtyard and one girl walks by and she immediately starts evaluating the three of you and you have to compete for her affection. Just one of those situations we've all been a part of. So the first guy is like, let me grab you. And she's like, no, that's not it. The second guy is like, look at my stomach. Look at my stomach. This is where I have a stomach. And she's like, no, 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 I don't like that. Let me get to this creepy ass 40-year-old here. Oh, he's got one of those toys that costs like $3. I'm gonna fuck him. That's the video. That's it, it's over. Don't forget to tag someone who has a spinner. Did you forget? Don't worry, I wrote it again. Oh look, Peaks shared a video. LMAO, so true. Oh, he shared his own video and said, this is so true. It's not. Let's take this over to Twitter. So Peaks is, oh wait, that's right. I can't go on his Twitter. He blocked me. Oh no, if only there was some way to be anonymous and still view his account. Got it, great. So my history with Peaks goes something like this. In October of 2016, I posted a video making fun of Peaks and how he asked Vine for a bunch of money and they said no, but he thinks that if they had paid him money, that somehow Vine wouldn't have shut down. Vine was kind of doomed to shut down because they just didn't properly monetize a fantastic product. I don't know why Vine never just put ads in between their vines. This is the way that Instagram does, and Snapchat, and Facebook. Like every social media app, every free thing has ads. YouTube videos have ads. Vine was always losing money. Twitter started to lose money and they said that's it with Vine, we just can't afford to do it anymore. That's why Vine went down. It was economics. It has nothing to do with that Peaks left and so did, his entire fan base. Now, at the time, Peaks was only using Twitter to post his Instagram videos, which didn't do as well on Twitter as they did on Instagram. He didn't really have the same following on Twitter, so I don't think he took it as seriously. But to just, be present on Twitter, when you can't think of jokes, what do? You steal other people's jokes. And that was something else I called him out for, because he would tweet these things and it's like, this doesn't seem like something Peaks would think or say. And then in this one, he used a semicolon. He doesn't know what a semicolon is. He wouldn't just use one. So all I did was copy his tweets, search them on Twitter, and it was like, he was always like the 30th person to tweet it. So I called him out for the Vine thing, and I called him out for stealing tweets, and then he immediately blocked me. So this was our entire interaction, went from 0 to 100, back to 0, all in one day. I didn't see until recently, I went back and looked, but this was kind of like a crossroads for Peaks in his Twitter career. I like to think that because of what I said, he took this as a sign that things need to change, and maybe he had a long talk with himself in the mirror.
Damn it! Maybe he's right. All I do is copy and paste tweets and post shitty videos. Why is my mole so big? What am I gonna do? I can't just block everybody, then who's gonna follow me? Maybe I could write my own jokes. No, that won't work. I'm not funny. Oh, my big Canadian brain is hurting.
What if I just download viral videos and then I'll post those and pretend that they're all mine? I think I figured this thing out.
Fucking Peaks, you fucking did it again, man. You're so smart.
Peaks, I never realized how handsome you are.
Something like that, maybe? I don't know. I mean, it's just like, how do you expect to have any credibility as a comedian when 90% of your Twitter feed is content that's not even yours. You don't need to do this. You have fucking 8 million Facebook likes. Just post your own shit. What is it that's driving you to do this? Is it money? I don't think you're making any money on Twitter. Is it just an ego thing? Like you gotta have likes, but you can't come up with content yourself, so you just steal other people's to get those likes because you gotta get that shot of endorphins. But in that case, it's like, how is it gratifying to you to have videos that you took no part in creating? Like, why is that giving you that endorphin rush? So I don't think it's that. I really don't know what it is, but I think we do need to dive deeper.
It's rained all day today. Could this be a sign from God? Telling me that no good could come from making a video like this, that everyone involved will only end up hurt? But then again, in a world where someone like Peaks is allowed to prosper, it's quite possible that there's simply no God at all. And in that case, I guess the rain is just like a coincidence. I don't know. Either way, I must continue.
Ready for more. Yeah, I just couldn't take any more of this guy yesterday. I had to stop looking at his fucking face. But I'm ready for more, don't worry. We're gonna dive just a little bit deeper than we did yesterday, and to start, we're gonna head over to Instagram. So this one he posted around Christmas time. It's called Christmas Surprise. Now in this video, he essentially just recreates the song Dick in a Box. It's Christmas time. His girlfriend is standing by the tree wearing whatever that is that she's wearing. As you can imagine, he has a surprise for her. Oh look, it's his little butt. I wonder what's in that box. It's probably his dick. I do want to give him credit though. He did add one funny layer into this video. At the end, she says that it's small, which is funny. That's a funny joke. And then he starts to walk away, and then he comes back and makes a racist joke about how Chinese guys have smaller dicks. That's funny, right? Because first it's like exploiting a woman's sexuality, and then he's exploiting a racial stereotype. So it's like, it really does have like a lot of layers to it. Another example of using song lyrics to tell the punchline is in these two videos. The idea was so good he couldn't fit it into one video, he split it into two. Basically the story of this is, his girlfriend's like, can I have some money? He's like, of course not. Then she's like, let's do anal, and he says, here's some money. Go get the money, go get the money. And then he does it again. She's like, can I have money for a car? And he's like, no. Hell no. And then she says he can touch her boobs. So it's, in my eyes, the same exact joke. Go get the money. What I see is someone who got way more successful than he ever deserved to, has a ton of money because of that, and doesn't need to make videos to survive anymore. At that point, when all your needs are met, you have all the creative freedom in the world to make whatever you want. So he is in that position. He has so much time to plan them out and like really develop his voice and just make exactly what he wants to make. But I just get the feeling that he'll post a video, he'll party for like 3 weeks and then be like, shit, I gotta do another video. What's popular right now? Fidget spinners? Let's just do a misogynistic joke where we involve fidget spinners, it'll be very successful, and then in 3 weeks we'll do it again. It just feels so lazy to me, and it feels, I get this, and I don't think he truly appreciates the position he's in as a creator. But I could see in a few years him just be completely broke because he squandered all the success he had by not continuing to grow and continuing to challenge himself creatively. Just continue to make videos that exploit obvious racial stereotypes. You know, stereotypes like black people like Asians are good at math.
Fuck this math question.
Time to get to work, bitch! Now, whether or not these are true, these are things that like everybody's heard before. They're stereotypes because everybody knows about them. So to make a video exploiting that stereotype just comes off as lazy to me. Part of being a comedian is like making clever observations and like original observations. And it just all feels like such low-hanging fruit. If everyone knows about a stereotype and you're making a video about it, how are you more creative or original than everybody else? All right, I talked for a while about that. Let's get back to some good old-fashioned roasting. This video is so bad, I'm just gonna show it to you in its entirety, and I'm not even gonna say anything about it, because I feel like it speaks for itself.
Okay, so would you like the good news or the bad news?
Good news.
The bad news is that your grandma's a vegetable.
Well, what's the good news?
Well, the good news, it says here that you're a vegan, so that might be okay with you.
I lied. I have to say something about it. That's one of the dumbest videos I've ever seen. So let's figure out the situation here. He's a doctor. He comes in. She's sitting in the chair, like she's in his office. She's the patient, right? So why is he coming in giving her his diagnosis of her grandma? Wouldn't she be in the waiting room? Is she here for her grandmother or is she here for herself? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And I'm not even gonna say anything about the whole she's a vegetable but you're a vegan joke. That's truly one of the worst jokes I've ever heard. Is she gonna eat her grandma? Is that that's the joke? On every level, the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Another thing about Peaks is not only are his videos like really unfunny, but anytime he tries to like express his thoughts, he's not very good at talking. Here's an example. Listen to this caption. When your remote runs out of batteries and there are none left in your house, so you can't even change the channel from your couch because you are lazy as fuck and don't want to get up to do it. Hey Peaks, here's a caption. When your batteries die. When you're making like the most simple video in the world about like a modern inconvenience and you need to explain it that thoroughly, it's not a very good video.
When you go poopy and then you check to see if there's toilet paper, but you realize that you don't have any toilet paper, so you call your mom, but then you remember that she's in jail, so she's probably not gonna get the voicemail, so then you grab your keys to go to the store to buy more toilet paper, but then you remember that the government took away your driver's license because
I ran over that kid.
Yeah, so then you just give up on having to wipe your butt to do your science project, but then you remember that you don't have to do a science project because you're an adult.
Go get the money, go! Sorry, I can't fucking do this today. Hey Drew, could your shirt be any more wrinkled? I don't know, Chandler. How are you even watching this video in 2001? As you remember from the beginning of the video, I set out some goals. I don't remember what they were, but I've talked for so goddamn long that it's very unlikely that I haven't addressed all of them. Now, in order for us to take our final step forward, we must first take a few steps backwards, because we've seen who Peaks has become, but where did he start? Peaks got his start on Vine, much like a lot of current YouTubers, including Chris Melberger. Peaks' early work can be divided into 3 genres. The first one, we've already gone over. It's when he uses a popular song lyric to tell a joke.
You got 2 phones?
I got 2 phones. The second is when he finds like a YouTube video and just kind of inserts himself into it.
We're gonna miss our movie. Shit! Jamal, great form.
Bye, babe. I LOVEU.
Okay, bye.
Give a fuck about your film. Usually not adding much to the video. He'll just be like reacting to what's happening.
So we get it.
One he's done a lot is where he'll do something for a couple of seconds in a car and then he uses a clip of a car crash.
Oh, bro. And I need you. There's no place I'd rather be. No.
And the third genre is just him angrily yelling at people.
Where the hell's my straw? All I asked for was a straw. Then I'm coming! Fuck you, you motherfucking fuck you, I'm sleeping! Can I finish my fucking sentence?
I know it. I know it.
Jimmy, shut the fuck up.
Ooh, a rare crossover into 2 genres. But what if we included the third?
I know it.
Jimmy, shut up!
The perfect Peaks Vine. I made it. Well, I didn't make it. He made it. I just finished it. Though I guess that's kind of how you could describe a lot of these. He didn't make them, he just put together 2 clips. Even the ones in between these vines that don't have other YouTube clips or songs where it's just like a joke, they say #remake, which means he didn't come up with them. Though I will at least give him credit for admitting that they were remakes. But that being said, there were plenty of instances where he remade other people's vines and didn't credit them.
I want you to be mine again, baby. I want you to be mine.
Who are you?
My name is Jeff.
Who are you?
My name is Jeff.
Peaks is simply guilty of the worst crime I think a comedian can have, and that's that he's unoriginal.
Whether that means he's blatantly ripping off someone else's work, he's telling a joke where the punchline relies on a stereotype that everyone kind of knows already, or he just has to use a goddamn song lyric because he doesn't know how to make words himself. When you find two socks that match. It's a song. Please like my page for more. So to answer the question, is this comedy? That's gonna be a solid meh. Looking back at all these old Vines and seeing how they're all pretty bad, but they were really popular. It reminds me of how like a lot of the big Viners who became big when Vine first came out, it was really just a case of being in the right place at the right time. They didn't have to do anything like groundbreakingly original, they just had to be there. Vines had this mystique of like, it was so fun, and the loop was such a new thing, and it was such a great product that all the people who used it when it first came out got to benefit from how great of a product it was. And no matter what guys like Peaks or Jerry Perpdrink try to say, they would be nothing without Vine. I'll say it myself, I would be nothing without Vine. I just didn't get in the game early enough to have the kind of success that they have now. Hey, remember a couple days ago when it was raining outside and I was like, oh, this must be a sign that I shouldn't be making this video. Well, something like that happened again today. I sat down to do a little bit of editing and then my cat fucking scratched the shit out of my face.
Hey, sweet bitch. You have fun today so far trying to mangle my fucking face? You like that?
I just woke up, literally just woke up, and you come along and you just try to destroy every ounce of happiness I have.
I think deep down, Peaks knows that he's full of shit. That despite the fact that he has millions of followers and I'm sure plenty of money, he doesn't really have any respect in the comedy community. In my eyes, Peaks is just as much of a con artist as guys like Rick Lax, who sell the idea that they're giving you something that they're not. In Rick Lax's case, he's pretending to be a magician when he's just using basic math tricks. In Peaks' case, he's pretending to be a comedian when he's actually just giving you racist garbage on a plate. Oh, and when you're done with this, can you make sure to give me that plate back? Because he stole that from someone else. You know, if Peaks wasn't so unlikable, I'd say that I feel bad for him. Because all the money and likes in the world can't make up for the fact that at the end of the day, you have a terrible human brain. One that leads you to steal content without thinking you're doing anything wrong. A brain that has taught you that it's okay to cheat on women and objectify them. A brain that surely has experienced some sort of personal trauma to even become the type of brain that it is today. So as we just took a look back at the beginning of Peaks' career, I want to now take a look back at the beginning of his life. And I want to explore what in my head very likely happened to him at the young age of 12. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey, Dad.
Not right now, Peaks, I'm working.
I know, and I love that you called me by my last name. I just wanted to say, we were playing Canadian baseball at school today, and I hit a home run. It was so cool. I wish you could have been there.
I'm very proud of you, son, but seriously, I need to be alone if I'm gonna finish my experiment.
I know, but I hope you didn't forget. It's bring your dad to school day tomorrow. It'd be cool if you could...
It's not that I forgot, son. It's that I just don't have time for silly nonsense like that.
I know.
Oh, Peaks, I know I haven't been a very good father to you, but that'll all change soon, I promise. I'm this close to figuring out the missing piece of my experiments and finally curing the dreaded polio disease once and for all.
I understand,
and
but...
once I sell this cure to the science communities, I'll have all the money in the world to finally treat you right. And I'll teach you all the lessons I haven't had time to teach you, like how to respect women and understand that they're not objects.
Yeah, and I can't wait,
and understanding the difference between racism and comedy.
Why do you have a southern accent now?
I don't know, and I can teach you how to tie your shoes and wipe your butt and stand up straight. You got terrible posture.
I know, Dad, and I'm really excited.
I'm gonna teach you all that and more, I promise, son. I need to finish this first. I know you understand, don't you?
But Dad, that's what I've been trying to tell you. It's 1992. They found a cure for polio like 6 years ago.
What? Yeah, I got a special delivery for one dead dad.
Dad, no!
Dad, don't go. Not like this.
But son, I haven't taught you anything. You're still an idiot.
You'll always remember this, kid.
I will.
I will remember you.
Can I have some money?
Hell no!
Holy shit, you actually watched the whole thing. I'm very impressed. Thank you so much for doing that, though. If you did enjoy this video, I worked pretty hard on it, so feel free to toss it a thumbs up. I do appreciate that. Comment whatever you like, good, bad, or indifferent. I'll read it all. I do want to turn this into a series, this 5 days with blank. So if you think there's someone else out there besides Peaks who's worthy of that much attention and that thorough of a video, feel free to comment their name and tell me why you want to see a video like that. So I think that's going to be it, guys. I said all the things I need to say. Remember to always treat your parents with respect and don't cross the road without checking both ways. All right, I'll see you guys next time.
I know. I am too old to be getting this worked up over a Netflix remake of a cartoon that came out when I was 11. But this is not just any cartoon. It's not like they're rebooting Jimmy Neutron and I'm pissed off about it. Avatar is a nearly perfect series. It's one I enjoyed a lot when I saw it as a kid, but rediscovering it as an adult actually blew my mind. It's a show that moved me to tears multiple times. It's something that the creators clearly put so much thought and care into getting every detail right, from the world building to the music. Now, for a long time, I thought it would be impossible to translate this world into live action, partly because of how intricate and beautiful the animation is, and partly because the last time they tried to do it, it was a fucking disaster. I've seen way too many people say in regards to the Netflix adaptation, hey, at least it's better than the movie. Yeah, I would hope it's better than one of the worst films ever made. You don't get points for that. Because of how goofy and awkward this movie looked, I assumed it just couldn't be done. That this world was simply unadaptable to live action. And in a lot of ways, Netflix proved me wrong. This show looks probably as good as a live-action Avatar could. I mean, nothing will ever truly compare to vibrant and fluid 2D animation, but the VFX team that worked on this did a really good job of making something that very easily could have looked dumb as shit look pretty realistic. Except for the airbending, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, a lot of the scenes are directed a little jarringly, and it's way too dark sometimes, but with what they were tasked with bringing to life here, I think they deserve a lot of credit. But it's funny to me that Netflix nailed the part that I thought couldn't be done well and messed up all of the stuff that should have been a slam dunk. Let's start with the pilot, because I started writing this video 10 minutes into the first episode. The pilot condenses the first 3 episodes of the animated series into one premiere, which on paper works really well. The end of episode 3 really is where the prologue ends. We've established the world, we've introduced the characters and a little bit of their backstories, and they're literally flying away from their past as they venture forth onto their journey. And while the very beginning of the show doesn't quite reach the heights that it eventually will, I think this is all paced really well and does a good job of doling out enough information to explain what's going on while still having the restraint to hold on to some things that can be revealed when the time is right. We open on 2 of the 3 main characters, Sokka and Katara. We learn that they're siblings who live in the Southern Water Tribe. Katara is a waterbender, Sokka is not. He belittles her ability, they bicker for a bit, it escalates, and then Katara waterbends so hard that a 12-year-old bald kid falls out of an iceberg. Wait, that's not just any bald kid. That's the Avatar. No one's seen him in 100 years. What the hell? No time to stop and explain everything, though, because they have inadvertently alerted a nearby Fire Nation ship of their presence. This is Prince Zuko and his uncle Iroh. They've been banished from their home and sent on a now 3-year quest to find the Avatar, a quest that may just be about to end. Some chaos ensues, a fight breaks out, but ultimately with the help of his new friends, Aang is able to escape Zuko, and the 3 of them fly into the sunset. Now that brings us to episode 3, and there is still a crucial piece of information that the showrunners have not yet revealed to Aang because they're waiting until the right moment. The gang heads to the air temple that Aang grew up in, a place where Sokka and Katara know is probably filled with dead airbenders, but they don't have the heart to break it to him. He's so cheerful and excited to just show them where he used to play with his friends. How do we tell this kid that everyone he knew and loved was murdered by the Fire Nation? Instead, they try to cheer him up and keep him distracted. We see a flashback of Aang's former life. He's talking to his friend and mentor Gyatso, someone who we can tell he clearly cared a lot about. Aang talks about how overwhelmed he is at the thought of being the Avatar, and Gyatso assures him that everything will be alright. We cut back, they keep exploring for a bit, they find Momo, a little pet to go with their big pet. Things are going great, until... oh shit.
Firebenders? They were here? Gyatso.
Oh man. Come on, Aang. Everything will be alright. Let's get out of here.
This is a really important scene for the beginning of a Nickelodeon show that up until this point has been pretty lighthearted. Seeing your main character, who's just a kid, find out about the death of his entire people and then freak out and have to be calmed down by his friends. It's a really powerful moment that can only happen because the writers held on to this reveal until the time was right to reveal it. So now let's talk about how Netflix handled the pilot. Instead of starting the show on our main characters, we open on an epic chase. This is streaming, baby. We gotta put a fight scene within the first 10 seconds or people are gonna turn it off and go watch Love is Blind. If you don't brutally murder someone right now, I'm taking my ass to free. But you know what? I'm fine with this cold open. I understand you're just trying to grab people's attention, and a quick little action sequence that shows how ruthless the Fire Nation can be is not the worst way to do it. But it should have ended here. You say this line.
This isn't about the Airbenders. This is about one who lives among them.
But the Avatar is yet to be revealed.
Which is why we have to kill them all.
And then we cut to present day to the three main characters, similar to how the cartoon did. I actually think that would have been a really effective opening, because if you've never seen the show and you just watch the Fire Lord say, we gotta kill all the Airbenders, and then you cut 100 years into the future and you see an Airbender that survived, you'd probably be like, how did that happen? I'm gonna stick around to find out. Instead, we come back from the title sequence and we're still in the past on the day of the aforementioned invasion. I guess we're just gonna do the whole show chronologically, lest anyone be confused. We meet Aang and Gyatso and see them stand and talk for a while, and then we get to watch some people sit and talk for a while, and we cut back to Aang and Gyatso, and they do more standing and more talking, and then Aang flies away, and a whole bunch of murder happens. Oh my god, so much murder. I'm talking several uninterrupted minutes of murder, because remember, this is a show for grown-ups. Cartoons are for babies. We got a bunch of dead bodies in this one. What's crazy to me about this entire sequence is that while they're so insistent on showing something that I honestly think had more emotional impact to just see the aftermath of, they make no attempt to show us any aspects of Aang's personality. I mean, don't get me wrong, the writers take the time to explain Aang's personality to us. He and Gyatso tell us all about him.
I know who I am. I like to play airball and eat banana cakes and goof off with my friends. That's who I am.
I feel bad for this kid because he seems like a very good actor, but the writers keep giving him lines that make it sound like he's about to burst into song.
Monks don't even trust me to feed the baby bison, and I'm supposed to save the world?
Why can't I just be a kid? But this isn't even the worst example of tell, don't show that they do in this episode. Remember I told you about how Aang finds out that all the Airbenders are dead, how he stumbles upon the corpse of his former best friend, surrounded by all of the firebenders it took to take him down. Here's how they do it in this show.
Most of them had just arrived for the Great Comet Festival.
The Great Comet Festival. The last time that the Great Comet was seen in the sky was 100 years ago.
Someone just tells him about it.
Everyone in the village knows this story, but you don't. Just as you don't know that airbenders haven't been seen in generations, and that the Southern Air Temple was the first to fall because you've been trapped in that ice this whole time.
Gran reads out loud the entire opening theme for like 2 straight minutes while he has to just sit there and give reaction faces before running out of the room crying. And he's sad for like 10 seconds and then everything is fine. No time to mope, buddy. You gotta do another walk and talk. This is infuriatingly bad writing. You took one of Aang's most impactful moments from the beginning of the show and turned it into someone else's monologue. It's so weird to me when shows are clearly in a rush to establish as much information as possible, I guess because they think people will get confused and turn it off if they don't have their hand held through every interaction. But it feels counterintuitive. I think what gets people to continue watching something is mystery. You don't need to answer every question I have within seconds of me having it. You can reveal information in small doses and slowly add to it piece by piece. That's what's going to compel me to keep watching something, not paragraphs of expository dialogue whenever you feel like you've got some lore blanks to fill. It's also weird to me that they still try to recreate the air temple moment in this episode, even though it's not new information for Aang. He goes and sees dead Gyatso, who was evidently much easier to kill
this time around, and still goes bananas and still has to be calmed down, but it doesn't really make sense because he already knows about this.
All my friends, they're all gone.
It actually feels like kind of an overreaction considering he barely gave a shit about it earlier. Also in the original, Katara is the one to calm Aang down while he's in this state. She tells him that she knows what it's like to lose someone you love, but the world needs him and they're here to help no matter what. It's a great moment for the three of them because it gives closure to Aang's past while bridging the gap into this present journey they're about to go on. In this version, Katara just watches while we see a bunch of flashbacks from earlier in the episode, in case you were looking at your phone during that part.
You are my friend.
I really don't understand the obsession with Gyatso in this version. He is an important character, but more so as a memory for Aang, like a symbol of what he lost. He's not that relevant to the present day journey they're about to go on. What matters the most is their relationship. Their friendship is the foundation that this entire series is built on. So I think you're doing a huge disservice to that by taking interactions away from Katara and Sokka so you can give them to a guy who died 100 years ago. They do this multiple times in the show. They keep bringing Gyatso back instead of giving that valuable screen time to the more important characters. They even do this in the opening title scroll in the pilot episode. In the original, Katara is the one who does this voiceover, which kind of establishes the show as being from her point of view. And the very iconic lines she says at the end,
But I believe Aang can save the world,
actually tell us something about her. They tell us that she's optimistic and believes in her friends no matter what. So they actually managed to add characterization into a sequence that is at its core exposition. It's a very efficient use of dialogue. In the remake, they take this away from Katara so they can, again, give it to a character who died 100 years ago. And that's not even mentioning the fact that everything that's said in this version of the title sequence gets repeated multiple times throughout the episode. It's a very inefficient use of dialogue.
The Avatar, the one person with the ability to master all four elements. The Avatar, the next master of all four elements.
Only the Avatar, the one person who can master all four elements.
Only the Avatar, master of all four elements. But when the world needed him most, he vanished.
When the world needed the Avatar the most, he vanished.
Episode 1 shouldn't feel as rushed at the end as it does. It's roughly the same runtime as the 3 episodes it's adapting, so it's not that they didn't have the time to tell the story, it's that they misused the time they had. They add in all this stuff that probably would have been better if it was just kept a mystery. They waste so much time repeating the same information just from different sources, and they replace interesting character development moments with vague mumbo-jumbo.
Bending is about energy and balance. By feeling the energy around you, you can find balance. By finding balance, you can feel the energy.
Aang, what the fuck are you talking about? Remember, energy is balance, which is energy, which is balance. Whoa, thanks, Aang. I'm water bending now. And I'm internet bending. Ooh. Sorry about that. This portion of the video is sponsored by Opera, the faster, safer, and smarter way to browse the web. If you've ever wondered why it takes me so long to make videos, it's because most of my job is writing, and while I'm writing, I like to have 97 different tabs open for every thought that pops into my head. A really cool thing I can do on Opera is sort my tabs into islands, so when I want to shift gears away from my 25-minute Amazon journey and back into working, I can just click one button, hide all of that, and now I'm not thinking about it anymore. It's a super helpful tool for visually organizing my time online. Opera has a free ad blocker built into the browser that you can toggle on and off with one click, which is great for those websites that yell at you when you have one and you need to quickly pretend that you don't. There's a built-in music player on the sidebar that works with all the big streaming services like Spotify and Apple Music. And it's great for when I'm working on my laptop and don't have a second monitor. I don't need to open a separate window just to change a song. You can also use the sidebar to go on Messenger apps or scroll through social media. And I think it's really cool that when I'm watching a YouTube video, it'll automatically move it to the corner of the screen when I open up a new tab. If I'm not multitasking at all times, then what is even the point of having internet access? Upgrade the way you browse the web, download Opera for free using my link in the description. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring today's video. Now, before I continue just getting mad about every single aspect of this show, I do want to answer a more general question of like, what should we expect out of an adaptation? Because it may sound like I'm trying to say that this should have been a one-to-one recreation of the original show, when that is not the case. You can and should be able
able to change things. Why even bother spending all this money to make something that looks worse if it's gonna be exactly the same? But those changes need to enhance the story. They can't be at odds with the spirit of the show or fundamentally change a character. So that brings me to episode 2. In the months leading up to this show's release, I kept seeing aggregated quotes about it from cast members, from the creators, and every time I did, it made me a little bit less optimistic about what we were going to get. One of those quotes was how the creators of the show very nobly got rid of the sexism that Sokka had a little bit of at the beginning of the cartoon. Because that was 2005, and we're a lot smarter now. Obviously, I don't need to tell you that there are tons of movies and TV shows from 20 years ago that absolutely have not aged well. But I think you're missing the point if you try to lump this show in with those. Sokka is an overconfident but misguided teenage boy who grew up isolated from the rest of the world, where he has been tasked with being the sole leader and protector of his entire village. As a result, he begins the show with a pretty dated sense of what men and women should be expected to do. He's constantly making belittling remarks to his sister, he meets the warriors on Kyoshi Island, and is relieved to see that they're just girls. Here's the thing though, the show is not glorifying his behavior. In fact, they're very much doing the opposite. Because you know what happens right after he says these things? He is immediately proven wrong. He underestimates Suki and the rest of the Kyoshi warriors, and they kick his ass. He's so embarrassed by this that he comes back with his tail between his legs and apologizes and begs to learn from them. It is meant to be a humiliating and humbling experience for him, one that also props up the women around him. It's vindicating for Katara, who's had to deal with this bullshit her whole life, and it establishes Suki as a badass. It's not unchecked. It's not something that the showrunners are celebrating. His misogyny is immediately met with repercussions. Are we really at a point where we can't even show a character on TV doing something morally disagreeable? Can audiences truly not understand the difference between a real-life human being expressing a shitty belief and that belief being portrayed in a piece of fiction? And look, I'm not here to die on the hill that you gotta keep the misogyny in the show, man. It was so funny. Like, there's other ways for the writers to show Sokka having a flaw that Suki can use to get a leg up on him. So what do they do instead? She walks in on him taking a bath and just fucking stands there staring at him with googly eyes. And then in their training scene together, they have to stop every 10 seconds because of all the sexual tension.
Avoided. We've avoided a lot of things by living the way we do.
Jesus Christ. Do you see the point that I'm trying to make here? Instead of Suki being this cool and confident intellectual superior to Sokka, who always has the upper hand on him and is always able to shut him down whenever he tries to pull some shit, they decided to just make her so horny she can't function. I gotta say, it's a little ironic that in an attempt to remove sexism from the show, they actually took a more sexist approach to designing her character. They stripped away everything that made her who she was, made her absolutely obsess over Sokka, who doesn't do anything to earn it, and then they have the nerve to act morally superior to the original writers. Also, does anyone in this village respect privacy? Shaking my damn head. On the topic of absolutely destroying strong female characters, let's talk about Katara. Her entire arc in the show is just, man, I'm not so good at bending. And then Aang is like, yeah, you are. And she's like, huh, you're right. I'm actually the best. She is not given any personality whatsoever. Her entire existence is tied to her waterbending ability, which is not what made her such a great character in the cartoon. Instead of showing how fiery and passionate Katara can be, and how her optimism sometimes backfires because the world they're living in is so beaten down, and how she can be a great leader and friend to everyone around her, not just because she's strong, but because she's empathetic and brings out the best in people. They just made her real good at fighting, and that's it.
You are a waterbender. That is who you have always been, and always will be.
And she doesn't even need any help.
because she's so talented. Always has been, in fact.
I wasn't even really trying.
It's just not an interesting choice when compared to how the original show handled her growth. They had this great episode early on where Katara gets jealous of Aang because he's the Avatar and everything just comes so easily to him. But what this showed about her character is that she desperately wants to be good at waterbending, will go to great lengths to be able to do it, and has to work twice as hard as Aang. So when we get to the end of the season and she does surpass him in skill, we know it's because she worked really hard to get there. And that is more admirable than her just being handed this power. I mean, literally handed. Gran just gives her this scroll that in the original show, she went to great lengths to steal. For Katara, her main motivation in season 1 is to get to the Northern Water Tribe so she can find someone to teach her waterbending, something she's always wanted but has never had access to because she's always been the only waterbender in her tribe. And then they finally get to the North Pole, and I guess she doesn't actually need that because instead of asking Paku to train them, she begs him to let her fight. First of all, why are you asking permission? He's not gonna stop you. Just go do it. What is he gonna follow you around and tie your hands behind your back because you're trying to fight the fire? Just go fucking do it. But the point they're trying to make is that she's so powerful, she doesn't even need someone to teach her. Okay. Well, then why doesn't she just go defeat the Fire Lord herself? She has this line at one point where she's like, "We need you, Aang. I need you." No, you don't. You don't seem to really need anyone. The fact that everything comes so easily to her makes it so there's no payoff at the end. It makes this line...
You found a master, haven't you?
You're looking at her.
Kinda dumb, actually. All you did was read one scroll that your grandma gave you, and now you're a waterbending master? What a journey, huh? This story will be told for generations. They gave her zero depth in this show, and it's really frustrating. You may notice while watching this show that Netflix seems to have a fear of giving any of the main characters an unlikable trait. God forbid any of these children ever make a mistake or have a redemption arc. They need to start the show already perfect. That is such a boring way to write your characters. It's also a huge disservice to your actors by giving them nothing to work with. One of the foremost characteristics of Aang early on in the show is that he's still just a kid. He's a 12-year-old boy who has been given this overwhelming responsibility of saving the world. It's something that understandably scares the shit out of him, so much so that he runs away. That's how he ends up in the iceberg for 100 years. It's the inciting incident of the entire show. That guilt follows him, and it's a really important part of his growth. But Netflix seemed to be so concerned with having their main character make an incorrect decision that they changed the reason for him flying out into the middle of a storm to him just going for a stroll.
You're right. Just needs to go up where things always make more sense.
I gotta go up where things make more sense. The ground ain't so good for thinking. Don't worry, guys, it was just an accident. He wasn't avoiding responsibility because he's a child who wasn't ready for it yet. He was just getting some fresh air. In the middle of a lightning storm. Okay, great. So instead of him showing signs of immaturity, he's actually just an idiot. Another thing about Aang still being a kid is that he's not always focused on the task at hand. That's something he has to grow into. This is his very first line in the original show.
Will you go penguin sledding with me?
He's constantly getting distracted and wanting to go on side quests because he's a little boy. Of course, it's not like that the whole show, but it gives him a starting point, so by the end, you can see how much he's matured. Netflix Aang don't got a whimsical bone in his body. He is extremely serious and solely focused on getting from point A to point B. He's not written like a child. He's already the season 3 version of Aang. Netflix, if you want your characters to be able to grow, they need to have a place to grow from. Yeah, he takes the time to deliver his little soliloquies about how much he yearns to goof, but those are just words. We never actually see him do those things. It also makes it so his whole interaction with Bumi makes no sense. Bumi's like, there's no time for fun, Aang. You've got to go save the world. It's like, yeah, he knows that. He's already very good at not having any fun. This is one of the worst written arcs in the entire show because everything they say contradicts what they're doing. Bumi tells him to quit playing games and go do your job as the Avatar. Meanwhile, he's the one holding him hostage, giving him games to play. Aang wants to leave the entire time. just let him go and he'll do the things you're asking him to. Aang's immaturity also lends really well to the narrative shift that happens in the first season, because for a long time he's like, yeah, I gotta save the world eventually, but first let's go here and fuck around here for a little bit. And then we get to episode 8 and the former Avatar is like, no dude, you actually have to defeat the Fire Lord by the end of the summer, because this comet is gonna come, and if you don't do it before that, he's gonna be invincible.
Mastering the elements takes years of discipline and practice. But if the world is to survive, you must do it by summer's end.
It's this great shift in momentum that adds even more stakes to the equation. It puts a timer on everything. They kind of do that in this one. They give him a vision of the North Pole being attacked, but that doesn't do anything to address the overarching goal of having to learn and master all 3 of the elements. Something that, small note here, he doesn't do any of the entire season. They set that up as one of the main goals in the original first season, and we see a bunch of examples of Aang learning waterbending and before having it pay off in the finale. Aang doesn't waterbend once in this version. He's so behind it's actually stressing me out.
It would have been wise to have focused on your training during your journey.
I swear to God, if they start season 2 and Aang is already very good at waterbending, implying that there was a bunch of progress that happened off screen, I'm gonna lose my mind. And don't try to tell me that I already have. This is me on a good day. As you watch more of the show, it makes a lot of the additions more frustrating because everything has a cost. If you have to cut out character development moments so you have the space to show a bunch of airbenders getting set on fire, you might want to take a step back and reconsider your priorities. It starts to become a little obvious why the creators of the original show left this project almost 4 years ago over creative differences. According to them, they were promised that they would be given the job of guiding the show in the right direction, and they were lied to. Dude, I'm so tired of these dumbass executives who make $2 million every second getting involved in things that they have no knowledge in. Why even hire the original creators of the show if you're just gonna ignore their input and act like you know their story better than they do? Why the concern over making characters unlikable when that was never a problem to begin with? Everybody loved Katara and Sokka and Aang, even with their imperfections. Imperfections are what make characters relatable. And it's like this was all supposed to be the problem with network TV. Streaming was supposed to be the solution to this. We're not going to micromanage and enforce a bunch of arbitrary rules. We're just going to trust the showrunners to do the job that we hired them to do. Yet somehow over the course of the past decade, we've just kind of reinvented cable. So, good job, everyone. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to learn that most of the issues with this version of Avatar are the result of meddling from people who should have just stayed the hell away, because there is potential here. Underneath all of the baffling decisions are the bones of what could have and could still be a much better series. For starters, I think they did a fantastic job with the casting. I imagine it's way harder to cast for live action than animated, because not only do they have to have the perfect voice, but they also need to look the part and be the right age, and in this case, be able to do martial arts. The fact that they're able to check so many boxes with these kids is impressive. I just hope that going forward, they get better material to work with. The only character they consistently write well for is Zuko. This guy's got it. He totally nails the intimidating on the outside, but a little sensitive on the inside. And between him, Iroh, Zhao, Lieutenant Chi, I think almost all of the Fire Nation scenes were more cohesive and well written than anything that the rest of the cast was forced to do. Going back to my point that you can and should be able to make changes in an adaptation if they make sense, I thought a couple of the additions they made to Zuko's character worked perfectly. One, there's the reveal that the crew Zuko protected from being sacrificed in the meeting that led to his banishment is actually the same crew that he's been commanding for the past 3 years since then. So I thought that was a really cool way of tying everything together. It makes so much sense that I was actually surprised when I went back and rewatched season 1 of the animated series and realized they didn't do that originally. I also like the scenes they added with him and Iroh, like the flashback to Iroh's son's funeral where we see Zuko give him his condolences as well as a gift to remember his son by. They have another moment like that at the end of this episode where Zuko is about to set off on his never-ending quest to find the Avatar, and Iroh's like, hey, mind if I come along? And Zuko's pretty resistant to the idea, but then Iroh says this.
Everything I need is on this boat.
It's a very sweet moment, especially with the little nod they do to Leaves from the Vine, a famously sad episode from season 2. But I do think it's worth pointing out that this only works for the people who have already seen the entire animated series. This only has the emotional weight that it does if you're going into this show with 30 hours of context. Keep in mind, this is episode 4 of the live action. If this is your first exposure to these characters, this moment is not going to have nearly the same significance to you. It's nice, but it feels a little premature. Netflix Avatar has an instant gratification problem where they don't want to set anything up that can be paid off later. They just want that payoff now. And I get that some of that was probably due to the uncertainty over whether they would even get a season 2 and 3. So they were trying to be as impactful as they can with this first season, but it's only going to make their job harder in the future. Like, where do you even go with some of these characters? There was one big change with Zuko that feels emblematic of the entire philosophy they approached this show with. There's an episode in season 1 of the cartoon called The Storm, where we see these juxtaposed flashbacks of Aang and Zuko's past, and we learn about the moments that sent them on the trajectories they're now on. For Aang, it's running away from home, and for Zuko, it's getting banished from home. He speaks out of turn in a war meeting and disrespects everyone in the room by saying they should come up with a better plan. Ozai does not appreciate this, and he tells Zuko that he's going to have to do an Agni Kai, aka a firebending duel. But when Zuko shows up, he is shocked to find out that it's not the general he's supposed to fight, it's his own dad. Zuko begs not to have to fight him. In fact, he outright refuses, but this only makes Ozai more angry. Zuko has now disrespected him twice, so he burns his face and tells him he cannot come back home until he finds the Avatar. The Netflix version plays out pretty similarly, but with one major difference. This time, Zuko fights back. Because why would we keep one of the most important moments of the show when we'd be missing out on an awesome fight scene? Look at all the fire! Zuko refusing to fight his dad was the best way to show us who he is. How, unlike his father, he's not willing to hurt the people he loves. Netflix kind of respected that idea. I mean, Zuko does refuse to fight for a few seconds, and he does eventually get burned by his uncaring father. The problem is you can't justify Zuko getting banished forever because he lost a fight to the world's most powerful firebender. That wouldn't make any sense. So they had to add in another wrinkle to make sense of their first wrinkle, which is that Zuko actually could have won, he just chose not to. And that's where this scene completely loses me. Ozai is supposed to be the ultimate threat, the world's most feared villain, looming over every second of Aang's journey. And you're telling me some random 13-year-old kid could beat him in a fight? What are we doing here? I also just think it's better for Zuko's arc if he doesn't stand up to his dad yet, because then it will mean way more when he eventually does. What this decision showed to me is that the creators of knockoff Avatar will always choose flash over substance. If we have to fundamentally change 2 important characters so we can get 1 extra minute of pyrotechnics, you bet we're gonna be doing that. Because this is a show for grown-ups. Tell me again why the show made for grown-ups, Netflix's Game of Thrones, had to dumb down its writing. Every line of dialogue is so on the nose.
This was my home. And now it's gone.
They always choose the simplest way to convey a point.
But the one thing I do know is I'm the Avatar. And this is just the beginning.
Oh, I get it. Because he's the Avatar and this is the end of episode 1. Compare these 2 lines that serve the same function and tell me which of these shows is made for babies.
You will learn respect, and suffering will be your teacher.
Compassion is a sign of weakness.
Compassion is a sign of weakness.
Compassion. It was weakness.
The script feels like a first draft filled with a bunch of placeholders that just ended up holding that place forever. I think the moment that made me realize, oh, they truly don't give a shit about what they're doing here, is when they reused the same twist 3 times. So just like in the original, Zuko objects to the Fire Nation's plan to attack one place as a diversion so they can actually attack somewhere else. But then in the first episode, they added in this thing where the Fire Nation tricks the Earth Kingdom into thinking they're going to attack one place as a diversion so they could actually attack somewhere else. And then in the finale, it's revealed that the whole fight that just took place was, get this, a diversion so they could actually attack somewhere else. How is the rest of the world not catching on by now? They only have one strategy.
The entire world will turn their attention to the Earthbenders.
A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
With the enemy's firepower focused on that diversion, we can launch pinning attacks here.
A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
Why attack the North at all?
Distraction. The North was never the true target.
A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
Not only is that such lazy writing, but the last one doesn't even make sense. They attacked the Northern Water Tribe to distract them from Omashu, but both of those sieges happened over the course of one day. Even if they somehow knew it was happening because they got like an email about it, they still couldn't have gotten there in time to help. And it's not like the Earth Kingdom was distracted from Omashu because they were busy helping the Waterbenders. They weren't there. These two things have nothing to do with each other. This wasn't a diversion. You just did two attacks at the same time and one of them worked and one of them didn't. Also, did they not say in episode 4 that they knew Omashu was going to be attacked?
Fire Nation forces are on the move. They'll be here by dawn.
Why write in that they knew it was going to happen if you're going to make them so unprepared for it?
You're under attack?
We will be, but we will be ready.
Is anyone in the writing room keeping track of things that they've said? I know some people are going to watch this video and accuse me of just being a hater, but like, I didn't want to not like this show. Believe it or not, it's way more fun for me to like stuff than it is to not like stuff. I will root for success for this show and everyone involved. I got genuinely emotional watching the cast react to the news that they got picked up for 2 more seasons, and I didn't even like the first one. I'm just happy for them that they get to keep working on this. I think there's a lot of room to grow, and I'm happy that they're being given the opportunity to try and do that. I hope that the Netflix corporate overlords who pushed for all the changes that people are complaining about can listen to the criticism and realize that they're only making things worse by intervening. I don't think they're going to do that, but I will choose to be blindly optimistic until proven otherwise. At the end of the day, I would rather this show exist than not at all. It didn't cost me $100 million to make. All I had to do was watch it. Avatar is one of my favorite shows of all time, and even if the best thing about this adaptation is that it's convinced people to go back and discover the original series for the first time, I'll take it. And if you are one of those people, welcome. Sorry I spoiled the first 20 episodes, but a lot more stuff happens after that. Season 2 is where everything goes up another level. They haven't even introduced Toph yet. They replace Admiral Zhao with Azula, and that's a huge upgrade. It gets so fucking good, man. If you haven't seen it yet, just go watch it. What are you waiting for this video to end? It already did.
To memorialize this historic election, this collector's edition 2020 Battle for the White House chess set is now ready for public release. Legislative leaders Pelosi, McConnell, Schumer, and McCarthy, knights riding symbolic donkeys and elephants. Justice.
Hey guys. So I haven't really been watching much TV lately. I think it's because if I did, I'd just end up watching the news, and I don't want to do that. It's too depressing. I'd much rather scroll through Twitter for 11 hours a day. But it's also because the internet has so much to offer that cable never could. Shows with the same production value and quality that you'd expect from a network television show, but shorter and acted out entirely by teenagers. If you've been watching my videos for a couple years now, you may know I'm talking about the Brat YouTube channel, which has managed to do very well for themselves by producing hastily written shows that they know people will watch whether they're good or bad because they all feature extremely famous children, formerly Musical.ly stars and now, of course, TikTokers. And that's all well and good, I suppose, but I do have to say I think they've outdone themselves this time with their newest show, Attaway General, which is, and I'm stealing this joke from one of the comments I saw on the trailer, the Kids Bop version of Grey's Anatomy. Someone sent this show to me a few weeks ago after the first episode came out, and I watched it with my jaw just glued to the floor. And I have been so excited to finally make a video about this, but I wanted to wait till more episodes came out. The 4th one comes out today. I haven't seen that one yet, but I can't wait to. But it just feels so good now to finally be able to share this monstrosity of a show with you guys. So in a nutshell, the show is about a group of teen volunteers, or TVs, as they're called for some reason. I don't think that's a real acronym. I Googled it, and the only thing that came up was, you know, a bunch of TVs that you would buy to put in a hospital. But this is the Brat channel we're talking about here. When have they ever let accuracy get in the way of good storytelling? As far as the characters go, there's one girl who's very smart and dedicated and hardworking, but a little socially awkward. And then the other 3 just don't give a shit about anything.
I don't want to be here.
I'd rather be in bed.
Some of you may recognize the actress who plays the main character as being that one girl from TikTok, or some of you may know her as being the sister of that one girl from TikTok, and I love her character. There's so much variety in the way she rolls her eyes. Sometimes she does it while she's talking, sometimes she does it while someone else is talking. You can tell the director really pushes these actors to their limits, finding so many unique situations in which for eyes to be rolled. Now, with all that in mind, we can go ahead and start watching the show, but remember guys, this isn't your standard brat show about, high school or dance class. This is a serious medical drama that needs to be taken seriously, all right? Let's watch episode 1.
Today's premiere of Ottawa General is brought to you by Just Dance 2020.
Brothers, sisters, everybody. Assistant nurse Sandy. She's the heart of the ER. Make her laugh and bring her chocolates, and you're golden. But if you make her mad, you're gonna have a really rough road at this hospital.
I love this trope that happens so often in shows where a character describes someone else directly in front of them like they can't hear what they're saying. That's all shit for brains Kevin. Hello? If you're wondering why this hospital smells so bad, it's him. Try to stay on his good side. If he doesn't like you, you'll know it, because he will fucking stab you. All right? He will stab you. I'm not making that up.
Ambulance Bay needs hands. Patient Dr. Hembry and everyone on call. Metro bus crashed downtown. We're about to be at capacity.
So right away, you might be noticing how weird it is that this show not only exists, but was released when it was, like right in the middle of a global pandemic, which is not really their fault. They filmed this way in advance, but you couldn't have more unlucky timing. I think it's just funny that like the last thing so many people want to be thinking about right now is the hospital. And Brad's like, what if we did a show where a bunch of teenagers pretended to work in one?
There's a new shipment of donated toys in the shed.
The shed? I can see why they call this room the shed.
Yeah. Because it looks like a shed.
He's the most brilliant surgeon in the state.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have the same accolades as a father.
Okay, so we learned that this girl wants to be here because clearly she wants to be a doctor, and that's why she's learning. This girl's only here because her dad already is a doctor, and she doesn't want to be here. But we don't know anything about these two yet, so let's find out.
Why did you volunteer to work at a hospital?
I got arrested. Beats juvie.
It's an awfully bold backstory to go with and then not expand on it at all.
What did you do to get arrested?
In prison, you're never supposed to ask about the crime.
Okay. I really like that hairnet, by the way. As long as the top of your head is covered, don't worry about the rest. Also, he's like about to put the glove on backwards. I understand that the point is, okay, these kids don't really know much about how hospitals work, but come on, you've never put a glove on before? Wait a minute, are all of these my thumbs or just this one? Meanwhile, this girl's already ignored her instructions and is just wandering around the hospital.
Excuse me? Hello? Hey, excuse me? Hello? Hey.
Sorry, but it's really busy right now. There's been a huge accident.
I know. I was in it.
Oh.
I like how during this scene, there's like 12 visible doctors walking by, some of them not even in a hurry. You're telling me all of them are too busy to do something about this bleeding child? They need another child who doesn't actually work here to pull out gauze out of wherever she was holding gauze and then put it on herself.
My favorite sweatshirt.
You guys notice anything about this sequence?
I'm Holden.
Kit.
The nurse who comes running in with this patient was just standing behind them 5 seconds ago. You see, Brett probably didn't care about all these little details because they thought only kids would watch this show. Joke's on them. I'm an adult.
You're new TV, aren't you?
Nicely done, Sherlock. Now, what are you doing? Do you always sneak up on people when they're sleeping?
Actually, I had a reason to be in here. Some of us have work.
Am I supposed to congratulate you?
If you want to.
What? Hi, nice to meet you for the first time. Oh, wait, hold on. I just gotta grab my fucking sock. I left it over there.
Next week, try to be a little more professional. These will help.
Wow, this is so cool.
Wait, hold on. Who said that?
Wow, this is so cool.
It wasn't her.
Wow, this is so cool.
It wasn't either of them. You can't just put that line in when no one's mouth is moving. Really, it's not just the writing and directing, it's the editing that's so weird at times. Like, what is this quick ass cut? It's so jarring to just throw that in for a second and then cut back like nothing ever happened. So episode 2 starts with the smart girl just sort of roaming about as usual, and she runs into the bloody teen boy from before, this time with less blood.
I would have used absorbable sutures myself, but then they couldn't bill you twice.
The strangest teenager I've ever met. You're cute, but strange.
You're the dumbest little piece of shit I ever met. Cute, but fucking stupid. This episode's spicy right away. First we have that little interaction, and then Georgia, the main girl, runs into the teen doctor from before. This whole interaction is great. I'm just not even gonna interrupt it because it's so good on its own.
Dr. Henry's protege. What a nerd.
Nerd or stud?
Nerd.
Smart is the new sexy. I read that somewhere.
Oh, you read too? I'm impressed.
I read lots of things. Novels, magazines, instruction manuals.
Candy wrappers, street signs, funny t-shirts. How many times are they gonna do that? Just almost kiss in the closet.
Pudding? Juice?
Just juice. Just juice, please.
Whoa. Calm down there, buddy.
You really don't know where the bandages are?
Oh, I do. I just needed an excuse to get you in here.
I think one of the reasons these shows are so funny to me is because rather than being like a 22-minute or 40-minute show like most, regular TV shows are, these are 9 minutes long. So it's like, this happens, and this happens, and this happens. A minute ago, she was like, I'm not gonna kiss him. And then the moment she sees him again, she's like, I gotta go kiss him now. And then they do. It's just like, what changed in between these two interactions?
Holden? What's going on? Get back. Okay, let's CPR. Are you step down?
Like, and then she sees the kid again and just immediately starts crying. Because there's no way for there to be good pacing when the episodes are so short.
Excuse me, Nurse Sandy. Can you tell me what happened to Holden? No updates, kid. Holden has a severe heart condition.
Wait, what? I know they mentioned that earlier, but just seeing it in action, being able to so effortlessly bribe a nurse to give you confidential information.
Thank you. I love jitterbugs.
You didn't have to say that.
Next time on Attaway General.
Look, I know what's going on between you and Will.
You do? How? You guys walk into the storage closet together every 15 seconds. It's pretty much the only thing you've done here so far. It doesn't even seem like you're trying to hide it.
Attaway General. No, that is not a disease.
So now we're on to episode 3, and I'm realizing the extent of research that the writers did to create the show is that they figured sometimes people faint because it happened again.
So, who's Holden?
None of your business.
He's a cute boy she has a crush on.
Do not.
Do too.
Do not.
Molly!
2 episodes in a row, it's like, okay, we need a startling introduction. Someone faint.
Georgia, you need to take your education more seriously. I gotta go.
Another great talk, Dad.
Ugh, what are you gonna do? Go save someone's life? In the hospital? Where you work?
Jack will be here to keep you company.
Thanks.
Let me know if you guys need anything.
So I'm supposed to offer you pudding or juice or whatever? Want some?
No.
Mind if I watch TV?
Knock yourself out.
Why does he have to sit in there, though? Is that why they're volunteering at this hospital? I thought they would be like shadowing nurses or seeing what surgery looks like up close. Instead, they're just babysitting kids their age.
Knock yourself out.
I would be annoyed too if I was at the hospital and some teenagers in my room with me dressed up like a doctor, like, yo, you mind if we watch some fucking TV, dude? Maybe the sports channel or Brat TV. It would be pretty meta if we did.
Wow.
Wait, did you guys see that? She went twice in a row. They have set themselves up for a continuity nightmare here. Because the board is visible in every shot, and they're just throwing all these takes together, and none of them line up at all. It's literally a different array of pieces every time they cut. At one point, you can see that the older girl already won the game. Maybe they're playing like Connect 7, I don't know.
The second last week of play in the National Football.
Are you okay?
I don't want to talk to anyone. Just need a moment to be upset, okay?
I get that.
Oh, having a hole in your heart's pretty relatable, huh?
No, but I know what it's like to pretend to be okay when you're really not.
Yeah, I bet you do. Strange kid that I met 30 seconds ago.
I was with the perfect answer, ready to go.
No,
Drop the act. What did you do to get to stay with Molly? Be Dr. Henry's pet?
I am not his pet. I am his former patient.
Patient?
Yeah, I have the same form of brain cancer as Molly. I'm Dr. Henry's poster child. That's why he asked me to stay.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
There's a lot you don't know.
What? This show's so weird. She's already got tears streaming down her face when she turns around. All the drama is so like forced and quick. It happens too fast. I don't understand. What's wrong? I have cancer. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Well, maybe you should have.
I have a heart defect. You can't tell that from looking at me. Well, maybe now you can. Thanks.
For what?
For making me laugh.
But you didn't. You didn't laugh.
Why don't you distract me? Tell me more about what a bad volunteer you are.
Okay. So, earlier today, I totally went off on Rosie and...
You mind telling me more about how you suck at your job? Sure thing. This morning I was 4 hours late because I was stealing a bunch of morphine from the supply room. And
that is not a disease.
So I gotta say, I was a little disappointed in episode 4. I was really looking forward to it. I even watched the premiere live. Episode 4. Episode 4. But other than a very confusing gum ad that plays at the beginning, not before the video, it's part of the video, it was a pretty boring episode. I wish I had more to show you guys, but unfortunately that's all the episodes that are out right now. Maybe if the rest of the season is insane enough and you guys are interested in seeing a part 2 to this video, I'll sit my ass right back down like a month from now when all the episodes are out and button this baby up. I've got to cut to a commercial break real quick, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, I will show you who is currently licking themselves on the futon behind me. So, don't go anywhere. Hi. Do you like to eat dinner? Me too. Sometimes I do it every day. But dinner can also be confusing. You're telling me I have to drive all the way to the store, figure out what ingredients to buy, and figure out how to cook them? I don't know how to do all that. I didn't finish college. You're probably thinking, gee, if my meals were pre-portioned in a bag in a box and delivered to my house every week, then maybe cooking wouldn't be so hard. And I gotta say, that's a hell of a coincidence because that's exactly what HelloFresh does. My wife and I have been getting 3 HelloFresh meals almost every week for the past couple years, and we've been recommending it to everyone long before HelloFresh even started sponsoring my channel. The food is consistently tasty. It's way better than any other meal delivery service that we've tried in the past. And there's a few recipes in particular that we get really excited about every time we see them on the menu because they're just so gosh dang good. Personally, I'd recommend the vegetarian plan because that's where we've gotten a lot of our favorite meals, but really they have options for whatever palate you have. Whether you're looking for specifically low-calorie meals or you just want something you can make quickly, or you're more focused on feeding a large family, they've got you covered. And it's been great because we've been able to try a lot of different types of meals, things that would be out of our comfort zone for us to try and figure out how to make on our own, but they make it so easy with the step-by-step recipe guides and all of the ingredients already packaged and ready to be made. I feel like we also save a lot of money on food waste because we're not constantly buying like a ton of onions and then only using half of one, or a big bag of potatoes that just sits in the fridge for 3 years. If you're interested in trying HelloFresh for yourself and you want to save $60 off your first 3 boxes, head to HelloFresh.com and use promo code 60. I'm a little stinker. You can also just copy and paste that from the description. I know it's kind of a mouthful, just like HelloFresh. Nice. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video. Happy dinner, everyone. It's her. Boy, does she love to steal the spotlight. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed it. Obviously, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the world the past few weeks. There's been a really large movement that a lot of us have been a part of, and it's not always easy to know where I fit into things like that. I've been trying to use my other platforms like Twitter and Instagram to at least share resources, but I also want to put my money where my mouth is. So for every video I upload this month, I will be donating $5,000 to various charities and organizations fighting racial injustice. The first organization I've chosen is Color of Change. You can read more about them in the description. Let me know if there's any others you would want me to donate in the next couple weeks. But that's it for today's video. Thank you again for watching, guys. And be sure to tune in this time next week for another video where actually my cat does it. And I just sit back there and lick my balls the whole time. So, all right, thanks. Hey guys, welcome back to my 5th annual Christmas video that I almost never upload in time for Christmas. I wasn't going to do one of these this year. I had something else I was already working on, but then the Samsung TV Plus app that my television defaults to whenever I turn it on ended up on the Christmas movie channel. And I kept accidentally watching the endings of random terrible Christmas movies. And it made me realize that that's the funniest part of the movie. You have no context, no idea who anyone is or how we got here, but you still get to see every weird storyline resolve itself. The first one I saw was The Search for Secret Santa, and this is the exact moment that I jumped into, so you have as much context going into this as I did.
Okay, bye. Jackson? Are you defacing the beam?
Are you defacing the beam? I'm sorry, but that is a perfect line.
Yeah, I was in the process of defacing the beam.
Jackson, you know that property damage between $200 and $1,000 is a first-degree misdemeanor.
Yeah, I just needed your final approval.
My final approval for what?
For defacing the beam.
This is a place of forever love, and I wanted to write Sophia and Jackson inside the heart. Can I?
My name's Rebecca, but sure.
Wait. Here. I made this for you.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, I know.
You lifted my curse.
There was a curse?
Jackson, the real curse was me thinking that true love had to be like a fairy tale, when the fact is, real life and the real you are far better.
Wow, that's a huge backhanded compliment. Thank you. I used to think that I would meet someone perfect, but you taught me that my standards were way too high. Huh? Settling for you was the best decision I've ever made. Okay, but even after all that, you are not prepared for the final 12 seconds of this movie. Why did they choose that frame? So at this point, I was just determined to watch as many Christmas movie endings as I could over the past couple weeks, and that's exactly what I did. Up next, we've got Holiday Road Trip, starring none other than Christy North. Now, when I saw that she was in this, I assumed she must act in a bunch of Christmas movies, right? Because that's just what some actors do. They find their niche and then only do that forever. But as far as I can tell, this is the only other Christmas movie that this actress has ever been in, which makes this pretty special. So it seems like she's found herself in a bit of a love triangle here.
What's he doing here?
These two men can't stop fighting over her.
I need to ask you something. Hey, well, just easy, pal. Back off, Chief, before I get all kinds of ninja on you. And what's up with the Band-Aid? Drive at her on your face.
Huh?
Drive at her on your face.
One more time?
Drive at her on your face.
Drive at her on your face?
Drive at her on your face.
Hey, go ahead and comment down below what the fuck you think that guy just said, because I don't know. It seems like they're pretty deep into this love triangle because both of these men propose to her, and they're both really good at it, too.
We should get married. Give me your hand.
I have feelings for Christy North.
Who's she gonna choose? Is it gonna be the guy covered in bruises who was repulsed by the way she decorated her home?
I had no idea that you lived like this.
No, it's the other guy who seems normal. Wow, the dog is not happy about this. Relax, boy, it's fine. Well, that seemed like a pretty standard Christmas movie ending. I'm sure they're not gonna just throw in something insane, right? What? That might be some of the worst Photoshop I've ever seen in a movie. So far. Another movie I really loved was Second Chance for Christmas. Not a single character in this one seems to act like a normal human being.
Mom? Dad?
Did you hear that? Sounds like there's a voice in our home. Should we turn around and look? Nah, who's got the time?
Cherry Bear!
But I especially loved going into it during this scene, which is very funny out of context.
I have an idea, and I need your guys' help. It's gonna sound a little crazy.
Cuts to them in like full body cast. Well, that didn't go as planned.
Excuse me, where's Mrs. Barnes' room?
Are you friend or family?
Hello, sorry, I'm very busy. I can't look up right now.
Oh, you just missed visiting hours. It's family only. Oh my gosh. You're Chance Love.
Yeah, in the flesh.
Yeah, I brought my flesh with me.
Look, is there any way that you could sneak me into my friend's room? I mean, it is Christmas.
Come on, there's no rules on Christmas.
I'm not supposed to. But I'm happy to make an exception this time.
Chance, what are you doing here?
Chance, you brought your flesh.
Brian, I asked, am I interrupting?
Oh, I don't know. Is she? Fuck, I hadn't thought about it. I don't think she's interrupting, but how do we know for sure?
All of your mom's bills are paid for.
Thank you.
Remember.
Oh, she sang a song. Is that Jerry? Why is Jerry from Parks and Rec smoking a cigar in this hospital?
It's the ketchups, it's the mayos, it's the relishes.
Oh, they were ghosts. Now I understand. Turns out even when you only watch 6 minutes of a movie, it can still be boring as hell. I had really high hopes for Cowboy Christmas, but that shit almost put me to sleep.
Hey.
Sorry you walked in on me kissing a horse. And now that my hat's off, we can talk about hats off to Christmas.
What's your biggest Christmas wish?
My first one is actually for my mom. I want her to get back together with her boyfriend.
Oh, that's not really something Santa can do.
I didn't realize your mother had a boyfriend, Scott.
Well, she never actually really called him that. But if you love someone, doesn't that just make them your boyfriend?
You know, I never thought about it like that, but he's right. Hey, Amanda, you're my boyfriend now.
Tell me, what's your Christmas wish?
Well, I'm not really sure if you can grant my second wish.
He's not gonna wish for what I think he is he? Wow, I guess science is no competition for the magic of Christmas. Oh my god, she just pulled Santa's beard off! Alright, well let's mix it up a little bit and talk about one of my favorite subgenres of Christmas movies. Dog Christmas movies. In fact, right on YouTube.com, you've got The Dog Who Saved Christmas, The Dog Who Saved Christmas Vacation, and The Dog Who Saved the Holidays. Oh, they're including other holidays in this one? No, that's just another word for Christmas. So we enter this one on two bad guys who are trying to hunt some dogs, but then they get hit in the head by the guys they work for, even though it seems like they were doing their job. As you can see, their boss is very Italian.
This thing is a fugazi.
And since the tree topper they stole turned out to be a fake, the Italian guy decides to cut off their thumbs.
Guess we're gonna have to settle for their thumb. I get a pretty penny for them on the black market.
Who is buying thumbs on the black market? Man, I know what I'll be wishing for this Christmas. Don't worry, guys, I didn't actually lose my thumbs. Just a little bit of movie magic here.
Hold on.
Oh, he's saying goodbye.
No! Timber!
Oh my god, they're dead from that. The dogs are murderers.
Booyah!
Is that who I think it is?
That's Tony Rowe, the infamous loan shark.
He was hiding under this tree.
We frisked them good. They're clean thanks to these dogs.
Dogs?
Oh, you know, 4 legs, tail. I've never seen a person with a tail. They're not, they're animals. All right, now you're just making shit up. Next one that caught my attention was Dog Napped, Hound for the Holidays. And I entered the movie during a scene where it seems like the main characters are trying to prove that they didn't kidnap the dog, who we know from the title, but no one believes them until they present their evidence.
If that's not enough, roll them.
Roll that flash drive. And then just hit any button in the middle of the remote and the video will start playing.
Thanks for the summer collection designs. I've always hated stealing your work, but your designs are just so much better than mine.
Good thing they've got this HD security footage of the criminals admitting how and why they committed the crime. Otherwise, they'd be screwed.
Everybody, put your hands up.
Whoa, what the fuck?
And don't even think about trying to stop me if you really care about what happens to this dog. Dog bit me! All right, that's it. Come on.
Wait, there was a cop there the whole time? There were 2 cops? What, were they just waiting for the dog to save the day?
I've always known that your sketches were the driving force behind the product line.
How would you like to be the new face of the brand going forward?
The face of the brand?
Yes, she got the job at the company. I'm so proud of her.
It's been a crazy week and an even crazier night.
Yeah, someone brought a gun.
Looks like you have a new job and a new dog.
I guess I owe you a reward for helping me find him.
Sex?
$75 and a Christmas wish, I believe.
That's not sex.
And like you said, never underestimate
The value of a Christmas wish.
Yes, I did say that earlier in the movie, probably. Wow, what a passionate kiss. I like that they don't move, even a little bit. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the production value of these movies so far, because it's only going downhill from here. The next one, I think, is an original movie made by the YouTube channel Family Central, and it's called Doggone Christmas.
No offense, but this is the most fun I've had in years. How are you doing there, little fella?
He's such a cutie.
The basketball?
No, we just sit back and wait for them to make the next move.
I know what's going on in this movie. I don't think the dog talked in that last movie, but he definitely does in this one. I like that he kind of goes in and out of doing a Trump impression.
Trust me, guys. This is how it has to happen. It's for the best.
Okay, I trust you. Me too. We all do.
I'd trust you with my life. Yeah, we'd kill someone if you wanted us to. Now, you can obviously see where this is going. The kids are gonna get on their bicycles and try to outrun a helicopter. And somehow it worked.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Goodbye, kiddo. See ya. I hope this works.
Oh, what's going on?
They say don't try this at home.
The dog's gonna set off some dynamite. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Showtime!
That wasn't part of the plan.
Oh, what? That was the dog's idea? He set up that TNT all on his own?
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine. What about Murphy?
Well, that's not a great start to Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I'll say. What a, nonchalant thing to say when their dog just died in front of them. Sorry about that, kids. But you know how Mondays can be.
Well, looks like that does it for the month.
Seems so.
Looks like there's nothing left for us to do but pack up and clear out of this one-horse town.
Looks like we've accomplished our mission. Can you talk normally for 5 minutes?
Who's ready for some hot chocolate?
Not really in the mood, Dad. Our dog just exploded.
I can't possibly drink all this hot chocolate by myself. I mean, I could try to drink it all by myself. Let's see.
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, that's a lot of hot chocolate.
No one forced you to do that.
Mr. Gernsback, after hearing of your recent departure from Galaxy, we'd like to know if you'd be at all interested in the position of lead developer here at Smart House Toys.
I got the job. I got the job. This is the best Christmas ever.
The best Christmas ever?
Couldn't possibly get any better. Murphy?
Murphy!
Yay! He didn't explode! We were so sure that he did! But it's not the end, because they wrote an original song. That guy's name is Johnny Roast Beef Santori, courtesy of Egg Records. This movie's not real, but alas, it is real. And it's not the only film in the Doggone saga. Let's see how Doggone Adventure ends.
What's this, guys?
Oh, they really, amped up the special effects in this one, all right. Awesome job, guys. It looks really good.
They're catching up! What do I do?
Oh boy, their backs are up against the wall now. How do you think they'll get out of this one? Remember to smash that like button to lock in your answer. All right, let's find out.
Malfunction. Malfunction.
It was D. It was D. And then they got rid of the other one by creating an intersection that she had to stop at. I'll say it, that's actually really fun. I really like how this production company went from a pretty simple dog Christmas movie to one that is entirely reliant on special effects. Like, yeah, it looks like shit, but this is probably done by one guy and it took him forever.
I'm gonna miss you, Murph.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye, Murphy.
Man, that ending left me with a lot of questions that probably would have been answered if I had watched the rest of the movie, but I already decided that that's not what this video is. Anyway, once I started watching these Family Central movies, I couldn't stop. The production value here is just unmatched. The next one was Christmas Staycation.
Matt, can you make a fire, please?
Is that guy dead?
Matt.
What? All right, I will. Me too.
Definitely seems like he could have just walked around them. It was kind of rude.
I'm stuck in the chimney.
Oh, there's a guy up there?
Mr. Madison, what are you doing up there? Get me the hell out of here, and then we can play 20 questions.
You feeling better, Grandpa?
What, me? Sure. Takes a lot more than that to knock your old grandpa off his game.
Oh, I get stuck in chimneys all the time.
I still love you, Grandpa.
I would hope so.
What was that?
What?
That noise from the basement, that whining, barking sound.
I don't believe this!
Yeah, your grandpa left you a puppy down in the basement 2 weeks ago, actually. Probably should have left him some food.
You can't just buy her a dog without our permission.
Unbelievable.
You had a dog when you were a kid? Every kid should have a dog.
Someone gonna pick that tree up? This next one's called Christmas Coupon, and I like that in what seems to be one of the most important scenes of the movie. It sounds like the entire audio was recorded after the fact.
Oh, hey, Pastor Chris. What are you doing here?
Hello, Doctor. How is your day going?
I'm so sorry. Leaving you was the biggest mistake I ever made. Should have never happened.
I didn't edit this, all right? This is exactly how the movie looks and sounds. Well, I think that's enough Christmas for 1 year. After all, it is December 27th. I guess what I'm most disappointed by is that none of these movies touched on the true meaning of Christmas. Getting people to buy products. Let's cut to a commercial.
Hi. You ever do that thing where it's lunchtime, so you go to make yourself a sandwich, but when you open the fridge, you remember that you never bought any sandwich ingredients, so the only sandwich you can make is just 3 slices of bread? Yeah, me too. Which is why I can't stop using today's sponsor, Factor. Factor takes the best part of meal prepping, which is having meals already prepped, and skips all the other steps where you have to actually source and cook the food. Every time they send me one of these boxes, Amanda and I get so excited that we accidentally eat all 6 meals in like 2 days. But I'm just so happy that I don't have to cook. And it's not because I don't know how to cook, because I do. It just sucks that you have to do it like every day forever. What I also love about Factor is the variety of it, unlike typical meal prep where you end up having to eat the same thing 4 days in a row. So I can have a taco salad one day, pork chops the next day, and then pasta later that same day. You can easily choose your meals from the app and even skip delivery weeks if you need to. You can also prioritize meals that are low calorie or high in protein so they fit into whatever your preferences are. They're never frozen and they go from being in your fridge to in your mouth in less than 2 minutes of standard microwave time. Man, I have got to try this stuff. We're the same guy. So if you want to get in on that sweet food action, click the link in the description and use my promo code DREW50 for 50% off your first Factor box. Again, that's 50% off your first box when you use my promo code DREW50. Thank you so much, Factor, for sponsoring today's video and for mailing food to my house.
Wow, what a product, huh? Thank you so much for watching today's video and hanging out with me on Christmas. Now, some people might say that I uploaded this video too late for Christmas because it already happened. But what they don't realize is I'm actually just really early for next year's Christmas. So I'm actually a really good YouTuber. All right, everyone, have a great day. Hey guys, so I've been gone for a while. Not to brag or anything, but I've been dealing with some anxiety. Totally fun. It's fine. It's been a lot of fun. Don't worry though, I did talk to my doctor and he told me to stop. So I feel a lot better now. But anyway, I've noticed that every time I go a few weeks without making a video, I always forget how. What do I talk about? Is this where I sit? What do I do to make jokes? And I figured since I'm feeling kind of rusty, what better way to get back into the swing of things than by watching some training videos. All right. I feel like at one point or another, almost all of us have fallen down a YouTube rabbit hole of weird VHS training videos that teach us how to do jobs we don't have. Once you watch one, it's hard to stop. They just keep getting recommended and you end up learning some really valuable skills, like how to cook fried chicken, how to send an email, how to shoplift.
If merchandise is available and no one is around, steal it. Steal several items at a time. Steal as many as 40 items at one time from one store.
This Old Country Buffet video that came on my recommended is like an instant classic for me, just because of how visibly uncomfortable this guy is. I'm almost a little bit worried he's being held hostage.
You might ask something like this. Is it still hot out there? Or this. Did you catch a game last night? Or this. Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Is it still hot out there? It was hot last time I went outside. 3 years ago.
It's my favorite.
One thing that's great about this video too is that it was uploaded by that guy. He's the one who put this on YouTube. And now that it's been getting a lot of views and comments recently, he was really excited to talk about some of the misconceptions people might have had. For one, he wanted to make it clear that the entire video was scripted, and no, he doesn't actually like lasagna. How could that even be? He seems so confident.
It's my favorite. Let's take a closer look at greeting guests. Every conversation you hold with guests should begin something like this. Good evening. Or, hi, how are you?
Oh, so greet customers by greeting them. All right.
Children often play a big part in deciding which restaurant their parents visit. We want them to feel welcome and special here too.
One of the comments on here is, what restaurants do you want to go to, kids? The one with the sweaty man who makes us feel special.
So start conversations with children by saying something like this. What grade are you in at school? Or this. Have you decided what dessert you're going to have? Or this. Do you like hot fudge sundaes? Or this.
Do you have any homework?
Or this.
Could you help me break out of here?
At other buffet-style restaurants, guests often feel they're on their own. Once they've paid for the meal, no one pays much attention to them.
Oh, I know. I'd hate to be left alone to eat after I order my food. I'd much rather look up from my plate to notice a very sweaty man staring at me.
All right.
This next one is specifically for Nintendo employees who are handling returns from customers. And this one has a little bit of a different tone. I like this a lot.
Some people will go to great lengths to return an abused or an out-of-warranty piece of merchandise. What are you supposed to do? Tell them what you really think? Of course you can't do that.
That's such a great line. What are you gonna do? Tell them what you really think, which is to fuck off and you don't get paid enough for this shit? You can't say that. You'll get in trouble. We know that's what you want to say, but for the sake of your own job security, let's try to go with something else.
If you take a look at it, I don't know what's the matter with it. It was working and now it's not working, so I'd appreciate if you, take a look at it. I'd like to get an exchange for it if I could.
An exchange?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Cashier. I gotta return my brand new PlayStation 5 that I just bought here and exchange it for a different one. Because none of the games are working and the controller's not working either.
Okay. But this is an Xbox 360. And you're asking for a PlayStation 5?
Oh, well that's okay.
And you said the controller's not working?
Yeah, but it's probably just the batteries.
Do you have your receipt?
Ah, no, I accidentally burned it when I was trying to light a candle. But I do have my credit card that you can put the money back on. Your money back? Is this a return or an exchange?
Yes. So from there I stumbled upon this hour-long Mercedes car sale tutorial. I learned a lot of valuable things, and also I accidentally bought a Mercedes.
Wait till the wife sees me roll up in that thing.
Let me ask you a couple questions if I may.
Sure.
Now, what are you?
Now, one of the fun things I've heard a lot of people did in the 80s was cocaine. And I can't tell if this guy is on cocaine, but his eyes definitely are.
I want a nice car.
Then, of course, there's this extremely bizarre Chuck E. Cheese character training video. In honor of their current bankruptcy, I think it's for the best we go ahead and check this one out.
He must be full of energy and always having fun himself. A clean, well-maintained appearance is essential to Chuck E. Cheese's image.
That's why our mascot's a rat. Because when you think of cleanliness, you think of rats.
Be sure to brush the fur every day. It is very important that Chucky has a well-groomed appearance.
Yeah, that's a good point. Otherwise, people might think he's something gross, like a rat.
One of Chucky's major roles comes during the birthday party, the parade of cakes. Since this part is so important, you might want to do a rehearsal on the floor before the store opens to get your bearings with the costume.
Oh, God. As creepy as this normal dance is, I think it's somehow even creepier when there's no kids in the room and it looks like they're just chasing him around with a cake.
Be sure to practice with the birthday tape to make sure that you get the precise timing down.
All right.
Remember, If you're ever in trouble, use the timeout signal and determine whether or not you will be able to make it to the regular exit door.
Okay, hold on. I feel like they kind of brushed over that a little bit, but that sounds ominous. What do they mean, in trouble? Is it like if you're ever gonna pass out? Remember guys, this costume is hot as balls, so if you feel like you're gonna faint, throw up one of these and get the hell out of there. Whatever you do not faint in front of the kids, all right? They're gonna think Chucky died, and then they're never gonna wanna come back. So if you have to collapse to the ground, do that shit outside.
You can't let the charm of the costume carry itself. You must put your heart and soul into it, right? Right.
Here's a little piece of trivia I kind of knew, but not the last part. So in July 2012, the long-standing rat mascot was rebranded, changing to a slimmer rock star mouse who plays electric guitar. Voice actor Duncan Brannon, who for 19 years had characterized Chuck E. Cheese as a wisecracking rat from New Jersey, was replaced with Jarrett Reddick, the frontman and guitarist for the pop-punk band Bowling for Soup. I wondered what those guys were up to now. He's a cartoon mouse. Where a kid can be a kid. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've worked up quite the hankering for some pizza. And because I don't trust Chuck E. Cheese, let's head over to the Hut and learn how to make one ourselves.
Okay, Julie, are you all ready to learn how to make a pizza the right way?
Making it great. Yes, I'm ready.
I like how a lot of these videos aren't just instructional, they're also basically advertisements for the company that in this case you're already working for. They always slip in lines about how like high quality the food is, and then one of the employees is like, yeah, it's so good. I'm so proud to be working for such a great company.
And our customers wouldn't get the best possible product.
Which they deserve every time they visit Pizza Hut.
Like, all right, relax, Julie.
On our pizzas, we use 2 layers of cheese. The bottom cheese.
And the top cheese, right?
Right.
And the cheese on top of the pizza, right? Because that's what makes it a pizza, right? Okay, can you stop?
The server will do the rest. No, the customer will do the rest when they bite into my delicious pizza. Delicious pan pizza and delicious thin and crispy pizza. What more could a customer want?
Personal pan pizza.
What?
What? There's more pizza? Oh, I was so happy a second ago.
Just remember to follow the instructions exactly and you'll be just fine.
And so will the pizzas, right?
Right.
Oh my god.
Hey, I'm not just making pizza, I'm making it great.
You know, I can already tell this girl is all talk. She seems confident now, but the moment things get hard in like a week, she's walking out of there. Yeah, I've seen my fair share of Julies before. They always crack. When it comes to food training videos, though, it's Wendy's that takes the cake. If for nothing else, just for sheer quantity. They've got songs about hot drinks. They've got songs about cold drinks. Which is basically just saying, put ice in the cup and then fill it up with the drink. But sure, listen to the song if you need to. And they also have this one called Grill Skills, which is certifiably insane. You'll see why. Starts off with the founder of Wendy's, Dave Thomas, who just woke up from a very long nap to tell us about hamburgers.
My goal has been to serve the best hamburger in the business, a Wendy's old-fashioned hamburger. So I started with the freshest beef I could find, 100% pure beef.
Human beef.
And we patted it into squares, so the hamburger hangs over the side of the bun.
You know, when I worked at Wendy's, they told me that the patties are square because they never cut corners. But here Dave is saying that it's just because he likes that they hang over the bun. So which is it? Seems like a bit of revisionist history, if you ask me. Also, sometimes we did cut corners, so it's a lie.
It also makes the patty larger, so they'll hang over the edge of the bun. And people will like that.
Yes, they will, Dave. Okay, seems pretty normal so far, so I'll skip ahead a bit.
Why don't you have a look at the tape first, and I'll check back with you in a few minutes.
All right.
Yeah, I remember my first day too.
Now working the grill, Bill, it ain't so tough. But first of all, you got to check your stuff. Like a grill that's set at 250 with the meat and cheese that's ready to go. A towel to keep your station looking cool. But most of all, you got to have your tool.
Yeah, so it's kind of the best thing in the entire world.
When the meat's red, juices no longer rise. You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize.
Gotta hand it to the prop department here. They really nailed it. They got this smoking TV that looks like a microwave. You got the comically large medal to put on his neck. Pretty good job.
The reason you press, you gotta think. When the meat hits the grill, it starts to shrink.
We start shrinking. When we hit that grill, you know it will.
Okay. Forgot about the part halfway through where the patties come to life, and it turns out they've been beautiful women this whole time.
When we hit that grill, you know it will.
You can serve that patty, it'll win a prize. It takes just about 4 minutes to cook, but just to make sure you can take a look. Use your tool to double check. It should be great and moist to be correct. Hey!
Oh, they're falling in love. Well, that's the end of the song at least, unless...
A customer orders a single with cheese.
Oh, there's more, okay.
Drain then serve on a bun just so. Don't touch it with your fingers, that's a big no-no.
Okay, but then something horrifying happens. The talking patties come back, and one of them says this.
I'm stage 5 and I'm still alive.
All the patties are alive? That's horrible. So the goal then is that we cook the meat long enough to murder them? And every time I cook one, I'm gonna imagine a plump-lipped lady being burned to death at the hands of my spatula? Can I be the cashier instead?
Mr. Bill!
Bill, the tape is over. Do you have any questions?
No, I think I've got it all.
You don't have any questions? Because you just got sucked into a VCR where some guy rapped at you about beef. No, I think I got it. Huh. Usually people have a lot of questions. They're falling in love. Well, now that Billy knows the burger rap, it looks like he can cook patties to his heart's content. It's just one of those classic stories with a happy ending. And most importantly, there are no more songs. Oh no.
When you've got orders to fill, come to the one with the grilled skin.
This one's not quite as much of a bop as that other song, but it does end with a pretty killer sax solo. You're listening to Wendy's Music International. That was, of course, Grill Skill by The Crew. Up next, it's The Crew with Grill Skill. They make it seem so fun to work at Wendy's. I get to sing cool songs and wear a visor. But when I worked at Wendy's, I worked the same shift, 5 p.m. to close, 4 days a week, every week, for months. One day, I noticed my paycheck was less than usual, which doesn't make sense because, like I said, I work the same schedule every week. Why would this one be less? So I talked to the manager about it, and she tried to tell me that I called in sick on a day I remember working, specifically because it was on a Sunday, and I remember the football game that I stopped watching to go to work. And now she's going to tell me that I don't get paid for my 10 hours of work. So I was pretty upset, but she was upset that I brought this up within earshot of a customer. So she took me to the back and yelled at me, and then I quit. So we didn't get any cool songs. I'm curious though, for all you guys who've worked jobs like these in the past, have you ever actually seen a training video like this at your work? I feel like I've seen dozens of these on YouTube. It's kind of a trope in some movies, but every job I've ever worked at, I've never had like a VHS training video when I started. If anything, I probably should have made my own training video for Wendy's management to teach them how to properly pay their employees and stop calling me Andrew because that's not my name. Sorry, I just get so worked up even thinking about it. Let's cut to an ad read. I gotta go cool down. Hi. I haven't gotten a haircut in 4 years, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. Have you ever tried to watch something you thought was on Netflix only to find out that they took it off without even telling you about it? Because I have. Well, did you know that with a virtual private network, you can trick your internet into thinking that you're in a different country, thereby unlocking the content that may only be available there? If you live in the US, this includes shows like Rick and Morty, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I've also used it to watch basketball games that have been blacked out in my area. ExpressVPN has servers in 94 different countries, so you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to find the thing that you're looking for. But of course, ExpressVPN is also about online security, encrypting your data so you can surf the web with relative anonymity. Like if you're a college student on your school's network and you don't don't want them to be able to track what you're doing for whatever reason. ExpressVPN has consistently faster speeds than other VPN providers, and it's so easy to use, you can fire it up without even opening your eyes.
I've had mine closed for months.
It's just $7 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee, and to find out how you can get 3 months free, click the link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/Drew, not Andrew, okay? That's not my name. And also, it won't take you anywhere.
All right, I feel a lot better now. Thanks for letting me get all that off my chest. Well, if you're sticking around because you expected me to say something else, you're gonna be disappointed. The video's over. So you can keep watching if you'd like, but I'm not really gonna say anything. I mean, I am saying something. It's just not very interesting or important. But you're free to stick around if that's what you want to do. I don't mind. All right, I'm starting to mind. Can you get out of here?
All right. The Office premiered in 2005 to mixed reviews from an underwhelming number of viewers. Shrinking in the shadow of its acclaimed British counterpart, the show narrowly avoided cancellation after just 6 episodes. About 15 years later, it would go on to become arguably the most popular sitcom of all time. The legacy left behind by The Office is truly inescapable. You'll find GIFs and references from the show in just about every corner of the internet. And that's just for the general public. For the actors that were in this show, forget about it. These people are going to get called by their characters' names for the rest of their lives. Imagine going on a podcast to talk about a TV show you were on 20 years ago, and all of the top comments are like, man, it's so weird to hear Kevin talking normal. Why is he doing that? Make him stop.
I want to kill Kevin Malone.
I guess the thing that happens when you cast as wide of a net as The Office has managed to is that you're gonna pick up a lot of different kinds of people. And I think nowhere has that been more apparent than in the reactions to the new Office sequel series, The Paper. I want you to think of any opinion that someone could have about anything. And I promise you, there is someone out there who has that opinion about this show. There are people who think it's too much like the original. There are people who think it's not similar enough. I've seen people call it a lazy cash grab, and other people say it's the best show they've seen in years. Some people are already asking for fan fiction, and other people are complaining about DEI. Surprise, surprise, another show with women in it. Yeah, I'm out. Wake me up when they make something that's just a bunch of dudes. Young, hot dudes with their shirts off. This person is mad that their husband doesn't kiss them like the guy on the show. This person asked and then answered their own question, and all they had to do was look at the video they were responding to. And this person called Peacock poopcock. And that's just not nice at all. But the most prevalent opinion I've seen about the show, almost everywhere it gets mentioned, is that it will never be as good as the original and that Hollywood has no new ideas. Now, while I agree that this show probably won't be as good as The Office was, and I am also fairly tired of sequels and spin-offs in lieu of fresh new ideas, the show you're talking about literally was a reboot. The pilot episode of The American Office was a near word-for-word recreation of a show that already existed. Yeah, reboots can be kind of annoying, but this is not the time to make that argument. Also, I think we're revising history a little bit here. Season 1 of The Office was not that good. Season 1 of Parks and Rec was even worse. It took a while for those shows to figure out how to best utilize all the characters and even just find the overall tone. In the case of Parks and Rec, that show really didn't hit its stride until season 3 when they hired Adam Scott and Rob Lowe to replace this guy whose name I could not tell you if my life depended on it. I guess what bothers me about this is that a lot of the people who complain that nothing new gets made anymore also won't give new things a chance because they're not immediately better than the thing they already like. I think an important distinction to make about The Paper is that it's not trying to be The Office 2. Yes, it's made by one of the original creators, it's written and directed in the same style, it takes place just a few towns over from Scranton, and there is one single character from that show that is also in this one. But it's not a continuation of the same story or any of its characters. It's very much trying to be its own thing, and I think does so pretty successfully when they're not slamming you over the head with references to the old show.
It's giving me PTSD from a old boss.
I know who he's talking about.
Maybe too easy for you, Stanley.
I know who he's talking about.
Nobody wants this.
Every time one of these would happen, I would get unreasonably upset. Obviously, I get why they do these, and I do seem to be in the minority with this opinion, but it just feels so pandery. I also think when you lean too much into these references, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because the more these shows are connected, the more it invites comparison. And if people are constantly comparing the two shows, there's gonna be a clear winner. And that's kind of the double-edged sword of a show like The Paper. A lot of people are only going to watch it because it is tangentially connected to The Office, but then they're also going to spend the majority of its runtime comparing the two. And honestly, it's kind of impossible not to. Throughout the pilot, every time a character would come on screen, I would be like, okay, so that's the new Jim, that's the new Pam, and then that's sort of like Angela, and she's like Italian Michael, and that's the new Stanley?
Did anybody hear that?
Oh, sorry. My prejudice is showing. That's Black Creed. Mostly because I was so curious to see what this show was gonna be. I watched all 10 episodes of it, and I have pretty mixed feelings. Unfortunately, I'm blanking on what I was gonna say. Just watch this ad real quick while I try to remember.
Football season just started and it's already ruining my life. But basketball season is right around the corner, so maybe my other favorite team won't let me down. And that's why I'm excited to shout out the sponsor of today's video, SeatGeek. Every time I want to pull my hair out at an Orlando Magic game, SeatGeek is the first app I check. Why? Because it's the easiest way to find the best deal on tickets. Not only does every seat have its own value rating, but I love that it also shows you what your view is going to be, so you don't accidentally buy a seat that's like behind a statue or facing the wrong way. I've gone to a ton of games over the years using SeatGeek, but it's not just for sports. The app has more than 70,000 events, including concerts, comedy shows, music festivals, and more. What do I mean by more? You're gonna have to download the app to find out. With over 35 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. So if you and 14 of your closest friends want to go see Benson Boone do 100 backflips, click the link in the description and use my promo code DREW10 for 10% off your SeatGeek ticket. That's 10% off your tickets with promo code DREW10. Thank you to SeatGeek for sponsoring today's video, and I'll see you guys at the game. Touchdown!
Something about Oh, yeah. So there were parts of The Paper that I legitimately laughed out loud at, followed by lines that would make me want to set my TV on fire. The pilot specifically is kind of a mess. Structurally, it's just all over the place. So we open on the old office building and we hear from Bob Vance. And we like that because we remember him from the other show. And then we cut over to a different part of the building and we hear this person talk about Dunder Mifflin, which we remember from the other show. And then we cut to the new office, which for a minute I thought was in London because this guy's British, but it's actually in Toledo. And we learn that this place sells toilet paper and regular paper and newspapers. And then we hard cut to this old documentary about how the newspaper used to be good, and then we cut back to see that now it is bad. And then the theme song plays, and then we're introduced to a second boss, and then she introduces us to everyone else, including Oscar, who we remember from the other show. And then we meet the main character, who is coming in to be the third boss, and this is just like the first 9 minutes. It's so disjointed that it almost made me think that the cold open, a scene that has zero actual connection to anything else in the show, was a Peacock mandated insert demanded by some executive who walked into the writer's room with a Google Gemini summary of the script and said, but how will people know that this is The Office if we don't show The Office? Now, if you guys need me for anything else, I will be on a spaceship with Katy Perry. I listened to an episode of the Office Ladies podcast about this pilot, and I felt like it was kind of telling that the very first nice thing they said about the show was just how long it was.
This episode is 33 minutes and 18 seconds.
And how much fun is that?
It kind of felt like when someone shows you a movie that you know they love, but you weren't really into it, so you have to just think of anything positive at all to say about it. Yeah, dude, no, the aspect ratio is crazy.
It's called Eat House. Get it? Eat House.
Yeah.
And, you know, hilarity ensues.
I also think it's funny just because the length is something I did not like about the pilot. I felt like it was way too long. This is a criticism I've had for years with other streaming shows where they leave too much in because there's no mandated length, but then the pacing feels off because of it. Like, one thing that's great about a lot of older network comedies is how they just fly through the episode. It's airtight because it had to be. And I think that if they had just cut out a couple of minutes of the weakest jokes in this pilot, it would have been received a lot better than it was. But instead, a lot of people just gave up on the show altogether. I probably would have too if I didn't force myself to be patient with it. Most shows aren't incredible right out of the gate, and pilots are difficult because there's a lot of things you have to get right. You have to establish the plot, introduce every one of its characters, tell a story that's somewhat wrapped up in one episode, but that provides enough intrigue moving forward so people want to keep watching, all while trying to be funny and interesting with dialogue that needs to exposit but cannot seem expository. It's rare for a series to nail all of that on its first attempt. So I didn't want to hold it against the show that the pilot is a little underwhelming, because at the very least, I do think they set up a really interesting premise, and that's probably the best thing the paper has going for it. A show about how a once great newspaper has been relegated to just being a clickbait factory whose only purpose is to generate whatever ad revenue it can for its parent company feels super relevant. By far the funniest parts of the pilot are the scenes that satirize the state of modern journalism. I love when Esmeralda proudly shows off her favorite article she's written, and it's just like the kind of thing you'd see at the bottom of a news page with some sensationalized title and a crappy AI thumbnail.
And then you keep learning about colors of cars. There are so many colors.
To me, this is what gives the paper a much stronger hook than it would if it was just another workplace comedy about a job that sucks. Because even though that premise worked great the first time they did it, if that's all this show was, it would feel completely pointless. This premise also gives you something to root for as you're watching it. There's a goal that everybody's working towards. The main guy, Ned, comes in with this Leslie Knope style passion and determination to turn this company around. And if you can buy into it, his enthusiasm starts to feel infectious. But I think it definitely takes a few episodes to get to that point. And part of the reason is because early on, the vibe of the show is kind of atrocious. It feels like everybody's an antagonist. The other bosses are trying to sabotage Ned. None of the employees give a shit. Oscar's pissed off whenever he's on camera. The industry itself is antagonistic. Like, it's already such an uphill battle for them to try to turn around this struggling newspaper that to add in all these other elements on top of that make it incredibly frustrating to watch. It's almost the inverse problem the first season of The Office had. In that show, you had to watch a bunch of people deal with one shitty guy. But in this show, you have to watch one guy deal with a bunch of shitty people. And it makes you not really like any of the characters in a show that is only going to work if you like the characters. But for the first couple episodes, it feels like everyone is just a slightly different flavor of stupid. This guy is stupid, but has kids. This guy is stupid, but old. This woman is stupid and loud. There would be funny moments, but it just felt like something was missing. Like there were some interesting ingredients in the pot, but it wasn't melding together into a good meal. In episode 2, I really liked the dynamic they were setting up with Adam and Adalola as a comedic duo when they go out and try and fail to do some investigative journalism. It had a real Parks and Rec vibe, you know? There were a couple lines I chuckled at.
I'm not buying any of this shit. You can answer questions here, you can answer them down at the station.
And it made sense that because they're so gullible, they would believe these teenagers who lie to them about the new craze that everyone is doing, and then they naively go write a story about it. It felt like everything was setting up for a really solid sitcom B-plot. But the specific lie they told them was that all the kids are acting like dogs. So then they start barking. And then later on, the episode ends with the two of them getting arrested for barking. And it just felt like there had to have been some other funny specific they could have put in. Like that was maybe the placeholder, and then they just never replaced it with a better idea. In episode 4, they established that one of their biggest competitors is a blog run by a local high schooler. And it's fun because even though there's this rivalry there, at the end of the day, it's just a random kid. As things go back and forth, you feel like it's all gonna lead up to something big and funny, and then all of a sudden the episode just kind of ends. They trick him into putting out a fake story to damage his credibility. They write their own article about it, and then Ned is like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. And then it's over. So like the climax of the episode is just a quiet reaction to something that happened off screen. The ending of every episode doesn't need to be some outlandish over-the-top moment, but I feel like it should at least crescendo. You know, that's what you tend to expect out of a sitcom. That they're gonna set up 2 or 3 different storylines that'll each slowly build up until they all converge in a satisfying way. And almost every one of these early episodes just kind of fizzles out at the end. Like we're kind of getting close, but we're never all the way there. And that was my biggest opinion about the show through the first 4 episodes. But then for whatever reason, suddenly in episode 5, everything kind of started to click for me. Maybe it was just more consistently good writing. Maybe it was that I had now had enough time to understand the characters. Maybe it was the Sawyer from Lost cameo. It was probably that. But if I had to narrow it down to just one thing, I think it would be that this is when the Esmeralda character finally makes sense. By far, the most polarizing thing about this show is Esmeralda. People hate her. A lot of viewers have said she's the reason they stopped watching the show altogether. They say she's annoying and too much and that she's trying too hard. And if anyone from Peacock is reading all of these comments, I am begging you to ignore them. They are wrong. She is hilarious. This show would be so fucking boring without her. She's kind of the only character with energy, and it's such a fun energy. Her performance feels completely unique. I feel like I've never seen this exact character on TV before, and I love it. Is she annoying sometimes? Absolutely. But she's supposed to be. That's kind of her role on the show, is to cause chaos that everybody else has to deal with. But it's not because she's just a terrible person, it's usually out of self-preservation. She feels threatened when Ned comes in and is potentially better at doing her job than she is, so she tries to make his life more difficult. And because her motives are always so transparent, I feel like you can empathize with her. Sometimes she does way too much because she's so desperate for approval. It's fun to watch someone who wears their emotions on their sleeve and is incapable of hiding how they feel. And I don't know if you noticed, but almost everything I just said is also how you could describe Michael Scott. I'm not saying that this performance is as good as Steve Carell was in the prime of his career, but I like that it's different enough to stand on its own. Michael Scott was lightning in a bottle, and the thing they say about lightning is you can't catch it twice. So I'm glad they didn't try to. That they didn't try to replace that character with someone doing a lot of the same things with the same look and the same mannerisms. Like Tim Key. Also very funny in this. From the moment he steps on screen, it just kind of feels like he's doing a Ricky Gervais impression. He's doing a great job, but it certainly doesn't feel new. Whereas Sabrina Impacciatore feels very refreshing. And I'm just hoping the showrunners are aware of what they have in her and aren't going to lobotomize the show in an effort to appease a handful of angry reviews. It's more than a handful, but still. Overall, episode 5 is when this show really started to gel for me, and it only continued through the rest of the season. Each character started to become more defined and not just like interchangeable dumbasses.
I just can't have any more kids. 4 is just about manageable because you get 1 per hand per adult, but 5, I've been thinking like, how do you even do that? Do you use a foot? And then people think you're kicking them?
Once Ken and Esmeralda realize that their goals are aligned and they become more of a team, their dynamic gets so much funnier. Also, as a longtime fan of Eric Rahill, it's just really cool to see him get more opportunities, both as an actor and a writer. His character, Travis, is someone I'm intrigued by, but I still think has a lot of untapped potential. My favorite arc in the whole show starts in episode 7 when they introduce their new product, a flushable glove that you can use to wipe your ass, and ends in episode 8 when Esmeralda takes her son to audition for the commercial.
Do my rewrite. You know, I'm a journalist. I like writing, so.
I was born filthy in sin, so
not that one.
It's baseball season, and the only stains my single mom should be getting out of my pants are grass stains.
This specific tone and style of comedy is something I missed from the Greg Daniels cinematic universe, and I'm happy to have it back. The second half of the season isn't just funnier than the first half. In a lot of ways, it kind of feels like a different show. It's significantly less pessimistic, so it's not as draining to watch. For me, it started to have that comfy sitcom feeling where it's like, is this the greatest show in the world? No. But if there were 80 more episodes of this, I would happily happily watch all of them over the course of a month. Unfortunately though, right as things are all coming together for the paper, it ends with a finale that just felt so forced and rushed. Just a few hours of screen time ago, Ned came into an office with no journalists and no skills. The first paper they put out had the headline, "No news is good news," because everybody messed up so bad they couldn't even publish something in time. And then in the season finale, just 8 episodes later, the Toledo Truth Teller wins a bunch of awards. And also Ned and Mayor profess their love for each other, and everything works out for everybody at the end. And I think this is where the show needs to decide what it wants to be. Do they want it to be about a bunch of incompetent morons failing to do their jobs in an entertaining way? Or do they want it to be a kind of feel-good story about the scrappy underdogs making a comeback? Because you can't really do both. You can't have 7 episodes dedicated to how stupid everybody is, and then 3 episodes later, they're winning journalism awards. It's not a satisfying ending if it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm not saying you should have to drag everything out just for the sake of making it longer, but a feel-good story is really only gonna feel as good as the amount of time it took to get there. In Parks and Rec, Leslie wins the election for city council at the end of season 4, about 70 episodes into the show. In The Office, Jim and Pam had all this tension and chemistry through the first 2 seasons, but they didn't kiss for the first time until 30 episodes in. So when those things finally happened, it felt like a huge deal because we'd spent so much time building up to it. I understand from the showrunner's point of view, they were only given 10 episodes to work with, so they probably just wanted to give it a nice happy ending just in case Peacock didn't give them a season 2. But I really hope going forward they can get that number closer to 20 or 25 episodes to give everything a chance to breathe. They've already renewed it for a season 2, and they're planning to air the current episodes on NBC, so maybe it'll get more of the network sitcom treatment going forward, which would be good because I think that's how this show would best thrive. Like I said, the paper made me realize how much I missed being able to casually watch a new sitcom. The kinds of shows that you can watch a few episodes every night over the course of like 3 months and have it serve as this cozy distraction from whatever might be stressing you out in life. It's like the comfortability of a familiar set and a group of people you just get to spend a bunch of time with. Clearly people still yearn for this type of show, and there just aren't nearly as many of them made anymore. That energy is more often put into the high quality prestige dramedies, you know, shows that are funny sometimes but also stressful, and we can't put a bunch of episodes out because we're trying to win Emmys. There are a few network sitcoms that have received a decent sized audience. I just started watching Abbott Elementary and I like that so far. I've heard St. Denis Medical is pretty funny, but every time I look at the title, my red dead ass wants to call it Saint Denis. And judging by the number of commercials I've seen for Ghosts every time I've tried to watch football the past 6 years, it seems like that one's doing pretty well too. But the most watched shows continue to be comedies that wrapped up over a decade ago. It's kind of funny that because of the way TV has evolved, the best case scenario for these sitcoms is that they garner just enough of an audience to keep making it. And then once all 7 seasons are done and it can be thrown onto Netflix 8 years later, that's when it becomes the most popular it's ever been by a mile. But I also wonder if it's only going to get harder for sitcoms to even get to that point because of how different our approach to entertainment has become. Historically speaking, every sitcom needs some amount of time for the pieces to all come together. But the amount of time that people, myself included, are generally willing to give something is shorter than it's ever been. If you go on TikTok or Instagram somewhat regularly, you've probably gotten used to the feeling of, if this video does not interest me within 1 second, I'm getting the hell out of here. Make me laugh right now or stop wasting my time. My precious, precious time that I spend 9 hours a day of melting my brain with the flashlight I keep in my pocket. The Office was an incredible success story, but I have to wonder, if that first season came out today, would people be willing to give the same amount of time for the show to figure itself out? Or because of our increased impatience, would we be much quicker to just write it off? I don't know. because this is a hypothetical scenario I made up in my head. Anyway, I'm optimistic about the paper. I think they've planted a lot of interesting seeds, and I'm curious to see what it can grow into. And at the same time, I understand the frustration from people who don't even want to give it a chance, because it does seem like yet another reboot coming along to dangle something familiar in front of us so we stand and cheer. But as long as they continue to make the show its own thing and lean less into all the nostalgia bait, I think there's a lot of potential here. In the same way that Parks and Recreation was successful without ever needing to have its universe tie into The Office's, I think this show can succeed on its own the more it moves away from the original. But no matter what they do, they're gonna disappoint someone. If they keep Esmeralda around, some people are gonna stop watching. If they get rid of her, I'll stop watching. And for some people, it seems like they're only gonna keep watching just in case more Office characters pop in. What if Dwight had a son? And what if Jim had a son? And then they could be friends. And then we could just do the same exact show with the same exact characters, but played by different actors. What is this, HBO's Harry Potter series? Move on. Nothing you ever watch is going to immediately be on par with the show you've watched 100 hours of. You gotta open your heart up first, brother. All I ask is that you try not to develop a strong opinion about something before you even give it a chance. Try to go into everything with a clean slate, and if you like it, awesome. If you don't, that's fine too, but at least you've figured that out on your own. Just don't let some stranger on the internet tell you how you should feel about something. Unless it's me, of course. You can trust me. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this video. I know that a random-ass Peacock show is not exactly the most pressing thing going on in the world right now, but lately my brain has felt like mush, so for the time being, this is the best I can do. Be sure to subscribe if you want to see my next video, where I will be ranking every number in order of how big they are. Bye. Everybody keeps saying, Drew, you can't restock your merch. You don't know how. You're too stupid. But guess what, loser? I figured it out. And now you can buy more shirts at DrewGoodenShop.com. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of my braless wife bringing me a sandwich I didn't ask for. So I made a Twitch account in 2018 with the intention of streaming regularly. And in the 4 years since, I have streamed once. I keep telling myself I'll go back to it, but as with everything else in life, I remember it's just so much easier not to, so I don't. But today, that all changes, thanks to the help of one man, Tyler Ninja Blevins. If you don't know who Ninja is, he's sort of the Michael Jordan of having blue hair. If you do know who Ninja is, you probably expected me to say he's the Michael Jordan of Twitch streaming, but that would imply that he's one of the very best at it. I don't know if that's true. I think at this point, there are tons of people doing an equal or better job of representing how fun and exciting Twitch can be. Ninja might just be the only streamer that, like, your grandma has heard of because she saw him on Ellen. Since there's such a large portion of the general population that had no idea what a Fortnite stream was when their kids told them it was their new favorite thing to watch, I think someone had to be anointed as, like, the face of it. And Ninja is a high energy guy. He's very good at video games. He made himself super marketable, and he used to stream all the time, which made him constantly accessible. He was the right dude in the right moment, playing the right game, and to his credit, he totally embraced it. Not everyone in that position would have said yes to as many things as he did. Sometimes it's actually okay not to do everything that's offered to you, because you never know when you might end up unsuccessfully trying to cheer up a bunch of cold, wet New Yorkers by flossing like your life depends on it.
I'm not seeing enough movement!
As far as I can tell, Ninja is just a guy who got way more famous than he ever needed to be. And apart from his weird creator beefs and notoriously bizarre tweets, I don't really have too strong of an opinion about him at this point in my life. Anyway, all of that brings us up to a few months ago, March 2022. Ninja launches his exclusive masterclass. With years of clicking and yelling now under his belt, Tyler is finally ready to share the secrets that led him to the top for the low, low price of one annual membership to masterclass.com. For the record, this is a 1-month class, but in order to take it, you have to be subscribed to the website for an entire year, which will cost you $180. A small price to pay once you find out they have classes from both Clintons. So you already know the drill. I'm going to sign up for this class, and I'm going to regret it.
Full disclosure, I signed up for this already. I'm filming this intro after the fact. Can someone tell me why the fuck I bought the Duo version? Did I think I was gonna be watching him on 2 devices at the same time? What would that even accomplish for me? So anyway, I spent $240 on this class. Most people will choose to spend a little bit less. One of the first things he gives you at the start of the class is a PDF document with all sorts of gaming and streaming lingo. I cannot overstate how helpful this glossary is. There are some extremely advanced terms on here that would have thrown me for a loop had I heard them casually used throughout one of the courses. You know, things like keyboard, YouTube, mouse. Apparently that's the thing that you click with, but I don't know. I'm still new to this. The true beginning of this class is a section that has equipment for all different budgets, links on where to buy everything, and honestly, that's a pretty valuable resource to have all in one place. But I can't help but laugh whenever he says something like this.
You only need one monitor. If you can afford more than one, then that is definitely recommended. But if you can't afford 2 monitors...
If you can't afford a second monitor because I made you spend the cost of one on this class, then you know what? That's on me. That's my bad. Sorry about that. That's kind of the irony of this whole section.
I recommend that you spend a good amount of money on your gaming PC.
Relative to other hobbies, streaming can be very expensive to start out. Even the lowest end computer that he recommends is about $1,000. And you still have to buy a microphone, a webcam, a mouse, and keyboard, 2 things we just learned about earlier. He really tries to stress how every dollar is so important when you're starting out. So it's like, I don't know, maybe save 180 of them for equipment and then just watch an OBS YouTube tutorial for free. Speaking of which, I love this line.
It's plug and play for a reason. It may seem a little scary, but it's not. There's tutorials everywhere on the internet.
Ninja, I don't know if you know this. You're filming a tutorial. Don't outsource the work to someone else. Just tell me how to do these things while I'm here in the class that you're teaching.
In this second clip, you will already immediately see the evolution of my streaming personality. What's going on, guys?
It's so funny to hear him describe the things that he does well in like an analytical way.
Okay, here we go. See, now it's okay. We're on a good lead.
You can see I'm wearing my hat. I'm clearly doing a funny voice.
And obviously you probably noticed as well that I will often make silly faces. So sometimes I'll do one of these, you know, or maybe I'll hit him with one of these. And that's just one of those funny ass things you can do.
And, you know, of course, it's entertaining to watch.
This makes me laugh, and laugh so hard.
This next clip I'm going to show you is kind of me evolving a little bit as a content creator.
Hello, everybody.
What do you guys notice that has changed? My background has changed. I had a better chair.
Okay, so evolving as a creator means buying a more expensive chair.
My light setup was totally different, way more appealing.
All right, well, I thought maybe he was going to talk a little bit more about like evolving your personality, but it seems like his advice is just to, you know, spend more money on the wall behind you. Hey, he's the master, and this is his class.
Things in the background were more appealing. You know, you have the gaming fridge, of course, with the energy drinks in there. That's always fun to look at.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun looking at that fridge. Hey man, we're gonna go wear suits to the new Minions movie. You trying to come? No can do, big guy. I have got my day filled. Oh, wow. That fridge is really fun to look at. I know.
In the very first one, it was just my full screen webcam. The next one, I was reacting to a clip that I had, and, you know, I was wearing a hat.
All right, there we go. If you want to get better at streaming, put on a hat. You know, that's probably why my friend Chris is so good at streaming. That dude has so many hats.
My headphones were upgraded. My hair was blue.
Now we're getting somewhere. These are actionable steps. Wear a funny hat and dye your hair. Fuck. If you're like me and you're not exactly sure why that matters so much, he does actually have some pretty insightful commentary about it.
People really wanted me to always have my hair blue, and it just became a part of my brand. There are a couple of categories.
Oh, okay. I guess that's it. Absolutely great editing there. Gotta love the cut right as he's opening his mouth to say more. I couldn't believe, actually, how many times he mentions his blue hair in this class.
Okay, so we have Ninja blue hair, right? I dyed my hair blue, and everyone thought, okay, now blue-haired person, me dyeing my hair blue, and my hair was blue.
It's almost like he's convinced himself that one of the secrets to his success is that he dyed his hair a funny color. Well, since it seems to be such an integral part of his brand, maybe we should check in on a stream now and see how it looks.
Listen, just know that I will set my alarm at 5 a.m. so I can see all of your guys' morning wood.
I forgot to look at his hair. I think most people's experience with this class will be that it's very front-loaded with content. He's got a little over an hour about the basics of what you need to just hit the go live button. And then the next section is 23 minutes long. He starts flying through these short lessons that are like, practice the game that you like, and also don't stream too much, but don't not stream too much.
Good luck.
He even spends 2 of these very crucial minutes just rambling on about one specific Dead by Daylight trick he saw once, and it's like, dude, could you have written something down for this?
It's called like a 360.
Why does it seem like half the class is him going, oh shit, what else?
And then you just do it.
No scopes. No scopes are cool. So, you could do one of those. Before you even have time to process anything that he said in section 2, we're already breezing right into section 3, which is less than 23 minutes long. It's so visibly short at first glance that they had to pad it out by copying and pasting 2 lessons from the previous section. Share your streams with the community and engage with each other. And now, do it again.
Listen to your chat. The next time they come in, if they say something about their dog, maybe their dog isn't feeling well, and they come in the next day and you're just like, hey Jack, what's up buddy? How's your dog, man? You probably just secured that viewer for life.
Ask people if their dog is sick. He's got a section about how to deal with trolls, which is definitely something to be wary of if you're going to be doing anything in a live setting. I love that this is the only example of an insult that he could come up with on the spot.
Like, if someone says, hey Ninja, your hair is looking really blue today, kind of weird. I'd be like, yeah, that is kind of weird.
Dude had one thing on his mind that day.
Blue hair.
I really liked when he went on this long explanation of how to ban people and specifically described each and everything to do, but they never showed his screen. I mean, you can kind of see it in this shot, but it's a little blurry. Oh, here, now they're gonna show us.
So this user, I'm going to demonstrate how to ban and unban them. It is literally as simple as pressing 2 buttons. So you have their username, you click ban,
Ninja,
and you simply just unban.
I can't see what you're doing, buddy. This happens multiple times. It kind of makes me think that they just forgot to record his screen while he was doing this section, and instead of attempting to recreate that B-roll, they just gave up and put nothing there. It's so bad. That's not even Tyler's fault, but it does show a general lack of caring from everyone involved. There are times where the crew is either pranking Tyler with the editing or they just don't give a shit. This is a real clip from the masterclass.
Talkies. Gaming is intense, but talkies are seriously intense. And
that's not the original commercial. He doesn't shit and fart in the actual ad.
Call out your regulars and loyal viewers. They'll keep coming back.
What up, this? How you doing, bro? Fufo, I think the tier 1 sub.
Make sure to always talk to your chat. After all, they're your friends. Welcome back, Dick Lord. Thanks for the 6 months. How's your dog doing, by the way? You don't have a then get one so I can talk to you.
You now have a lot of pressure on you to set good examples. It is going to be up to you to instill good morals, or the morals that you have, into your audience. Not promote harassment and not promote, being negative.
You're trash. You're awful. You're so stupid.
And just when I thought some of his advice was starting to dip in quality, he drops this banger.
I have a Fortnite skin. It is no surprise that the best titles can grab potential viewers who are scrolling through channels.
Yeah, so, if you want to get a lot of views on a video, just get Fortnite to make you a skin and put you in the item shop. And then just tell people about it. Guaranteed millions of views, dude, and it works every time. You gotta try it. Actually, a lot of the final section of this class is about these completely unattainable things you could do to get bigger.
I always express my personality in gaming, but wanted to break out and do other forms of media and entertainment to expand my audience.
Welcome to the Daily Show.
Thank you for having me.
Don't just be a streamer, go on TV.
I wanted to be known in Hollywood. So I went on shows like Ellen and The Tonight Show and The Masked Singer, and was eventually cast in movies like Free Guy.
Come on, get your name out there. Be in a movie. I know it sounds crazy, but it makes a big difference.
Collaborations are a great way to get more people to your stream, and it's very exciting for your viewers.
And of course, you gotta play Fortnite with Drake. You may think, I don't need to do that, but don't underestimate how big that could be for your career.
Starting out, you might not get to game with a celebrity.
But Ninja, you just said I could! Where he could have at least stuck the landing a little bit with some solid marketing tips. The branding section at the end just annoyed me because of how unspecific everything is. It's basically just a long list of Tyler's accomplishments, most of which you're probably already aware of if you spent $200 to take a ninja class. He continually stresses the importance of branding, which I agree with, but doesn't give you any tangible steps on how to do it. And I don't expect this class to suddenly transition into a graphic design lesson, but you know, if this is Masterclass's definitive how to stream course, they could at least go into some detail about the basic stream assets that you need to make. Your subscriber emotes, your channel banner, your alerts, the screen that says starting soon or be right back, you know, all those things you can put in to make your stream unique to you. He barely even mentions any of those things. He's kind of just like, look at my logo. Isn't it a cool logo? Joke's on you. It's not even my fucking logo anymore. I made a worse one. Also, why even include a section about brand deals? This is a 30-day class. No one starting a stream from scratch is worried about doing a brand deal before they've even streamed for a month.
This is something that's going to be online forever, and hopefully teaching people how to become amazing professional streamers for decades, for a millennia to come.
Yeah, dude. 1,000 years from now. 1,000 years from now, people are still going to be watching this class.
Voila.
I think that a good portion of the beginning of this course is helpful to someone who wants to start streaming and they have no idea what to do. But it is very clear to me that not nearly enough care or attention was put into this for it to be worthy of the cost. Also, like, I don't think Ninja is just this undeniably affable guy. He's just really fucking good at Fortnite. And you can't teach someone to be as good as he is. You especially can't teach someone to be really good at a brand new game and be better than everyone else at it before they've all caught up to you. Because that was kind of the initial wave of the early days of Fortnite for him. So to be someone who already has a net worth of like $50 million, and then you charge all your most hardcore fans off the promise that maybe they'll be famous like you, it's bullshit, man. This sucks. What I did genuinely enjoy the most about this was the community aspect of it. Like I said, there's a point where Ninja kind of puts the burden on you to support each other's streams, but for the most part, people did. And that's cool because it's pretty easy to get selfish when you're starting something and you're like, you know what? That's great. I see that you're streaming. I love that for you. But could someone watch my stream maybe? So it was cool to see people go out of their way to compliment someone's setup or answer a question that someone had. But it's funny to me that potentially the most valuable part of the class is the one part that Ninja has no involvement in. There's so many cool people taking this class with all different kinds of content. I saw a Lego building stream. I saw a couple that streams at Disneyland. But my favorite streamer by far was this kid, Plushy Orca.
If we don't get this dub, I'll eat a spoonful of mayonnaise. No spoonful of mayonnaise for me.
Tell me that that's not the most badass clip you've ever seen. To their credit, the class does have its own TA that goes around, you know, interacting with people's posts, but it's never anything super specific to that person. What's your favorite piece of decor? What's your favorite conversation piece? What's your favorite piece or prop? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Tom, are you building connections? Let's go. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? And before you ask, the TA is not Ninja himself. Not that I would expect him to be, although it would be really funny if he was commenting on these in third person. No, the TA is a mysterious and unknown entity. One who's really only there to make the community section seem more valuable than it actually is. The one silver lining with this course, if you spent almost $200 and you got to this point and you're like, that's it? Is that you're still able to watch a shit ton of content on Masterclass. It's just a matter of whether that's something that actually has value to you, because it might not. You might have noticed Marquez Brownlee just launched his own course about video creating and posting, and I feel like this class is just so much beefier than the one I just watched. He has a 21-minute video entirely dedicated to lenses. If you've ever watched his content, you know that he's extremely tech savvy, and he also has a much more natural teaching cadence with the way he lays out information. Whereas Tyler, I assume, was just riffing things off the top of his head, which is probably why he constantly trailed off into silence.
Streaming just gave me the platform to, and I think that's how, you know, but I mean, my recommendation is,
but you know what? It's not fair of me to just sit here and criticize Ninja without taking his tips and tricks into the real world. So for the next 3 weeks, I will be following his advice to a T as I create my own Twitch channel and try to build it from the ground up with no promotion whatsoever. Obviously, I don't want this Twitch account to link back to me in any way. If someone finds my channel, I want it to be entirely organic. So I'm going to try to create a persona that's both generic and yet still true to my own brand. I can't believe that name wasn't already taken. After some light branding and a little bit of finagling on OBS, I hit start on my very first stream ever. And I forgot to enable VODs beforehand, so there is no record of it. And of course I had one of the most insane Fortnite wins I've ever had. I somehow escaped so many near-death experiences and made it all the way to the end, and then I won because the last player left just died. I didn't shoot him, I didn't see him, he must have just walked into the storm, I guess, because I won without doing anything. And you can't even see my reaction to it. Once I realized that I had nothing important to do for the rest of the day until my wife came home in a couple hours, I went live for another first stream. This time I had old school RuneScape open while I spent 8 minutes trying to figure out how to get a chat overlay on stream. If you're wondering, I learned how to do that from a free YouTube video, not the class that I paid for. But right as I was settled in and satisfied with my work, the unexpected happened. Someone showed up. The possibility of this happening was so minuscule in my mind that I was not prepared for this at all. I actually almost panicked and ended stream. What if I panicked and ended stream? But I stayed on for a few minutes and had a short conversation with her. She told me she plays RuneScape too and was literally just scrolling through the OSRS tab on Twitch, and she clicked on my stream because my name was Scoliosis King. So 1 point for my awesome branding. What a great day. But obviously I still wasn't satisfied, so before my third stream, I did a little bit of work to make the viewer experience better. I put the Finding Nemo DVD menu on the TV in the stock photo I found. I made a couple playlists for different moods I might find myself in. And then I started stream with my microphone off for 2 minutes. You know, and that's the thing about going live in front of 0 viewers. There's no stakes, no pressure, no one to tell you that your audio levels are terrible. Oopsies. For stream number 4, I made sure to test the audio levels beforehand, so that was good to go. And then I put on a hat. I guess you could say I was learning. Even though no one technically watched the stream or, you know, even tuned in at any point, I felt good about my growth as a streamer. I was kicking ass in the game. No spoonful of mayonnaise for me. I was being relatable. Y'all ever drink water before? I felt like if I just stuck to it, things would turn around eventually. And then my next stream took all the wind out of my sails. It was a combination of things. I was doing one of my least favorite Slayer tasks in RuneScape, a game I've already been getting kind of bored of lately. I am bored of this game. I was really tired that day, and the repetitiveness of what I was doing certainly didn't help. When there's no one there to bounce energy off of, it's really hard to maintain energy. And you feel like you should the whole time, just in case someone pops in and you have like 2 seconds to lure them in, and you never know when it's gonna be, so you have to always be ready. Thank you so much to everybody who watched today, which from the looks of it was
Nobody. But even at this point, I tried to stay optimistic and keep focusing on improving the quality of my stream. I thought I had a pretty funny idea for the alert that would play whenever I got a new follower or subscriber. The thing is, like, that doesn't matter if no one's doing either of those things. So I took matters into my own hands by blowing the dust off the Stream Deck that I bought in 2020 and never opened. With this device, I could repurpose all of the sound effects I've saved on my computer over the years, including this fart compilation that I forgot was over a minute long. For my 7th attempt, I put everything that I had learned thus far together and had what I think was my best stream yet.
Thanks for jumping out of the bush so I could see where you were, dude.
I was energetic. I was being a little goofball.
Just being a goofball.
I was making wacky faces left and right, just like the master himself. But yet again, I looked over and no one was there to watch. It was frustrating to feel like I was finally starting to hit my stride creatively, but it wasn't making a difference because no one was finding my stream. At this point, I had utilized just about every tip that Ninja had given me and then some, and still it wasn't working. I knew that something drastic had to change, but what?
My crazy hair, like crazy blue hair.
Blue-haired person. My recommendation is dyeing my hair blue.
I'm not seeing it.
I probably could have just bought a wig.
Too late. Didn't think about that in time. So at this point, you're probably wondering, Drew, did you really spend 4 hours in a hair salon just because Ninja mentioned his hair a few times? And also, did you have to download Instacart this week because you're too embarrassed to go to the grocery store? Yes to both. But the reason I dyed my hair is because I had something crazy in mind for the culmination of my journey. I was going to do a 24-hour stream. This was a big leap for me. Up until this point, I had only streamed for like an hour or two at a time, just to dip my toes in the pool, and now I was going to jump upside down into the ocean. So with my wife away for the weekend and my hair the color of toothpaste, around 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, I began what I assumed would be the most successful night of my Twitch career. I was wrong. I got up to a pretty hot start, honestly. I was feeling good. Turns out the beginning of a 24-hour stream is the same as a regular stream because you haven't done the 24-hour part yet. Really, this is no different than what I normally do. I'm just playing video games. No one's watching me. I'm talking out loud to myself. Well, I shouldn't say no one is watching. There was a point early on where a spam bot came in and advertised something. Sure would be great if they showed Ninja's screen during that lesson on how to ban someone from your chat, because then I would know how to do it. It was several hours before any real person joined. It was my follower, Samantha. She didn't like my hair, so that's not good. Now, before all this, I had recently begun a pretty regimented meal plan, and I didn't want to lose all my progress just because of this video. So I made sure to use sound alerts to build reminders into the stream.
Oatmeal time! It's time to eat some oatmeal and suck my own dick!
A fun surprise happened about 3.5 hours into the stream. A new viewer showed up. I got a new person. Welcome in. I've streamed so many times. I've only had one chatter. I was confused by his message though. He said 24 hours? Really? Like he doesn't believe that I could do it. You don't know anything about me, dude. You don't know what kind of resolve I have. Then he told me that I look really bored and that I should chew on something. You know, it's not my fault that I have resting bored face, because my face does this. That was his final message in the chat. He never came back. When 4 o'clock rolled around, it was time for my yogurt.
It's yogurt time! I'm talking Oikos 000. I hope it's
sends me to hell. And it was around this time when the cracks were starting to form. The regret that I felt from blowing it with Chucky earlier was really sending me on a downward spiral. I started listening to Doodlebop songs. I took multiple Doodlebops quizzes. I found out I was Rooney. 6 hours in, I made me as Ninja on The Sims. And I designed him a beautiful house with no privacy except for one curtain by the kitchen toilet. He also had a basement stream room filled with trees and portraits of faraway landscapes, places he couldn't go to because he was on house arrest for tax evasion. I forgot that I accidentally made him really mean though, so every time he tried to talk to someone, it would turn contentious immediately. The only thing he ever wanted to do with them was get into a fist fight. I figured he was just lonely and didn't know how to express himself, so I put in an online order of a cat. A guy from the adoption agency brought him out to me, and I got him confused with a different cat that I spent the next 2 hours talking to. So the guy took the cat that I was supposed to adopt, and the cat that I was talking to walked off my lot, and I never saw him again. So that was when I stopped playing The Sims. A third of the way there, my one follower Samantha suggested GeoGuessr, and this was perfect for the state of mind that I was in. A few weeks ago, I was watching this guy Banthony refuse to end his stream until he hit a state streak on GeoGuessr of 100. It ended up taking him 150 hours to do it, but when he finally did, it was one of the greatest moments I've ever seen on Twitch.
I can't look! I can't look! I can't look! I can't look! Yes! 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 Yes!
Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty good at GeoGuessr too. My state streak is 5. At this point, my focus was solely on marching forward. No one else had popped in at all, so I was just trying to kill time. I got over 2 hours out of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I even beat one of the hardest scenarios in the game without breaking a sweat. I am a gamer god. Why is no one here to appreciate it? Around 4 a.m., I was starting to get a little tired, so I began a new playthrough of Wolfenstein 2 on the hardest difficulty.
This is how you go down, Nazi.
All things considered, went all right for a bit, until I hit what proved to be an impenetrable wall. So I mumbled something incoherent, exited out of the game, and went on a short break of 3 hours and 42 minutes.
I didn't go to sleep, and I don't want to go back to sleep, I don't want to go to sleep for the first time.
I guess I thought about it, and I was like, no one even knows that I'm here. If I go to sleep right now, it's not like anyone will say, Drew, hey, buddy, wake up, you gotta finish your stream. They wouldn't say anything because no one even knows that I'm doing this. As I drifted off to sleep on my couch that's not quite long enough to hold a human-sized man, I started to have crazy dreams. The viewer count was climbing fast. 100, 1,000, 10,000 people all here to cheer me on and say Pog and whatever KEKW means. I got to show them the game I invented that had a perfect score on Metacritic. It was Harry Potter themed. I don't know how I got the rights to that. Everybody applauded my effort and congratulated me on a job well done. And then 3 hours later, I woke up and no one was there. Obviously. If people weren't joining the stream before, they weren't gonna pop in now and wait an indefinite amount of time for me to return from my hiatus. At this point, the stream was just a Spotify playlist gone rogue and my Be Right Back screen that I was probably using a little inaccurately. But I went and grabbed my cold brew from yesterday out of the fridge and popped on some GeoGuessr while I slowly woke myself up.
Oh no. It transported me back to the past. I gotta find Doc.
Even in this mental state, I managed to reach a new record-breaking state streak. That's right, 6. Time was melting away, and as the sun moved further and further towards the center of the sky, I knew that the prison sentence I had forced upon myself would soon be complete. With about 90 minutes left of stream, I decided that I would get a Fortnite dub right as time expired. A lofty goal, I know, but I was up for the challenge. Just kidding. This is some of the worst Fortnite I've ever played in my life. Turns out video games are way harder when your brain doesn't work. With a little under 30 minutes left, my boy Eddie popped in, and it was a glorious moment. 4 years ago, my Twitch career began alongside him, and even though I followed that up with roughly a 1,500-day break, it felt so poetic to be right back where I started. And during our second of 2 games together, he died because he went to ping an enemy and his controller made him take a selfie. But not even yet another quick loss could bring me down at this point. I was so close to being done. Who gives a shit? Fuck this stupid game. When it was time to get my dub right as the clock hit 24, I realized that wasn't going to happen, so instead I jumped off a cliff and lived.
The stream is over. I never have to do this again. I'm never going to do this again. Fuck you, Ninja.
So let's recap. I streamed for about 40 hours on this account, and during that time, roughly 25 people came in at different points, but almost none of them stayed for more than a few seconds. 3 people actually typed a message in the chat, but one of them was a bot. After spending $150 to dye my hair and delivering 24 straight hours of high-octane content, except when I fell asleep, I grew all the way from 1 follower to 1 I still have 1 follower. Big shout out to Samantha. You were there from the beginning. You were the only one there at any point. So even though things didn't exactly work out for me, I don't think Ninja's class is entirely useless. He taught me how to set up OBS. Everything else, like all of the specific overlays I wanted to do, using the Stream Deck for sound effects and scene changes, I fucking Googled all that. And it was free! There are a handful of people on Masterclass who don't speak much publicly, so if you're like a massive fan of them, it would probably be worth it to hear Mariah Carey, for instance, talk about singing. I'm not trying to learn how to sing, but it'd probably be pretty cool to hear her talk about it, you know? But even if you are the world's biggest Ninja fan, I promise you, you have not run out of Ninja content to watch. He's probably streaming right now. And if you want to learn how he streams, pay attention to what he does and take notes. That's it. He's good at his job. He's been doing this for a long time. I think an aspiring streamer could learn a lot just from watching him. But you don't need to pay him $180 to tell you, you know, sometimes I talk in a funny voice. Out of all the jobs on Masterclass, his is the most publicly available. Like, I can't just walk into a kitchen and look over a chef's shoulder to see how they made something. I don't know the process of writing poetry just because I read a finished poem. I don't know what goes into getting a series picked up just because I watched the show. There are plenty of classes on here where that kind of inside look is something that's unique and valuable. But Ninja is showing you how to do his job every time he does his job, because that's part of the job. You can't stream if you're not showing people. I lost my mind. My hair is blue and I lost my mind. I'm gonna take a walk.
Babe? There's a guy in our kitchen? Don't worry, it's just me. And I'm here to cook today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Having food delivered straight to your door is one of life's greatest luxuries, especially when your hair glows in the dark. Here's the thing, if I'm not looking in a mirror, I forget about this. I can't see the top of my head from this angle, so I forget that I look like if a cupcake came to life. I had a neon billboard painted onto my scalp demanding that everybody stare at me, and I don't like to be perceived. So HelloFresh is good for that. The reason I've been subscribed to HelloFresh for years before this, though, is because of how much structure it adds to my life. When left to my own devices, I will often eat the worst and possibly most expensive food I can imagine because I waited too long to plan a meal and now I'm too hungry to think clearly. But every day that I have one of these bags in my fridge, I don't have to resort to that. My brain can stay on Dumbo mode and I can still have a fun and tasty meal. There's so much variety on their menu and they're constantly adding new stuff. I'm talking meatballs, fish, burgers, chickpea fritters, buffalo pork chops. They've got a bunch of vegetarian and kid-friendly meals. They've got lunches you can make in 10 minutes, dinners you can make in 20, and they even have little cheesecakes. Anything you could possibly be in the mood for, they probably have it. And not only does HelloFresh help me save time grocery shopping, it also helps me cut down on food waste. Their supply chain is more streamlined compared to traditional grocery shopping, which helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions, according to a University of Michigan study. And on top of that, I'm about to save you so much freaking money. If you go to HelloFresh.com and use my promo code I'mALittleStinker16, you can get up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. Surprise, I'm in the box. Imagine. No, I don't actually know what the surprises are. They won't tell me. They said I haven't earned their trust yet. Again, that's code I'mALittleStinker16, link in description. Hey, so does anyone know when blue hair goes away, or? Don't get me wrong, I love it.
it looks so good and it suits me really well. But I keep turning all the pillows in my house blue, and I'd like to not do that anymore. So I'm sure a bunch of people are going to go follow the Scoliosis King account on Twitch, and that's great. I appreciate it. I'm never going to stream on there, though. If I do ever stream on Twitch in the future, just follow me at Drew is Gooden, and I'll put the link in the description. There's people I've been subscribed to for like 3 or 4 years now, and I'd like to keep that streak on there. So I'm not going to make a new account and lose all that, you know. To all the people watching this video 1,000 years from now, hello, I'm dead. I probably died 940 years ago. I don't know. But if you are watching this in the year 3022, comment down below what life is like. Is Florida underwater? Who's the president? Is The Simpsons still on? To everyone else, I will see you in the next video that I make, where I will be spinning around the whole time until we all get dizzy. So, see you then.
It's yogurt time! I'm talking Oikos 000. I hope it sends me to hell.
4 years ago, I did the unthinkable. I watched a bunch of episodes of Saturday Night Live and then made a video about it. SNL is about to wrap up its 50th season, which is pretty crazy to think about when you consider how much pop culture has evolved in the past few decades. I think it's a testament to how many talented people have worked in that building that they're still finding ways to stay relevant today. I mean, even in 2025, at a time when nobody watches anything live anymore, they managed to pull almost 15 million viewers for their anniversary episode. Adjusted for inflation, that's over 2 billion people. Because this is such an important milestone for the show, and because I only ever have like 4 different video ideas, I wanted to do another retrospective. The problem is I already watched every single season of the show for that last video, so like, what else is there to talk about? And then I remembered, oh yeah, they made 11 movies. Some that I haven't seen since I was a kid, some that I've never heard of, and some that live in infamy for the harm they caused to anyone who had the misfortune of going to see them. I have a lot of reviews to get to, so we should probably start as soon as possible. The first ever SNL-inspired movie was The Blues Brothers in 1980, released right in between a time when the show was the most popular it would ever be, and then so bad that it almost got canceled. The Blues Brothers were played by Dan Aykroyd and the late John Belushi, who tragically died while filming this stunt. Now, I'm gonna assume that was someone else, but like, is that guy okay? Holy shit, that looked painful. I have to imagine the only reason he didn't break any ribs is because of all the cocaine that everyone was doing the entire time this movie was being filmed. So much cocaine, they had to program it into the budget. So many on-hand substances that it became nearly impossible to wrangle up John Belushi at his call time because he'd either be hungover or just like in somebody's house. The production of this movie is wild to read about. There was a drug empire on set. They went $10 million over budget. They set the world record for most cars destroyed while filming a movie. And in spite of all that, it was a huge success. People loved it. They made a bunch of money. And now that I've finally seen it for the first time, I can confidently say, yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's fitting that the story of this movie cannot be told without mentioning its heavy cocaine use, because the movie itself feels like a product of it. Every gag is so over the top. They spared no expense when it came to pulling off a joke, and honestly, I don't think the movie would have worked if they did. If they half-assed any of the production on here, a lot of the bits wouldn't have been that memorable. But they worked because of the lengths they went to sell it. Like this chase scene that ends with a car flying off a bridge isn't that funny on its own, but when they send that car a mile into the air and show it falling so far down from 10 different angles, now it's hilarious. Apparently they had to get military clearance so they could drop this from a helicopter. Was everybody on drugs back then? Earlier in that scene, the entire Chicago police force is chasing after them because of minor tax fraud, and there's a part where a comical amount of cop cars start piling on top of each other, just one after the other. It's ridiculous. And then there's this dance scene with random cuts to guys flipping like 20 feet in the air. The highlight of the movie for me, though, was this car chase through a mall and how casual they're being while causing such a ridiculous amount of damage.
This place has got everything. Lots of space in this mall.
How hell-bent these cops are on absolutely destroying this mall just to try and catch up to 2 people who ran a red light.
They broke my watch.
I would actually describe a lot of the humor in this movie as people acting nonchalant while something insane happens. And you know what? It's pretty funny every time.
Got to be at least $7 worth of change here.
I think the movie has a good mix of absurdity, but also this patience to let scenes breathe. There's a dryness to the movie I didn't expect going into it, because the only thing I knew about the Blues Brothers as a bit was that they kind of dance in a funny way. So whether it's fair or not, I didn't expect this movie to be filled with so many well-written, deadpan one-liners.
How often does a train go by? So often you won't even notice it.
Are you the police?
No, ma'am. We're musicians.
Use of unnecessary violence in the apprehension of the Blues Brothers has been approved.
There's also so many cameos in this movie that make it an incredible time capsule to witness. Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, James Brown. They even got guitarist Matt Murphy to play Matt Guitar Murphy. But the movie isn't making fun of any of this music. It's celebrating it in a very earnest way. You can tell this entire bit just comes from their appreciation for blues music, and that's pretty cool. Also, some of the music is nostalgic for me because they used it in SpongeBob. The movie's fatal flaw, in my opinion, is just that it's way too long. There were definitely some scenes that didn't really go anywhere. Might have been one too many antagonists. Can't say I fully understood the whole Illinois Nazi subplot, but that might have just been because every time this guy came on screen, I couldn't stop thinking, is that the leprechaun grandpa from The Luck of the Irish? What an interesting career he had. From everything I've read, I don't think it would be possible for me to overstate the cultural impact that the Blues Brothers had at this time. Not just on SNL, not just in this movie, but also just as a band. They recorded an album that sold almost 4 million copies. That's insane. It's one of the best-selling blues records of all time, and at its core, it's just a couple of guys goofing off. Hey, speaking of a couple of guys goofing off, the next SNL movie was Wayne's World, one of many early 90s entries into the two dumb guys go on a little adventure genre. It's crazy to me that this was Mike Myers' first ever appearance in a movie. His very first at-bat, and he's already hitting a home run. In a movie he wrote about a character he created. It was by far the most financially successful SNL spinoff ever made. I wouldn't argue with you if you said it was the best SNL spinoff ever made, and it was definitely a vital first step for him to go on to having the career that he did. All of that said, I don't think this movie would be nearly what it was without Dana Carvey's performance. He adds so much to the film by constantly just doing his own thing while other stuff is happening. I don't know exactly what Garth's deal is, but I'm into it. The energy he brings does such a great job of complementing the rest of the cast, especially Wayne. It just works so much better as a duo.
My name is Wayne, and this is Garth.
And it was so interesting for me to find out that their dynamic, which is so crucial to the success of the film, almost never happened. Mike never wanted Dana to be in the movie because he was threatened by his star power, which I know in hindsight is kind of funny because of the opposite directions each of their careers went in. But at the time, Dana was the most popular cast member on SNL, and Mike was worried about being overshadowed. He tried everything he could to diminish that character so he could be the focal point, and it almost caused Dana to quit the movie. And there was this animosity between them that continued for years. One of the biggest points of contention being the way Dr. Evil, who Mike wrote into the Austin Powers movies, was kind of a blatant ripoff of an impression of Lorne Michaels that Dana used to do privately at SNL, even down to the pinky. So I kind of understand from Dana's point of view the sense of resentment he might feel to see someone else take his impression and use it to make $1 billion while his own career crashes and burns. Sorry, I know that's a bit of a tangent. I just thought it was interesting, especially because you wouldn't pick up on any of that just by watching this movie. Wayne's World easily made the smoothest transition from sketch to movie. It doesn't just feel like a skit that's been stretched out to 90 minutes, but an expansion into the universe that the sketches take place inside of. Great casting choices, so many memorable lines and moments, and even though it's just this fun, dumb movie, I think where it really shines is where it subverts that. I love when one of the characters that spent its entire on-screen existence being an idiot suddenly whips out this surprisingly articulate monologue.
Crimes and misdemeanors. I thought it wasn't so much a movie as it was an essay of man in society. Although the topic of free will versus determinism is fascinating, I would hardly call it entertainment. Garth?
Suck! There's just something about this that makes me laugh every time. It's why my favorite scene in the whole movie is when they go backstage to meet Alice Cooper, and this is how the conversation goes.
Come to Milwaukee often?
Well, I'm a regular visitor here, but Milwaukee has certainly had its share of visitors. The French missionaries and explorers were coming here as early as the late 1600s to trade with the Native Americans.
In fact, isn't Milwaukee an Indian name?
Yes, Pete, it is.
This movie's jam-packed with bit after bit, and I love how positive it feels to watch. There's no cynicism to it whatsoever. It's just a good time. Wayne's World made more money than anyone involved could have possibly imagined, and so they followed it up with a sequel the next year. Would they manage to catch lightning in a bottle twice? No, second one's not that good. Really just diminishing returns on the whole formula. There's still a few great bits. Chris Farley has a bigger role and he's fantastic. Garth is still firing on all cylinders.
So, Garth, would you like to have dinner some night?
Oh, I like to have dinner every night.
The biggest downfall here is that the plot is just not interesting at all. Where the first movie is centered around this fear of selling out and losing your identity in the process, an idea that still carries a lot of relevance today, Wayne's World 2 is just about getting some bands to show up to a music festival. And a couple of the recurring bits aren't even funny the first time they happen, let alone the fifth. If you don't like meta jokes and characters constantly breaking the fourth wall, these are not the movies for you, as that is a big chunk of the humor in them. But if you're into that, I think you can have a good time watching these, even if you're a little too young to understand most of the references. With two incredibly successful forays into the world of film under his belt, Lorne Michaels now had the blueprint laid out in front of him. Take beloved characters out of the constraints of the show, drop them into the real world, and start printing money. So what are we thinking for the next one? Church Lady, Matt Foley. What the fuck is Coneheads?
Great question, Drew. Coneheads are an alien family stranded on Earth where they must learn to assimilate themselves until they're able to return to their home planet. But why are they called Coneheads? Great question, Drew. It's because their heads are shaped like cones.
I think the most confusing thing about this movie is that they put so much money into it, clearly assuming that it would have the same wide appeal as Wayne's World, and it absolutely did not. They made comic books and action figures as if kids were gonna love this shit. They made a song and a music video. They created their own Subway meal deal.
It's for anyone who has a hearty appetite, or like my friend here, comes from France.
They put so many eggs into this cone-shaped basket, even though, and I cannot wrap my head around this movie came out 14 years after the last Coneheads appearance on SNL. Wayne's World was made at the height of popularity for those characters, and Coneheads was like, oh hey, remember that thing we used to do 2 decades ago? We should turn that into a very expensive sci-fi comedy. And if you can believe this, it did not go as well as they hoped. The best thing about Coneheads is that it's filled with a bunch of really funny cameos. Phil Hartman and John Lovitz are great. I love Adam Sandler's character in this, even though he's only in one scene. Tim Meadows' appearance lasts all of 4 seconds, but what an incredible 4 seconds it is.
I am prepared to fight for my honor.
So I feel like I can understand what they might have been going for, where you take these weirdo characters and have them move through a world you've populated with familiar faces, but my God, these might just be the worst main characters I've ever seen in a movie. I don't like the things that they do. I don't like the things that they say. I feel uncomfortable looking at them, and I find their way of life to be an affront on my traditional American values.
Sorry about that. I don't know why I got so heated yesterday.
I watched the movie again with a clear head, and I think I've come full circle. I love the Coneheads now. Once my body stopped being in fight or flight mode, I found there's actually a few things here that I appreciate. I like that the humans in this movie don't notice that the Coneheads are aliens. No one seems concerned about their giant weird heads. They'll just describe them as being tall, or in the case of Jason Alexander's character, they'll be like, you know, I struggled with baldness once too. So instead of having a bunch of sarcastic side characters constantly undercutting the premise, there actually ended up being this sincerity to the movie that I grew to like the more it went on. I think it's sweet how Chris Farley is just so in love with their daughter. I like these three as a family. I actually think it would have been pretty heartwarming if it wasn't extremely unpleasant to look at most of the time.
I love you, Mama.
And I also don't want to just make fun of this movie because it has a weird premise. I like the ambition it has. I like when comedies make a big swing, even if it ends up as more of a miss. And even with all the small parts, there's not a single bad performance in this movie. Everyone is 100% committed. And that's what you need when a movie's premise is a little bizarre. You need everyone on screen to be bought into the world so you can buy into it too. If I could pick 3 things that have kept this movie from becoming more of a cult classic, it would be that number one, and I don't mean to harp on this, some of the scenes are just grotesque. I want to enjoy the joke that's being told here, but my body is actively recoiling from the nightmare fuel I've been subjected to. Number two, the sci-fi elements, particularly in the final act where they go back to their home planet, are the weakest part of the film by far. It's a lot more fun to see their dynamic as outsiders on Earth and the juxtaposition of that than it is to see them fighting like a CGI Gorlak. And number three, it just needed to be like 10% funnier. There's not really any iconic scenes or super quotable lines. The only thing I ever heard make its way into public vernacular was calling your mom and dad your parental units. My dad used to say that a lot when I was growing up, and I assume he got it from this. But if quotability is the longevity test for a comedy movie, Coneheads doesn't make the grade. Wait, why didn't I put this on at the beginning of the review? After such a promising start, SNL movies were already beginning to nosedive. But what happened the following year would surpass even the lowest possible expectations. A movie so bad it has the rare honor of scoring a 0% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes, a number that is coincidentally the same percentage of its budget that it earned back. It was a flop. It was a flaming pile of garbage. It was Pat. But is this movie truly as bad as people say it is? Yes, and I'll tell you all about it after this short commercial break. Hi, I can't figure out how to get this cone off my head, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. At this point, you know what a VPN is. It stands for Virtual Private Network, encrypts the information that passes between your devices and the internet. It's great for security, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. The main reason I've been using VPNs for years now is because of how much of the internet it unlocks for you. You can use ExpressVPN to change your virtual location to one of over 100 different countries and make other apps and websites think that that's where you are. Why is this beneficial? For a few reasons. Like maybe Lady Gaga's new album is about to drop and you want to pretend to be a New Zealander for a few hours so you can listen to it before everyone else in America does? Great, now you're there. Or maybe there's a movie you want to watch on Netflix that isn't available in your country but is in a different one? No problem, now you're there. It used to take weeks for man to navigate the globe, and now he can do it with just one click. And a subscription to ExpressVPN, which coincidentally I happen to have a promo code for. What are the odds of that? Find out how you can get 4 months free by scanning the QR code on the screen, clicking the link down in the description box, or heading to expressvpn.com/Drew. There's more to the internet than you could possibly imagine, so why don't we go see it all together? Thanks to ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video. For those of you who don't know, Pat was an androgynous character played by Julia Sweeney on SNL for many years in the early 90s. The joke of these sketches was how close people would get to figuring out what gender Pat was, but it always remaining ambiguous.
Pat, would you say you were more like your mother or your father?
I'm a perfect combination of both.
And I think it's pretty easy to point at this and be like, whoa, that didn't age well. You couldn't make a joke like that these days because of whoa. And I feel like that's a little bit of a disingenuous way of looking at this. It's an important distinction to make that Pat was not meant to be like a non-binary person that everyone else is making fun of for being the way that they are. Pat is supposed to be either a man or a woman, and the joke was always more from the vagueness of Pat's answers to the questions that people would ask.
I think Pat is a happy-go-lucky person who is either a man or a woman. We just don't know which it is, and who cares? That was the original idea.
Yeah, it is. When you step back, like I see that.
Would SNL make a character like this today? Almost definitely not. But I don't think that means that we should retroactively decide that this came from a place of hate. If anything, the lesson here is to just mind your own business and stop worrying so much about how other people live their lives. And when you think of it that way, you could almost say that it's aged well. The sketches, not the movie. The movie is hot garbage. It's Pat starts as any good movie should, inside a vagina. Then baby Pat gets dropped on its head and that iconic theme song begins to play. It's time for oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait to see 87 minutes of the same joke over and over again.
I crushed my nuts. There goes my afternoon snack.
Is that a banana in your pocket, or are you just happy to see?
It's a banana.
I love to stroke your pussy, cat.
Are you a brother or a sister?
Well, I'm an only child. That's my joke. That's my joke. That's my joke. Dude looks like a lady. Dude looks like a lady.
Anything charming from the sketches is worn so thin by how relentlessly they beat it over your head.
Dude looks like a lady.
The jokes about misunderstanding things, the laugh Pat makes after every line. There had to have been like 100 chuckles in this movie, and none of them were from me. My favorite thing about It's Pat is ironically also the thing that makes it a terrible movie, and it's that Pat is kind of a piece of shit. Selfish, overconfident, never stops to self-reflect. It's an archetype that I kind of like in a comedy, someone who's so far up their own ass that they don't even realize how shitty they're being.
Every time I look in your front window, I notice the clock on your VCR is blinking. Oh. I could fix that for you in a jiffy. Okay, if you want to. Well, I can't do it right now. I have to come back when it's convenient for me.
But that can't be the main character, especially not in a movie where you're expecting us to root for them. I don't want good things to happen to Pat. I want Pat to spontaneously combust. Pat falls in love with Chris, another person of indeterminate gender, and I do kind of like the theatrics of their meet cute, followed by them bonding over the most generic things imaginable.
Oh, do you know what I especially love? Our good movies.
You're kidding. I love good movies, too.
You know what I hate? Our bad, boring movies.
Me too.
But then I soon realized that Pat's awfulness also extends to Chris. I was hoping it would be more us against the world and less Pat against every person they come into contact with. And the dynamic can be funny sometimes. My favorite line in the whole movie is when Chris is disappointed to find out Pat has gotten fired from yet another job. And Pat's like, hey, I've worked 23 jobs this year. How many jobs have you had?
Just the one.
Yeah, so I wouldn't exactly say you're some kind of job expert. That style of humor is right up my alley. That's a great line. But it certainly doesn't make me like Pat. I started to hate them more and more as the movie went on, to the point that by the end, I was kind of hoping Chris would tell Pat to eat shit, because Chris is likable. Chris deserves so much better, but no.
I realized that you need me.
The two of them live happily ever after, I guess. The biggest freak in this movie, though, is Pat's neighbor, Kyle. Kyle is obsessed with Pat from the moment he lays eyes on them. It's an addiction that takes over his life, ruins his marriage. I gotta know what's going on down there. I gotta read that diary. Pat said the password to it is somewhere in the dictionary, so I guess I'll just try every word in alphabetical order until I crack the code. Props to Charles Rocket for giving as much to this movie as he did. It was not worthy of such an energetic performance, but he delivered one nonetheless. Their whole will they, won't they see each other naked dynamic is, I guess, the main plot of the movie, and it culminates in Pat falling off a rafter, getting pantsed by a piece of machinery, and unveiling what I can only assume is a massive bush in front of a crowd of adoring fans. Now, It's Pat is easily the worst movie I've talked about so far, but believe it or not, I don't think it's even the worst movie on this list. While the next two certainly don't commit as many atrocities as It's Pat did, they do something even worse. They're boring as hell. Up next, Stewart Saves His Family, starring Al Franken, the former U.S. senator who resigned from office in 2017 and has spent the past 8 years telling everyone how much he regrets it. That's a little random. Al Franken was a writer and occasional performer for the first 20 years of SNL, but left the show in 1995 to focus on his acting career. Stewart Saves His Family would be the last movie he ever starred in. Going into this video, this is a SNL movie that I knew the least about, and now having watched it 1.5 times, because on my first attempt I got too high and had to go to bed, I feel like I know exactly as much as I did before. I don't know, I think I'm usually pretty good at paying attention to stuff, but there's something about the cadence of this film that was actively encouraging me to dissociate. It's like when you're reading a book and you realize for the past 2 pages you haven't actually absorbed anything, so you go back and reread them only to end up zoning out again. That's how I felt during this entire movie. It seemed like there were jokes happening, I just didn't get any of them.
If this is what they teach you in those 12-step or 13-step or 14 or whatever.
It's 12. 12 steps.
Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to keep track.
It gave the impression of something that was well acted and competently produced, but like gun to my head, I couldn't tell you anything that happened in this movie, and I watched it an hour ago. It wasn't funny or cringy or good or terrible, it just kind of played on the TV and then it was over. I'm really sorry if you only made it this far in this video because you were dying to hear my opinion on Stewart Saves His Family. I just don't have one. And I tried so hard to. You guys know how much I like having opinions. After 2 catastrophic box office failures, NBC badly needed a win. So what do you do when your back's against the wall and you just need to see one go through the net to get your confidence back? Nostalgia-driven reboot, of course. And it worked! Blues Brothers 2000 made more money than the previous 2 movies combined. The problem is those 2 movies combined didn't even make $1 million, so that's not really saying much. This movie was always going to be an uphill battle because of the giant shoes they needed to fill after the death of John Belushi, but it feels like he took all the energy with him. This is a joyless, tired rehash of the original formula, with one of its stars missing and the other seeming like he didn't want to be there. God, what a miserable Dan Aykroyd performance. It's like he's trying to do an impression of his original character, but doesn't quite remember how to do it.
Just what is it that you do exactly?
His line delivery was more natural in Coneheads, and he was an alien in that movie. But I don't want to just single him out. Everyone in this is giving the worst acting performance of their life. John Goodman adds so little to this movie that I almost forgot he was in it.
She's a 130-year-old voodoo witch who eats people.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
There's so many line readings that are distractingly flat.
Hey man, don't worry about it. We're gonna smoke them turkeys.
Hey man, don't worry about it. We're gonna smoke them turkeys.
And I know not all of these people are actors, but you can't give a bunch of lines to people who aren't actors and expect them to perform it well.
Hey fellas, I think I know that voice.
Whatever charm the original had is nowhere to be found, and neither is any of the absurdism. Occasionally, it would dip into some of the weirdness that I liked so much from the first one, but it was so rare. This is truly one of the most boring movies I've ever watched. I could not wait for it to end. And when it's bad, it's so bad. Like, roll your eyes unfunny. Screaming the punchline at you over and over again, just in case you didn't see it. I did chuckle one time when Dan was listing the names of blues legends, and there were a couple that were kind of funny.
Little Walter, Big Walter, Sonny Boy Williamson 1 and 2.
And I once again enjoyed the comically over-the-top police car pileup, but that's not even a new thing. They're just doing the same joke from the first one, but a little bit different and for longer. The only redeeming quality of this movie is that some of the songs are good, but they hardly ever come in at a time that makes sense. The pacing is so inconsistent. Anytime I'd start to get at all invested in what they were setting up, they just start singing again, usually for no reason.
You know what I mean when I say respect.
And I know you might be thinking, yeah, Drew, that's what a musical is. And you're not wrong. I guess I just didn't give a shit about anything that was happening, so the endless onslaught of songs just felt like a waste of time. It started to feel pretty ridiculous by the end, so I went back and counted. For 57 minutes of this movie, someone is singing. That is too much. If I wanted to listen to music for an hour, I would go listen to music for an hour. I came here to watch a movie, and this movie sucks. Luckily for my sanity, the worst run of SNL movies ended with Blues Brothers 2000, and the next few are actually pretty solid. I think Night at the Roxbury and Superstar have a lot in common. They made a very similar amount of money, they both received the same slightly above average reception, and they both feature Molly Shannon playing someone who is obsessed with Will Ferrell's character, which works both times because they have the chemistry to pull it off. Night at the Roxbury might be the most successful attempt at recreating the thing that made Wayne's World work, where yes, it's a story about a dumb idiot, but there's 2 dumb idiots, so it's actually kind of endearing. Like, I don't think I'd like either of these 2 people individually, but because they always see the best in each other, I feel like I can too.
We're good looking?
We're very good looking. You especially.
I know Chris Kattan didn't go on to have much of a film career, but he's really good in this. I think his relationship with the phone operator might have been my favorite thing in the movie. And I love this version of Will Ferrell. I think he's always been at his best when he's playing a character that has this childlike joy to them. It's just so infectious to watch.
Oh my God, Doug, this is the most amazing place I've ever been.
Guys, this is the coat. Clubs in here.
Of all the movies that were released between Coneheads and MacGruber, this is definitely the one I laughed at the most, and I think the only one I would even consider watching again.
Wait, love this song. Me too.
Actually, I'm getting kind of sick of it.
And I didn't think it was funny the first few times this guy asked everyone if they had just grabbed his ass, but as he kept asking people who were further and further away from him, then I liked it.
Did you just grab my ass?
Sir, from where I'm standing, that's a physical impossibility.
I know your tricks, Dewey.
Mr. Zadir, Dewey just called from Pismo Beach. He says there's no way he could have grabbed your ass.
I just had to see what they were building to. Almost exactly 1 year later came the release of Superstar, which you probably know as being what comes up when you Google, what is the movie where the girl sniffs her armpits? It's this one. This is the movie where the girl sniffs her armpit. I liked Superstar just a little bit less than Night at the Roxbury, but I definitely still enjoyed it. Unlike half of the characters we've been subjected to thus far, this one is actually suited for a feature-length film. I adore Molly Shannon. I think she's one of the most underrated cast members from SNL, especially as a physical comedian. The way she moves in this is so funny. And it's nice to see her in a starring role when I've really only ever seen her as side characters in like The Other Two and the movie I talked about 30 seconds ago. Like pretty much every film on this list, the worst parts were when it felt like they were just recycling jokes from the sketches, but there were a few details that made me laugh. I like when they refer to Will Ferrell's character as
the best guy dancer in the school.
In this Catholic school that's constantly doing very specific fundraisers. So you'll see a giant sign in the background that just says chocolate bars for Bosnia.
Good to see you. Out walking for scoliosis again.
Gotta go jog for glaucoma.
After school, Mary works as the Blockbuster Rewind girl, which is funny to think of just as a job, but it's also funny in the way it informs her character. Working here means she's always referencing other movies she's watched a little bit of in reverse. I also like the detail of Mary's grandmother forbidding her from dancing because that's how her parents died.
And I thought you said that Mom and Dad were savagely ripped apart and eaten by a school of hammerhead sharks.
I just told you that to make you feel better.
Someone accidentally sped up the record player during a performance, so they had to dance faster, and then they danced so fast they fell down and got trampled. The scary thing is, it could happen to anyone. She does finally try out for the talent show and nails it, but then the bully dumps a bucket of paint on her head. And I love that when she finds out she passed the audition, their only caveat is they want you to lose the end with the paint, as if that was part of the performance. I don't know, I thought it was kind of funny. I really like the way this is directed. There's some smooth transitions, and it definitely looks like a movie, which I know doesn't sound like high praise, but a lot of movies don't look like movies, so you got to appreciate it when they do. And underneath the humor, there is kind of a sweet story here about learning to love yourself and doing something scary because it makes you feel good, not because you're trying to impress someone else, even if he is the best guy dancer in school. It's a good lesson. I just think maybe it would have hit a little bit harder if every high schooler in this movie wasn't clearly 30 years old. In 2000, SNL released its fourth film in 3 years, The Ladies' Man. And I gotta say, this might be the fastest I've grown tired of a titular character so far.
Hey, what's happening? This is Leon Phelps. You got The Ladies' Man.
Hello, ladies, man.
Ooh, it's a lady.
Tim Meadows is great in everything he does, but this is not a character that I want to watch for an hour and a half.
Listen, this is what you should do. Go to the bus station or to a bowling alley and hang out with no underpants.
When you're really, truly in love, you will feel it deep down in your pants. And I like to take a bite out of your butt.
Do it in the butt.
Doing it doggy style. It is the fault of the wang.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say this character works better in short bursts and doesn't have the depth needed to be stretched out over the entire length of a movie. Well, this would certainly be my first time thinking that in this video. This movie weirdly has the same problem as It's Pat, where it expects you to root for this guy but doesn't give you any reasons to. It drove me crazy to see this woman let him continually drag her down. The only nice thing he does for her the entire movie is trick her ex-boyfriend into eating human shit. No, I did not make that up. That is a real thing that happened. Now, can I blame Tim Meadows for wanting to write a movie about how no woman can resist him because he's so good at fucking? Of course not. In fact, I honestly kind of respect it. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. Here are 3 things I did laugh at. I liked the sign outside this Christian radio station that says, "Thou shall not part." I liked the random musical number they did in the middle.
Time has come to kill the ladies' man.
And I laughed really hard at the way Will Ferrell holds this gun at the end. What The Ladies' Man did do is serve as the final straw for SNL Studios. After nearly a decade of movies that ranged from, at best, mild financial successes to, at worst, giant embarrassing failures, their run of cinematic excursions mercifully came to a halt. And for the past 25 years, Saturday Night Live has stayed on television where it belongs. Oh, that is except for one movie, the critically acclaimed 2010 smash hit I'm gonna say something a little controversial here. MacGruber is my favorite SNL movie, and it's honestly not even close. I was worried that rewatching it for this video, I would realize it wasn't that funny anymore, but no. I love it just as much. I'm sure part of it is the soft spot I have for this era of SNL because I was a teenager at the time and everyone's favorite SNL cast is the one from when they were in high school. But god damn it, I love Kristen Wiig. I love Will Forte. I think he's so underappreciated. It's not often you can say a performer is truly one of a kind, but that's how I feel about him. The very specific type of energy he brings, his unwavering commitment to every bit, in both his timid awkwardness and sudden extreme outbursts, it never feels like he's doing an impression of someone else. It feels like he's created a style of comedy that is completely unique to him. Now, MacGruber is the kind of character I described earlier, the stupid asshole who's cockier than he has any right to be.
I think it's fairly obvious. He was going to use it to buy the passcode.
The passcodes, yep. Got there at the same time, maybe even slightly before you.
But I think the reason I like it so much in this movie is because bad things keep happening to him as a result. He's constantly making things worse for himself, and that's funny to see for someone who has a giant ego. The way he's not attracted to Vicky at all until he sees her dressed exactly like him.
What?
You just look really pretty.
Thank you.
The way he has to beg for Piper's forgiveness just moments after treating him like garbage. There's so many scenes in this movie that made me cry from laughter the first time I watched it. When he's coaching Vicky through an earpiece how to act like him since she's supposed to be undercover and she feels so bad about it.
No, Vicky, no tip. Get that tip back.
I have to. Sorry.
No, say you're not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
When you think he's about to jump in front of Piper, but he's actually just using him as a human shield.
How did you know I was wearing a bulletproof vest?
You're wearing a bulletproof vest?
I also think this movie is edited better than any of the others on this list.
Oh, you're loco, man. I mean, look.
The music cues, the perfect timing of every cut.
I'm in.
What?
I'm in.
Watching this movie when I was 18 and thinking it was the funniest shit ever, and then seeing how much everybody seemed to hate it, made me feel two things. One, that I don't understand what people aren't seeing in this. How did all the same people who seem to love movies like The Hangover and Bridesmaids and 21 Jump Street, all these similar comedies from that era, go and see this one and just feel nothing? I couldn't wrap my head around it. I never felt so out of place in this world. At the same time though, I think it made me love the movie even more. There's something special about things that feel like they're tuned to your exact frequency, like they're speaking a language only you can understand. When you find a movie like that, especially at the right age, it makes it feel like it belongs to you. Sure, it has flaws, but those flaws only make your bond stronger. When you look back at a lot of comedies from the past few decades, there's almost always a disconnect between the critics and the audience. I feel like there became this growing sentiment that comedy movies are pointless. It doesn't matter if they're hilarious, if the story doesn't blow you away, so now they're just packaged into other genres. Superhero movies that lean comedic, family movies that are a little bit funny, rom-coms that have more rom than com. But what happened to all the weird shit? What happened to just stringing together a bunch of loosely connected series of bits? It's been 15 years since MacGruber, and no other sketch has managed to make it back to the big screen. So I guess that leads us to the question of, will there ever be another SNL sketch turned movie? And I honestly don't think so, for a few reasons. One, the way the show operates now is different. It's a lot less character-based than it used to be. It seems like they rarely do recurring sketches anymore. Like, they'll occasionally revisit ideas, but they're not usually centered around just putting one character in different situations. Could they do a Peacock movie about Domingo? Sure, there's always a chance. Could they have done something with that Kate McKinnon character who was always getting abducted by aliens? Probably. And if they wanted to go the Coneheads route of revisiting something from 15 years ago, I feel like a lot of people would be on board for a Stefan spinoff. But does that mean it would be good? Is one funny character enough to carry the entire length of a movie? Usually not. And maybe it just took Lorne 11 tries to realize that. But then there's also the way comedy movies in general have evolved. As Matt Damon famously explained on Hot Ones that one time, the death of DVD sales has made it so the budget of every movie is either very high or very low, with almost nothing in between. And a lot of these old comedies that were in that middle ground of like 20 to 40 million are hard for studios to justify anymore because it's almost impossible for them to make that money back. So they just don't even try. I mean, outside of bottoms. I can't really think of too many straight up comedies that have had a theatrical release the past few years. And even that one, which to me seemed like it had a decently significant cultural impact, profited $1 million. So I guess for studios, it's like, okay, best case scenario, I make an almost unnoticeable profit. Worst case scenario, I set a bunch of money on fire. Why would I take that risk? I'll tell you why. Because the world needs more MacGrubers.
And Conehead. And Stewart saves his fence. Actually, I think we're good on that one.
Now, there have been some SNL adjacent movies over the years, and a lot of these have been really good. Three Amigos was written by Lorne during his time away from the show, and in my mind, that's a classic. I think Pop Star Never Stop Never Stopping is criminally underrated. That is the funniest movie from the past decade, and I don't understand how it didn't catch on more. I also really liked the Peacock exclusive Please Don't Destroy movie that came out in 2023. Meg Stalter was fantastic every time she was on screen.
Did you hear that? John thinks the Grinch is scary too. It's like, yeah, just because it's Christmas doesn't mean he's not a monster.
Martin had this one scene I had to rewind like 4 times because I was laughing so hard.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm allergic to walnuts.
Does Amy not know?
No, she thinks I love this salad. Fuck, you gotta start eating these, man.
Go, go, go! Hurry! You gotta go faster than I'm going, or else the pile just stays the same size.
There are still movies like this getting made, but a lot of them get buried on streaming services where some people watch them, but they certainly don't go on to have the big sweeping impact that comedies used to, where millions of people would go see them in theaters and then rent it on DVD, and it would change the way people talk to each other for years. That doesn't really happen anymore. But there's also certainly a positive way of looking at that. Like, isn't it better that more things are being made, even if they're seen by fewer people, than for fewer things to get made that are seen by more people? At the end of the day, I think everyone still has their own MacGruber, even though it's probably not actually MacGruber. It's probably a different movie.
Anyway, here's my definitive ranking of everything I watched for this video. If you can believe it, it's Pat. Not actually the worst SNL movie. In my opinion, just slightly less bad than Blues Brothers 2000. Don't get me wrong, they're both god-awful movies, but It's Pat is an hour shorter, so had to give the edge there. Feel free to yell at me down in the comments below if you disagreed with something I said. I'm all for civil discourse on this channel, because it boosts engagement whether I take the time to read it or not. All right, thanks for watching.
Also, if you made it to the end of the video and you've always wanted to buy a t-shirt, but you just never knew where to do it, I've got great news for you. Everything on my merch site is on sale right now. This is gonna be the last chance to buy pretty much everything on here. I'm planning to start from scratch after this, and once these designs are gone, they're never coming back. Either way, I appreciate your support, and I'll see you in the next video where I reveal all of my most intimate secrets. Goodbye.